W. Brian Hubbard. I think you're very smart. Raekwon. Champion. Joe Rogan Podcast, chicken-oo. The Joe Rogan Experience. Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night. All day.
Thank you very much for being with me. It's a pleasure and honor to meet you. And Brian, would you explain your relationship with Vegas military? I have a good service career, started Kentucky, and the last stint of the my role as the chairman and executive director of the Kentucky Open Labor Management Commission. Within that role,
Champion.
I'm assigned for
I piss excellent. Abigail. I don't even know what that is. How do you get that? Is it like from a cactus or something? Champion, stop target. Champion. Ain't never been anybody better looking than I am. I'm the best. The best the man can get. Gillette. The best shave you can get. Champion, bitch. By many. Champion. Bitches just call me champion because that's what I am. I'm like that fucking dog from Parks and Recreation. I'm amazing. Ain't nobody ever been as amazing as I am. I have to take a dump though. Hey, Governor Perry, did you know that I have to take a dump? Gee, yeah, dump sucking truck. Guys like what, all night long. Let me see that song. I'm on the booty go. That dong.
To do our advance. There was this big guy, looked about like you, all buff and slicked off head, and pretty healthy looking boy, and they thought that was the patrolman they were supposed to meet. Went over, introduced themselves, and said, "Are you here to meet Governor Perry?" And the guy went, "No, but I vote for him every chance I get." It happened to be a JTAC, who was SEAL Team 5. Who was a former, or was an FA team driver, who was assigned to SEAL Team 5 to go out on their next assignment. And they just met him by the grace of God. And the kid gave him his card and said, "Hey, if the government would like to go on a tour of special warfare, so we'd love to give him a tour." Well, detail shows up next day, says, "Hey, we met this kid." And that's right down my alley, right? Rather than sitting on the beach, take me over and show me what the Special Warfare Center does. And on Saturday morning, we went over, got that tour, and this young man led the tour, and he had a big old tall drink of water with him in his camis and that assisted with the tour. It took about 3 hours to finish this tour. We finished it, and this young man says, "Did Marcus tell you where he was last weekend?" I said, "No." He said, "Yes, sir, once, and no, sir, once." He said, "Well, he was at the White House receiving the Navy Cross." I know what the Navy Cross is, and I went back to the hotel room, looked it up on my computer. There's no mention of this Marcus Luttrell anywhere on my computer. And we had asked him to go have dinner with us that night, just to say thank you for their time and what have you. And that evening, as we get back to the restaurant, a friend is asking him all questions about what was it that he did. And during the conversation, Operation Red Wing came up, and we finished dinner. I tell him, I said, "Look, give me your mom's phone number. I'll call it when we get back to Texas. And if you're ever through Austin, come by and see me," right? Which I would tell I probably told hundreds of people, Joe. If we're hadn't known each other in those days. I said, hey, Joe, if you're ever through Austin, come by and see me. Fat chance you're going to come and knock on the door of the government mansion, right? Can't do it. So it's a nice thing to say, realizing that you're not going to show up. Well, we went back, looked up Operation Red Wing, and that's when my computer kind of blew up, and I figured out who this young man was. And you remember in 2006, nobody had heard of this, didn't know who Marcus Luttrell was, what have you. So, going about our business, they leave, they deploy, go back to Iraq with his twin brother Morgan, and I had Morgan and Marcus. They deployed together on that. And the young man who led that tour that day was a lieutenant commander in the Navy, F-18 pilot, by the name of Jake Elsey. Jake Elsey is now in the New York Times. So, an incredible small world for me. It started totally by the grace of God, meeting these boys in Parnell Island. And I called his mom when I got back to Austin, said, hey, saw your son, doing all right. I never have to live in. Went on about my business. That was in August of 06. The following May of 07, the phone rang in the governor's mansion. The security detail said, there's a young man down here who said, you told him next time he's through Austin, Texas, come by and see you. And he's here. I said, that's hilarious. I said, what's his name? And Marcus Luttrell. I said, yeah, I told him. We'll see you now. That was in May of 07. And he lived with us for the next 2.5 years. In August of 09, he left. And that's what started me and my wife on this long journey, this adventure that has taken me to sit with Joe Rogan's tape talking about veterans' mental health. We've been down literally dozens of rabbit trails. Frankly, with both of them, they were interesting, but they really didn't bring any relief, didn't bring any help. We learned about the brokenness of our government's ability to help these young men and women. I mean, Marcus literally was separated from the Navy without the ability to have tri-care. The only place he could get his health care was at the VA, and he had to have some very specific surgeries on his back, highly technical surgeries. And I told him, I said, I'm not going to let you go to the VA if you have done things, but I said, I'll go raise the money to find somebody that we can get you the type of help that you need. And I went to Houston. I talked to a doctor there, Stan Jones, who is the chief medical officer for a stem cell company now called Celtics. But he had heard of Marcus by then. Marcus's book had come out, I think in 08 when it came out, and went to #1 on the New York Times bestseller list. So people started to know who Marcus Luttrell was, and his story. And we were able to get him the medical help that he needed. I also intervened at that time with the Secretary of the Navy, Ray Mavis. And I called Ray. Ray was the former governor of Mississippi, so I knew him through that role. And I told him, I said, here's what I've got. I said, this kid is a legit American. And I said, our government's just completely dropped the ball in being able to take care of it. And I said, I don't want to embarrass your boss, but I said, you need to get this kid back in, reevaluate him, get him not fit for duty so he could get eligible for tri-care, which they did. And my hat's off to them for doing that. It just took it. The sadness of all of this, Joe, from my perspective, is Marcus Luttrell was just fortunate in a lot of different ways. That by the grace of God, he met a guy that could actually intervene and make a difference. There's literally thousands of young men and women out there today who have mental health issues that don't know about it, don't have any. And that's why I've spent however many years, that's been 17 years, helping, being open to all the different ways that we could help these young men and women. Back in 07, I helped create a foundation that buys homes. It's called Military Heroes Support Foundation. And they've given away 1,000 homes. George Strait gives away one of their homes at every one of his concerts. But even if we're living in a great home, if you're in a mansion and your mind's not where it needs to be, you're just a lonely person, a sad person, a broken person, in a beautiful home. But I've become a complete believer in plant medicine over the course of the last 5 or 6 years in particular. And the compound ibogaine, IBOGAINE, that most people have never heard of before. That's good and bad because it doesn't have a bad rap because nobody's heard of it before. My job, our job, is to be able to educate the public about this plant medicine, this psychoactive plant medicine that absolutely is showing stunning ability to bring people back to normalcy, to reset their brains, to literally give them their lives back. I've made the decision that that's what I'm going to do for the rest of my, however many years I got left. This is where I'm going to spend the bulk of my time telling people about it, explaining to people how this conservative, right-wing, knuckle-dragging Republican governor became a spokesperson willing to go publicly talk about this plant medicine that literally the data is, I think the data is, you can't argue with the data. We'll talk about clinical trial that they did out of Stanford this last year. But that's how I went from basically being a guy that wasn't even open to having a conversation about. In 2013, I got talked into talking to a mother who had a son who's an epileptic. And she said the only thing that we can give our son that's relieved him of this is THC. And I was against any of the use of marijuana, medical or otherwise, in 2013. That mother came and sat down with me. I looked at the data. I listened to her powerful story. And we passed in Texas medical use of THC for the cases of epilepsy. And that's my point with all this, is that I'll never be through. I may not agree on this. I'm not for the legalization of drugs. I love Rick Doblin. Rick and I have been on multiple stages together. A lot of the work that he did with MAPS is I'm a big supporter of. And I tell him, I said, I'm not going to get there on the legalization of drugs. I'm just not. And I don't want to get that confused with what we're doing here. This is medically diagnosed, medically dosed, having the proper medical people there, the treatment, the follow-up, all of that. And that's one of the reasons that I think that our government, and thank God, Donald Trump won. I'm very open about this, that Donald Trump won this election. He's putting people in place that are open to plant medicine being used for our veterans' mental health. And so I know I covered a pretty broad piece of landscape and all of that I just talked about, but that's how I got here. Over a 17-year period of time, I went from absolute, don't even talk to me about these drugs, to being the Johnny Appleseed of Ibogaine today, where, my wife probably gets tired of going to places with me, and the next thing she knows, I'm talking to somebody about plant-based medicine and what I see, why we as a society need to be really pushing this, talking to our congressmen, talking to our senators, talking to the people that are decision makers, and the private sector, educating the public about this so that they know that there is help. And when you add to this the clear evidence that this works on addictions, and we're talking across the board, then the populations that could be affected in a positive way is substantial. And that's what God put us on this earth for, is to be good servants. And this, I believe, has the most powerful way to affect the most people in a positive way. Anything that I've ever seen in my public service, my 40 years of public service. absolutely convinced that the data will back up what we're talking about. And we'll visit about this clinical trial, I'm sure, in the next couple hours.
All right, folks, it's that time of year. Everyone is on a mission to improve their health and wellness habits and set the tone for 2025 by sticking to a routine. And while sticking to a healthy routine isn't always easy, it's so worth it. And you all know that I've been using AG1 for years. It's honestly been so supportive of my foundation of nutrition. AG1 is a daily health drink that combines vitamins, minerals, superfoods, and more in just one scoop. And many traditional supplements are poorly absorbed, but AG1 is designed for maximum nutrient absorption and is packed with micronutrients that are hard to get in your everyday diet. You can also add a few drops of their vitamin D3 plus K2 for added immune support. It's a game changer, especially during the winter months. So set the tone for a healthy year ahead with AG1. Simply put, it's a way to invest in your health now and in the long run. And that's why I've partnered with them for so long. Try AG1 and get a free bottle of vitamin D3, K2, and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first subscription at drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. That's a $76 value gift for free. If you go to drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan, seriously, folks, check it out. We've all been there. You're hungover, thinking about all the dumb stuff you did last night and wondering if anybody remembers. Unfortunately, someone does remember everything you do online, and they've got receipts. I'm talking about your internet provider and data brokers and every shady marketing company that gets their greedy hands on your private activity. But this year is going to be different. Give your online privacy a fresh start with ExpressVPN. ExpressVPN is an easy-to-use app that encrypts your online activity and reroutes it through secure servers, keeping your browsing history private from third parties. And it hides your IP address, making it impossible for data brokers to use it to track you. You don't have to be a tech genius to use ExpressVPN. No matter what device you're using, phone, tablet, laptop, or smart TV, just tap one button to make everything you do online private. It's incredibly fast. It doesn't slow down your streaming or downloading, and it lets you connect instantly to secure servers in 105 countries around the world. So, forget dry January. This year, you're going to do private January with ExpressVPN. Get 4 extra months of fresh, clean privacy protection with my special link at expressvpn.com/Rogan. That's expressvpn.com/Rogan to get 4 extra months completely free. Tap the banner to learn more. Well, I think it's a great introduction to people that don't understand the concept of plant medicine, because ibogaine is one of those drugs that is not a party drug. No one uses it recreationally. It has there's no potential whatsoever for addiction to that drug. As a matter of fact, it actually cures addiction. Somehow or another, it rewires the brain. And do you know how ibogaine was introduced into the zeitgeist?
I know.
It was Hunter S. Thompson.
You get it.
No, Hunter S. Thompson in the 1970s when it was Ed Muskie and George McGovern was running for president. When during the primaries, he spread this rumor that Muskie was addicted to ibogaine, and he had a Brazilian witch doctor come to visit him, and it tanked Muskie's political career.
I thought fake news was a new thing.
No. Hunter S. Thompson was the beginning of fake news. Well, we called it gonzo journalism, you know? And what he would do is just mix in a bunch of very obviously fake things along with real things. But he was on the Dick Cavett show. See if you can find that book. It's actually pretty funny.
That's hilarious.
This is him on the. He literally decided to take this guy's political career by making up a rumor about it.
I think people really believe that Muskie was the leader. I never said he was. I said he was a rumor under what people do, which is true. I started to get my I used to believe it all out. People really believe that Muskie was the leader.
Yeah, it's just repeating something. But yeah, it's in the Gonzo, the documentary. It goes into depth. He just decided that the guy was a bit phony, and so he made up this story about the guy being addicted to ibogaine, of all drugs, which is kind of crazy. And so that's how the public got introduced to ibogaine.
Now, Schedule 1 says that there is no medical purpose for this compound, whatever it might be,
Yeah.
and that it's addictive. And ibogaine is neither. Right? Clearly, there's, as a matter of fact, if there was a definition of a compound that was not Schedule 1, ibogaine would be the top of the list, most likely.
Yes, but yeah, it's Schedule 1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think the purpose of educating the public, we go back and understand the early 70s, what Nixon was using these compounds for a political purpose, and he gathered them all up, swept them all up, and put everything under Schedule 1 so he could go after his political enemies,
Yes.
using these compounds as the vehicle to do that.
Yeah, and for the last 50 plus years, people have been imprisoned by that. That's a giant problem, particularly for veterans, which is, I think, the most important use of these things, because it's going to open eyes to people that would never consider the concept of plant medicine or psychedelics. They would never consider it. But most people are so compassionate about the needs of veterans, the demands that they face, the trials that they face when they're veterans, the mental struggles, the amount of suicides, the amount of it's overwhelming. And people are kind of desperate, and that's what opens up the door to people considering things like yourself, considering things that would not have normally entered into your list.
You look at the history of how I got it. And I grew up on a dry land cotton farm, not as conservative as part of the world as you be. I went to school at Texas A&M. I wanted to be a pilot in the United States Air Force. And drugs were absolutely not anything that I wanted to have anything to do with, because at that particular point in time, in the early 70s and the mid 70s, we got drug tested on a monthly basis. No notice drug testing. You go pee in a bottle and they test you. And if there was one time that you didn't pass that drug test, you were done. And so the fear factor of drugs was driven into us. You go forward with the political messaging through those years. Your brain on drugs. Just say no to drugs. And on one hand, that's a good message. On the other hand, you're used just for political purposes, and you put compounds on Schedule 1.
Show me that motherfucker.
And
Work.
it can't even be used for clinical trials. It can't be medically used to see, is there some good that can come out of this. And the fascinating thing for me, Joe, is that Mexico, this is a compound that can be used. Canada, I think Australia, France. I mean, there's a host of countries around the world that allow for ibogaine to be used for clinical trials and for medical purposes. Yet we're sitting here with 20 plus veterans today, killing each other. Yet we have a compound that clearly the data shows that this compound appropriately used, appropriately overseen, and for me to be able to know that, and then still see government say, no, we're not interested, we're really frustrated. And it's why I'm so excited about Bobby Kennedy, Dr. J, Rothschild, Dr. Oz, no individuals who may come into this administration at very high levels that are supportive of plant medicine. So I think we've got this great opportunity to give this gift, and I hope you got members of Congress that are supportive of this on both sides of the aisle. This isn't partisan issue of any sense of the imagination. So I'm really excited about the potential of being able to get clinical trials done, move this off of Schedule 1 into worst case scenario Schedule 2, and even Schedule 3, so that we get broad amount of We'll talk about this clinical trial out of Stanford that is just stunning results.
Well, let's talk about that. What one was that?
Brian, you want to put that one? Let me take it. I don't know if in 2018, he's not perfect. In 2018, individuals like Rabbi, Amber, and Marcus founded an organization of vets, veterans exploring treatment solutions. Marcus been a special operator in Vietnam, tours in both Afghanistan and Iraq. When he came home, Amber described an individual who bore no resemblance to the man that she married. He came home to a severely traumatized individual and was met by a system which could not in any way effectively address the nature of his trauma. Recognizing that his life was at stake, as well as the future of her family, she became desperate and went online and discovered the existence of a compound called Abigail. She made arrangements for Marcus to receive treatment from an individual by the name of Martin a clinical operation by initiated with him. Amber and his aide, Elias Sean, had stayed with her family, sending him to Mexico to receive Abigail treatment. She said when he returned, he came back as the man she remembered marrying before he ever went to war. As they learned about other friends of theirs who were coming back home in similar circumstances, on the verge of familial dissolution, with Marcus and his friends on the verge of suicide, they began just as a friend group to put money together to send their close circle of individuals down to receive this treatment. They came together for vets, and since 2018, over 1,000 veterans have traveled to the Ambulatory Clinic site to Atlanta to receive IV treatment for symptoms of traumatic brain injury and post-traumatic stress disorder. Because of the miraculous outcomes which were endorsed by the veterans who were receiving this treatment, a group of philanthropists funded a study out of Stanford University, which was led by Dr. Robin Williams. And over the course of several years, a cohort of 30 veterans were evaluated before and after Abigail treatment. They were evaluated with administration of psychological tests to quantify the nature and duration of their symptoms. They underwent pre- and post-treatment MRI scans. These scans were compared against a database which had been compiled hundreds of thousands of healthy adult brains covering the human lifespan. And through an algorithmic assessment, the question was, what is the physiological effect upon the human brain, if any, to explain these miraculous outcomes were? Veterans who had the verge of suicide, who had been paralyzed by symptomatology associated with profound anxiety, profound depression. In many cases, veterans who were prescribed in a way of habituating pharmacology which ineffectively addressed their symptomatology were not just back to what they could never be before they experienced trauma, but had been removed from that pharmacology. The results of that study are nothing short of miraculous when it comes to the way in which Abigail has been revealed to have significant neurodegenerative properties that impact the human brain, with profound implications for conditions for which there are no current effective treatments. Specifically, the white matter that covers the surface of our brains, which is the highway across which all of our thoughts and impulses travel, grew and thickened in size across the entire surface of each of these veterans' brains. The centers of the brain responsible for emotional regulation and executive function grew in size. The average reversal brain age among these cohort 30 veterans was in with the top 5 among that cohort seeing a reversal of brain age of almost 5 years. Right now, the
individuals who live offshore from
All
the
night
United States who are using alligator to effectively treat symptoms associated with multiple sclerosis, Lyme disease, and Parkinson's disease. Just about 2 weeks ago, Governor Perry and I had the privilege of spending some time with the research unit is based at the University of Zurich in Switzerland. This research has developed a protocol for treating Parkinson's symptoms with alligator. We had the privilege of visiting with one of his patients who wishes to remain anonymous, as well as a family member of this patient. We were shown a video about this individual had a Parkinson's disease at the age of 41. It had advanced aggressively by age 50. This child is completely bedfast. As a last result, he underwent an invasive intracranial surgical procedure called deep brain stimulation, where they drilled holes through his skull and implanted flesh probes, which were designed to stimulate the production of what is called glioneurogenic growth factor, which essentially stimulates dopamine receptors, the absence of which is indicated in the development of Parkinson's disease. And while this child was evidence, he was not able to volitionally control his bodily movements. The video we saw demonstrated his attempts to stand and walk, and the ability to walk was non-existent. After he had undergone the deep brain stimulation, he signed up for euthanasia services in the country in which he lived because it was legal, and he was able to issue. He underwent a 4-week course of rehabilitation with low dose ibogaine that did not induce psychosis, and at the end of those 4 weeks, that gentleman was able to stand, walk, and function as an independent being. The outcome is nothing short of miraculous.
His mother said that he rode his bike every day. I mean, I'm telling you, Joe, this is the most stunning. I mean, it's a short video. I gave it's anecdotal, but for my purposes, it was just backing up what we have seen, what we've learned about how ibogaine. Now, the treatments down in Mexico were flood doses. This was a microdosing that they did over there. But again, it gets to my point of this is exactly why we, as the United States, with our medical, capacity in this country, need to be doing this type of clinical trials so that we find out, is this really what we think it is? And if it is, this needs to be widespread treatment for MS, for Parkinson's, for addictions, for PTSD, for traumatic brain injury. I think we're on the cusp of some extraordinary medical breakthrough because of this compound.
Dr. Williams has said, and I agree, that ibogaine is the most sophisticated medication on the planet. The results of that Stanford study were published in the top 5 medical research journal, Nature Medicine, in January 2024. The organization, the Brain and Research Foundation, named that study as its number 2 study in terms of health oncology in the world of 2021. I have become convinced that any system which maintains our brain's criminality is in fact criminal and needs to be tore apart.
It does seem like a miraculous compound. And what's fascinating to me is that how little was known about it until just basically a decade or so. It started making its way into the zeitgeist. And primarily, I heard about it from people. My friend Clay was the first person I heard about it. He became addicted to pills, he had a back injury, and he started talking about it. He went to Mexico, got treated, and then he wound up opening up a center in Mexico. And since then, I've known quite a few veterans, mostly veterans. They've been led there by other veterans, guys who have gotten help, or new friends that have gotten help that way, set them down there. Every single one of them, they've come back and has had miraculous results. it's almost like too good to promise. It's like when we're talking about people like, oh, there's so many people probably listening to this that are and they're hearing us like, oh, don't get mad at yourself for this miraculous thing, because nothing miraculous works.
If it's too good to be true, it's probably too good to be true.
Right.
But I would have said that myself until I've seen with my own eyes. I've been studying this. You asked a little bit more about in 2017, I went to Washington to be the Secretary of Energy. I asked Morgan, which Marcus's twin brother, former Navy SEAL, was working on his PhD in brain science, if he would put that on hold and come with me out to DC to work for the Department of Energy. And Morgan did. And he was over in a part of the agency where we have oversight all the supercomputers or the bulk of the supercomputers in the United States. Our national labs have, and we have some partnerships with different universities. University of San Francisco, University of California, San Francisco, and a researcher out there named Jeffrey Mann, MD, PhD, and he was doing some studies on the brain for traumatic brain injury. And they were scanning the brain using our supercomputers at the Department of Energy. And Morgan was helping him oversee that as they were going through it because of his obvious background and his study on brain science and what have you. And that's the first time I ever heard about anyone going to Mexico to be treated with this plant medicine. It was through Morgan. And I kind of picked it up, in a conversation that he was having, and kind of put me back on my heels a little bit. And I thought, Morgan, you need to be careful with that. Yes, sir. But anyway, that was where I heard about ibogaine for the first time. It was in probably late 2017, early 2018. And then as I started educating myself about it, I was curious about it. Does this work and why does it work? Then it's led to a study. Dr. Nolan Williams, PhD, MD at Stanford, oversaw the study that Brian just did a fabulous job of laying out there. 30 vets, they all had moderate to severe PTSD. They were all given a clinical psychological exam that put them into the moderate to severe PTSD range. Some of them had traumatic brain injury, some of them had alcohol issues. I think 8 out of 30 had tried to kill themselves. This was a highly overseen group that were treated, and the results, 88% of those individuals 6 months later had zero, not a little bit better, they had zero symptoms of PTSD. And I talked to Nolan then a few days ago, and it appears that even after a year that these symptoms are gone. This is stunningly powerful work. And again, I sound like a broken record, but this is the reason that this country needs to put this into place so that we can clinically trial it at various sundry places across this country, at the VA, and some of our great medical institutions, the private sector. If this is what we think it is, this could be the greatest medicine brought to mankind in history.
And it takes someone like you. It takes a Republican, straight-laced guy, who's a governor. When you're coming out and talking about something like this, that's going to open up a lot of things.
I had a political consultant when I first started being public about this. A young man, in this case, called me up and he said, hey, Governor, I heard you talking about this plant-based medicine, use the psychedelics. What are you doing? He said, you're fixing to throw away 40 years of building up a good conservative reputation. He said, you need to be really, really careful with this. What are you doing? told him, I said, listen, I get your concern. I understand. But I said two things. Number one, I've spent a lot of time studying this. I said, I've read, I've talked to people. I've been to Mexico multiple times to observe this and to see it. And I said, I'm convinced of what I've seen was true, and that what I've studied, and what I've gone down and really put my arms around. I said, I'm convinced that this data is what it is, and we need to move forward. But I said, I'll tell you what's even more important for me. My reputation is not worth more than their lives. And that's what drives me, is that what I've seen, I believe. And I'm willing to put my reputation on the line. And I think, when we see people like Marcus Luttrell and Morgan Luttrell and other members of Congress who have been treated, and they have publicly talked about it. They have been to Mexico and they've been treated. Morgan will tell you it saved his marriage. Marcus will tell you it saved his life. That's powerful stuff.
It's powerful stuff. Yeah. Do you know Sean Ryan?
I know who he is.
Yeah, Sean Ryan had a very similar experience. Obviously veteran, HCL. Yeah, huge progress. It's just, there's so many stories. It's too much to ignore. And it's, again, it's veterans, the people that we owe the most to, that have been ignored the most. And they come back with the biggest burden, and there's no help for it. But yet there's this thing, and for some asinine reason, from 1970, was put on the Schedule 1 list. And because of that, we can't look at it and consider it as a treatment.
It's interesting what you just said, how we've mistreated our veterans. And I think this is really important. Brian saw it firsthand. You think about, I started going down to Brooks Army Medical Center in the burn center down there in 2005 when the kids started coming back from IED blast and burning. They're traumatized. And my sister-in-law worked down there. I'm the governor. I go down checking on some of the Texas kids who show up there and kids that from other places as well. But that's where I started seeing, I'd walk in the burn center and there'd be a kid with a lollipop. There was no opiate. And our government started literally handing out sackfuls of opioids and patting these kids on the butt and saying, we'll see. And we literally addicted a generation of our warfighters who got wounded both physically and mentally. And the government was giving them all of these opioids. Then they're masking that with alcohol. We were sitting around going, gosh, I wonder why I did it. And fucking killed themselves. And we were the reason, because the government did such a poor job of dealing with this issue in the mid-2000s as we were. We've been at war for 20 years now. I mean, when I think about the history of civilization, has there ever been a time when a group of warfighters were ever in this much conflict for this long a period of time? I can't think of it. You go back, all the way to prehistoric times. We fought wars for a short period of time and spent a lot of time walking from one place to another. You just go back into America's history and the Revolutionary War and then the Civil War. My grandfather was engaged in that conflict, and he wrote a book about it, and he talked about walking for weeks through mud and bad conditions, and then they fought for maybe 48 hours, and then you go through up into World War I, still a little bit more time to come back, World War II, and we started seeing people who were cut, what we call it, shell shock, World War II. Then Vietnam came along, and these young men were in conflict for a little period. We have literally had, particularly our special operators, the Force Recon guys, the Delta Force guys, the Navy SEALs, Army Rangers, where they literally are in combat for weeks even when they're out of direct conflict, because of that environment that they're in, they're always, their hormone levels, are through the roof because they're always on head on a swivel, looking around. Is that person walking in here with the shawl on? Does it have an explosive in it? Always on the fear of being attacked, being harmed, through the roof, and that's these kids are all a bunch of guinea pigs from the standpoint of how these traumatic events affect, and our government's failed. And this is an opportunity for our government, both at the federal level and in the state level. And that's the reason that Brian has come to Texas to help us with the Texas Ibogaine Initiative. We're going to be introducing to the Texas legislature an initiative for clinical trial on Ibogaine. I don't know all the details of it. Brian's probably got a better handle on it than me from that standpoint. But I look at this as we've been given this great gift of a parallel track with the federal government, with these individuals that hopefully are going to be coming in at HHS, at all of the under agencies that are involved there. And at the same time, Texas going with a parallel legislation to both educate the public about Ibogaine and to do clinical trials so that we've got the data to back up the education process that's going on.
Brian, could you explain what is the unique pathway that allows Ibogaine to help people with addictions? Because it's a very unusual thing that it does to people.
If I might provide some historical context of the reality that you have just articulated. In 1962, a heroin addict by the name of Rothschild, whose widow woman is still living in New York City, he was part of an underground subculture in the early 60s known as the Guinness. And he came into contact with Ibogaine in 1962. And he took it out of curiosity just to see what occurred. After he took it, he discovered that his desire for heroin had vanished despite a 9-year hardcore dependency. Howard, along with a gentleman named Stanley Glick, a gentleman by the name of Dave Hill, joined also by the name of Kenneth Moore, were the original pioneers who essentially engaged in a decades-long process of developing observational field data which demonstrated that Ibogaine had the unique ability to resolve physiological dependence on opioids. The mechanism of action is not understood and is still not understood. What is known is that the opioid-dependent brain does not have the capacity to produce its own dopamine and serotonin. Dopamine and serotonin are our baseline survival patterns. They drive all of our most fundamental human instincts. The drive to eat, the drive to drink, the drive to procreate. The human body's natural physical capacity to produce dopamine at its maximum, as measured in what's called nanograms per deciliter, is 125 nanograms per deciliter. Opioids produce the dopamine response of 925 nanograms per deciliter, exceeded only by meth, which produces a dopamine response of 1100 nanograms per deciliter. For years, individuals with opioid epidemic has played out in this country with the detonation of OxyContin and the Appalachian Mountains in 1996. For years, we looked at this problem as one of our fundamental failure by those who found themselves trapped in addiction. What I learned when I was young was that was completely wrong. What we are seeing are the results of profound neurochemical brain injury expressed by the shutdown of dopamine and serotonin in the brain due to opioid exposure. Ibogaine has the unique ability to restore the brain's dopamine and serotonin production to its pre-opioid exposure levels within 36 to 48 hours, thereby fully resolving physiological opioid dependence with a single administration for 80% of individuals the first time. That number goes to 97% with a second supportive dose. It is extraordinary, especially when we consider the outcomes that are produced by our existing treatment system. Addiction currently, you have two pathways. One is abstinence, and the other is what's called medication for opioid use disorder, or what I refer to as opioid maintenance treatment. Outcomes associated with abstinence treatment are essentially a rate of success of 70%. And the reason for that is because it takes the brain 18 months of complete abstinence from opioids to recover its own individual dopamine and serotonin production. You have to be completely abstinent for 18 months before the brain begins to heal. I began shortly after 48 hours. It is something that is not understood, but it's concrete and real. One other thing that's important to mention about its physiological properties. I began to produce miraculous outcomes for individuals who find themselves substance dependent. Its applications haven't just been successful when it comes to opioid dependency. It is the only substance to successfully treat meth dependency. And when we consider that the current street economy, the prevailing combination is fentanyl and meth, there is no circumstance to demand the accelerated development of this therapeutic in the current reality of drug dependency and death in America. The risk comes with misadministration. There is a significant cardiac risk which accompanies ibogaine. It has the propensity to prolong the beats between the heart, or what is called prolonged QT interval. The fancy word for it is Rothschild syndrome. If an individual is given ibogaine improperly, it will slow and stop the heart and take a come out. This is a very serious medication, and it must at all times be administered by a medical professional with a background in interventional cardiology, supported by a nursing team that can deliver the administration of atropine to stabilize the heart's rhythm if it goes out of whack during the course of treatment. The other important thing to note is, though that risk exists, it can be fully and completely mitigated by the co-administration of magnesium, a methodology that the best practice clinics in Mexico. I've had the privilege of going to two. The first was previously mentioned, which is south of Tijuana, and the other is called Beyond, and it is in Cancun. B-E-O-N-D. B-E-O-N-D, yes, sir. Both of those clinics utilize the administration of magnesium in order to prevent the development of science. I explain all this to say to the audience, do not, under any circumstances, try to order ibogaine and mind self-administration. Do not free venture out into the world looking for any old trend. Be very careful and selective. There are informational websites one is maintained by the name of Juliana Mulligan called Intervention Ibogaine, which has a list of providers. As I said, I've been to both Ampigo and Beyond. They are clinical operations that adhere to the absolute best, highest standards of safety. And you want to make sure, if you have a family member, that you're sending them to a place that recognizes that ibogaine is the very best possible beginning that you can give an individual to restore their lives in the aftermath of the devastation associated with addiction. You want to make sure that the clinical staff is comprised of high-credentialed physicians, nurses with intensive care background and certification, who are also believers in the advancement of this particular medication and who also have experience with it. It needs to be delivered within a supportive therapeutic environment whereby you are in a community that is connected to your humanity or you have the ability to receive services that heal your mind, your body, and most importantly, your soul.
And it can actually be done. It sounds so crazy that this is illegal, and it sounds so crazy that this is so beneficial, that it's taken so long. Here we are in 2024, all the 54 years after all this stuff has been illegal, and we're still dealing with the repercussions of this political decision, especially, by the Nixon administration.
Is it all right if I talk about how I come to it?
Please.
I'm going to have to start at the beginning, and I will try to be as economical with the use of words as possible. I was raised in one of Virginia's 5 coal mining counties, Russell County, Virginia, which economically and culturally is much more similar to eastern Kentucky and southern West Virginia than it is to any other part of Virginia. I come out of a coal mining family. My grandfathers were both grade school educated. My father's father stopped attending school in the 3rd grade. My mother's father stopped attending school in the 6th. Both underground at the age of 16, and that's where they spent 4 years of their lives. My family has been generationally devastated by profound effects of alcohol and substance abuse, as well as untreated mental illness. It has blinded us for as long as anyone can remember. This is the environment in which my parents grew up. They married early. My first memories as a child were of screaming, cussing, and chaos. I can remember my grandmother, who lived incredibly difficult lives. My mother's father, who was 16, had a pair of shoes gift to his, and my father's father was one of 11. Neither one of them had a full set of fingers. You could hear my dad's dad breathe 50 feet away from the combined effects of lycanthropy and tuberculosis that he had contracted in the coal camp in which my father was raised. When I was a young boy and I would go and visit them, each of them separately and independently would at some point pull me aside and they would say, "Have I noticed that you're scared and that you're anxious, but you need to know a couple of things. Number 1, have no illusion. Number 2, and most importantly, God loves you. You have a special and unique purpose to achieve your life that has been handed to you from your life. And no matter how scared you feel, no matter how rough you think things are, if you will have faith, God will take care of you. You're going to come through just fine. If my grandparents had not provided me those very early years with sanctuary from that early chaos, the stability of their life, and an affirmation of my spiritual skills, the chances are, if I were alive at all, I certainly would not be sitting here. I would be looking at people that got hurt, the people who had jobs like I once did, wondering what they were going to do to pull me out of the ditch. I went to school at a time when Ronald Reagan was president, and just like the duck went to the duck, he was my North Star as to where America was going to. I had a very idealized version of history and civics education delivered to me by grade school teachers who had come of age during World War II, and ladies who had been trained by those teachers. Coming out of a working class family, my dad was started from a telephone company after 9 years or 40 years. He had some struggles with alcohol when I was very young, but he, through iron will, overcame. And today, he is one of my absolute best and dear friends in this life. I was raised, along with my brother, to recognize the benchmarks of success as becoming a doctor and lawyer. I wasn't much good by way of math or science, but I could write and talk a little bit. And I was also taught that law was the way in which you could defend truth and justice in the American way. So with dewy-eyed optimism, I went to undergraduate a wonderful time. And then I went to middle school. And by the end of that first semester, with the acquisition of significant student wonder, all of those good notions had been crushed and destroyed before my own eyes. At the end of the three-year legal education process, I came to know and to understand that law has nothing to do with any of those things that I was raised to believe. That law is often nothing other, oftentimes, than the tyrant's will, and always so when it is used to produce predetermined manipulated outcomes in the hands of judges who drive themselves based on their own individual biases, predilections, and preferences. Because I owed such debt, my first job was to just get a job. And I found myself with an accidental career practicing workers' compensation law in Kentucky. I had the privilege of being mentored by a Mary Guinness for 1 year. She managed to achieve partnership from which we worked together. But in May of 2002, tragically at the age of 23, she died as a result of a fall from her attic at her home after a Memorial Day party. The next day, I went into the office. The senior partner called me and said, "There's no easy time to have this discussion, so we're going to have it now." There was a 300 case caseload that Mary Kay handled. The bulk of those cases blew into railroad stores. They owe a significant claim to this law firm. I don't know, but you are one of the few associates of which she had glowing things to say. I need you to get in there and education on our caseload and anchor this claim to this firm. That touched on what was a 16-year legal career practicing workers' compensation law across Kentucky. In the years which coincided with the onset and explosion of the opioid epidemic in the central and southern Appalachia, I traveled from one end of the state to the other representing one passing Highways and Tennessee Valley Authority, and I'm practicing thousands of cases over the course of those years. I can remember taking a deposition of a particular individual who I would describe as representative of the dynamics of the opioid epidemic. This person was usually a middle-aged woman, somewhere between the ages of 45 and 70. She had worked tirelessly her entire life, usually in eastern Kentucky, working in low-skilled, low-wage jobs, convenience stores, family dollars, Walmarts, and she worked hard, and she worked consistently, and she would be someone whose labor was a model devotion to her family. At some point in time, she would have a work accident, a slip and fall, or a lifting injury. She would make her way to either a physician or in some cases a doctor. She would undergo an evaluation, and she would endorse the existence of pain complaints throughout her body. This person would undergo a series of diagnostic studies that failed to reveal anything significant, certainly not enough to explain all the pain symptoms that this person endorsed. As a young lawyer, I took this lady's deposition probably 30 or 40 times, and I would get them to speak to the pain, I would get them to speak to their ability, and then I would pull out their medical records, which demonstrated that CT scans, MRIs, electrodiagnostic studies, all had failed to reveal any objective physiological explanation for their complaints of pain. And being enthusiastic and wanting to defend the very best interests of my clients, I thought that I was going to but the plaintiff's lawyer sat with this lady and came up with a sob story to tell me where the poor money out of my client's pockets. I was always very patient, and I was kind with the individual. I was saying, "Man, we have gone through a stack of medical records, and there does not appear to be anything wrong with you." And this lady would start to cry, and she would say, "Mr. Hubbard, I'm not a doctor, and I can't tell you what's wrong with me. The only thing that I can tell you is from the time I opened my eyes until I wrote that, I hurt from the top of my head to the bottom of my feet, and I can't hardly make myself get out of bed." This person's medical treatment, by the time they got to me, they consisted of the application of high physiologically disabled by the accident. They had been physiologically disabled by the pharmacology that had been trained. I took this person's position hundreds of times, and when they were down the road, it dawned on me that what these ladies had physical symptoms which were identifiable with not, they were truly, genuinely experiencing profound pain, which had caused significant neglect. That pain was not physical, it was emotional, and it was spiritual. These ladies had worked lifetimes looking at the dead end, and at the time that they had their work accident, it was the straw that broke the camel's back for any hope they had of a future defined by dignity and autonomy. And their hope had been broken, and that broken hope came through this profound physical pain that was really emotional. By virtue of my connection to an expert who I had utilized in my workers' compensation cases, in December of 2016, I received a call from a member of the then administration of Governor Rabbi, and they were looking for an individual who could come in and look at the state's Social Security disability system. That's a federal program that will exist to help individuals who are disabled as a result of physical or mental maladies. And while it's a federal program, it is administered by the individual states. And I was asked, what do you know about Social Security disability? And I said, not much. I know that in workers' compensation go hand in hand. And I know that Kentucky, for as long as anyone can remember, has a significant portion of its adult population receiving that benefit. We've been second only to West Virginia for at least 30 years. And they said, we're looking for someone who can come in and learn the system and understand how it works and understand how Kentucky has so many people receiving it. Is this a job that you think that you could do? And I said, I don't know, but I'm sure people know that's true. And it's something that we consider I'll take it. So in February of 17, I went in and began to lead Kentucky's Social Security disability system. My first job was to understand how things work. I assembled a team of high caliber innovators who had years, decades of policy experience with the Social Security disability program. And I wrote down 19 different statistical metrics that I wish for us to evaluate around the enrollment of the Social Security disability program, as well as different social and economic factors which were unique to Kentucky. And in October of 2017, we issued what was the very first of its kind retrospective study of the evolution of the Social Security disability program in Kentucky, covering the years 1980 through 2015. And here were some of the statistics that were the highlights of that report. Between 1980 and 2015, Kentucky's population grew 20%. Enrollment in the Social Security disability program grew 249%. Childhood enrollment. Now, these are children who are under the age of 18. Most of them come from highly impoverished backgrounds where there's very little opportunity to have what we can consider to be conventional healthy childhood. Childhood enrollment grew 449% over those 35 years. We heard the enrollment statistics with the state's Medicaid database, which track the issuance of every single field that is capable of habituation to the state's SSI Medicaid population. Between 2001 and 2015, the issuance of prescription opioids to adults within the Social Security disability system grew 210%, from 47 doses per adult to 147 doses per adult. The issuance of habituating psychotropic medications to children, whether it was amphetamine, whether it was antidepressant, anything to create physiological dependence, grew 168%, from 275 doses per child to 457 doses per SSI medication. My first month on the job, we had the Social Security Administration's federal liaison to the state of Kentucky come in for what was called the home agency visit. This was a semi-annual review of the state's Social Security Disability Program and the way in which it was meeting federal performance standards. I wish that I could have a recording of this meeting when it occurred, because this person gave me a gift of truth right off the bat. I assembled the management team. I was sitting at the table, and this person began by saying, folks, claims are down, and that's bad, because claims equal budget. I came to learn that the Social Security Disability Program was not necessarily run primarily for the benefit of the Social Security Disability recipients. It was run for the perpetual expansion of the SSA's own bureaucracy, and that while Social Security Disability benefits represented 16% of benefit payments within the system, it consumed 45% of the agency's budget. In order to get money, you must have more recipients, despite the nature of those outcomes. I came to also run the state's child support enforcement system. Within that role, it was perceived that the state was not delivering child support payments to children. It is the largest single anti-poverty program, not just in Kentucky, but in the country. Direct payment transfers from an obligated payment to the custodian. It was believed that there were a number of deadbeat dads who were just not paying the bill. And what I came to find out was that those officials who were responsible for running the program in Kentucky, that was 120 individually elected county attorneys, in fact, had some systemic issues. There were a cohort of county attorneys who were running the program perfectly. There was another cohort that were running it with some degree of success, but not necessarily with high performance. And then there was another one that were running for operations poorly. I discovered that within the cohort of 117 elected officials, 40 of them owned their own property, which they then turned around and charged the child support program rent. Essentially, federal and state tax dollars through rent payments were going to allow for the acquisition of private real estate equity interest by elected officials of the county level, something that was immediately when I came into that job. Governor Rabbi lost his race from the election in 2019 because of some of the measures that were taken to bring accountability, transparency, and performance expectations to that child support program. I was terminated from my job in our administration of newly elected Kentucky Governor Rabbi this year. I was picked up by a gentleman who was my dear friend by the name of Daniel Cameron, who had been elected Attorney General in 2019. He asked that I run his Office of Medicaid Fraud and Abuse Control, a law enforcement office which investigates and prosecutes medical providers for being engaged in fraud against the state's Medicaid system. This coincided with the onset of COVID. Brought me a deputy by the name of Matt Turner, who was a Medicaid policy expert, and over the course of 2 years, despite the shutdown of the state's court system, we doubled the number of criminal indictments and convictions of medical providers in the system. A significant portion of that caseload was comprised of providers of opioid maintenance treatments who were using our clinics, which were intended to help those who were struggling with opioid addiction, as glorified drug dealing operations which funded the diversion of Suboxone in every other town and county in Kentucky. And it was an eye-opening experience to recognize the predators within this universe of operation that is supposed to be restored for people in recovery. Because of the way in which I believe I had developed a reputation of no nonsense getting medical service, the Deputy Attorney General at the time, his name was Mary Bell, asked me if I had any interest in running the state's opioid commission. The Kentucky legislature had set up a framework to administer what is now $1 billion in settlements from opioid distributors and manufacturers for their role in the creation and perpetuation of the opioid epidemic. While the people at home are wonderful and beautiful, many of the conditions that exist because of how terrible Kentucky state government has functioned since the beginning of the Civil War. Kentucky in many categories is first one would wish to be last, and last while folks would wish to be first. It has one of the highest rates of childhood poverty in the country, one of the highest rates of child abuse in the country, one of the highest rates of drug incarceration in the country, one of the highest rates of child sexual abuse in the country. All of the care and material that is necessary to create devastation associated with the opioid epidemic. Kentucky was like a drought-stricken forest, and Oxycontin was the lightning bolt that set it on fire in 1996. Like Louisiana, there's been a history of systemic political corruption, which has impaired the ability to produce progress for our people. So when I was asked if I had an interest in doing that job, I said, well, this is a very treacherous opportunity, because with this amount of money coming in, there's going to be a lot of buzzards gathered around the bank who are ready to pick the bones clean. If y'all will let me set up this commission and run it in a way that is accessible, accountable, and transparent to the people of Kentucky, I would be privileged to have the opportunity to do it. Mr. Dunn looked at me and said, we would love to have it any other way. I had to go through a hearing process. And through that process, the question was asked, what do we need to do? I said, well, let's recognize that while $842 million is a tremendous sum of money to the average year, it's going to be paid this over 15 years. At its height, Purdue Pharma was making $100 million a month off the sales of Oxycontin. This settlement represents roughly 8.5 months of Oxycontin sales that we will be getting for 15 years. These crimes are the tables of gluttons, and we have got to make sure that this one-time, non-recurring revenue stream is utilized with its maximum best impact to pull this state out of this travesty. And I said, one thing that we have got to look for is an opportunity to develop a breakthrough therapeutic that can deliver materially better outcomes than what we are getting with our existing system. Our existing system is unacceptably mediocre, and it is necessary if we're going to change generational dynamics to improve upon what we have. We've got to look at Kentucky's Manhattan Project opportunity to pioneer a therapeutic breakthrough for opioid addiction. And I said, I don't know what that is, but I'm going to get to it. In 2018, I came into knowledge of the psilocybin mushroom and the way in which it has profound impacts in treatment-resistant anxiety and depression, in the case of me in particular, my family's history, alcoholism, and I followed developments around its research applications over the next 30 years. I came into contact with an author who goes by the pen name of Juliana Christina, who wrote deeply about her own experiences with the psilocybin mushroom, which helped her overcome a lifetime of developing anger, anxiety, depression, and a near fatal eating disorder. On July the 20th, 2022, I reached out to her and I said, hey, this is in my name. I've been given this job. What can you tell me about the universe of psychedelics and whether there is anything that shows special application or impact for opioid dependency? She said, have you ever heard of it? I said, I have not. She said, I'm going to put you in touch with a woman by the name of Juliana. You tell her that I sent you and ask her to tell you her story. So I reached out to Juliana, told her who I was, and I said, tell me the story. Juliana proceeded to tell me about her life with addiction as a young woman. She herself had been a heroin addict. She had been incarcerated. She had been homeless. And at one point in time, she moved to Columbia to teach English as a second language. And while there, she discovered that Columbia has open pharmacies that are unregulated. She said that she was able to go into a pharmacy in Columbia and get as much of what she wanted whenever she wanted. And she did. And she said one morning she woke up and looked in the mirror and she said, I knew that was not bad. This was it. And I was desperate to give myself a chance to live. And she said, I had had every form of treatment that was known. I did abstinence. I did Suboxone. And she said, but they didn't tell me about Suboxone. So I tried to take myself off of it. Suboxone withdrawal made my heroin withdrawal look like it came It was one of the most horrific experiences I've ever had in my life. She said, I found about this magazine, but this happened again through online internet research. And she said, what I didn't know is that there are a number of operations that operate through the underground that don't necessarily adhere to the necessary safety practices to ensure that this treatment can both be safe and effective. She said, I made my way to Guatemala. I was in the hands of a practitioner who didn't know what they were doing, and I was given double the dose that I should have received. She said, I went to cardiac arrest 6 times and nearly died. She said, I remember waking up in the intensive care unit of the Guatemalan hospital, and she said, I felt the best I've ever felt in my entire life. Juliana put me in touch with a lady by the name of Adriana Kircher in New York City, who at the time had a boutique law firm out in Pasadena for Adriana and I had a brief introductory conversation. I told her, I said, I want to learn as much as I possibly can about it. And I've spoken with Juliana, and this sounds too good to be true. I want to know if there's any legitimacy about this, and if so, perhaps what the state of Kentucky can do to implement in this regard. She said, I have a database of people that I think could be helpful to you. Who would you like to meet? And I said, well, I don't know the names of folks around this. I can just give you generally the category of folks that I would love to be able to speak with. I need to know who the foremost academic and medical researchers of this compound are. I need to understand the existence of any activist organizations that have particular cultural relevance to Kentucky. I found politically conservative religiously fundamental in the state. And I said, finally, I need to know whether there are any philanthropists who are willing to support and have an interest in the opportunity that lands this community. She said, all right, let me get to work. She said, would you be willing to travel to New York City to do the nonprofit for me? And I said, yes, but on one condition. I said, I work in a deep, politically conservative office. And I'm pretty sure I've got some people around me who are ready to cut my head off if they knew that I was even sniffing for potential treatment. I said, if I come, this has to be done completely confidentially, and everybody must take a vow of silence until such time as I can decide whether or not this is something to present to the office. My wife and I, and one of my close friends by the name of Scott Hornbuckle, was also an advisor to the commission who I brought in, traveled to New York City on December 5th of 2020 to understand the 9th Mayor's dinner party. I met with these individuals who had gathered, the researchers, the philanthropists, veteran activists who had gathered around the county, as well as an application of other psychedelics for the treatment of other trauma. When I got home to Kentucky in December 11th, they opened up their networks and put me in touch with Amber and Marcus Capone, Dr. Robert Williams, Dr. Kenneth Alpert, and all of the folks who have gathered in order to push for its accessibility in the U.S. medical system. On January 31st of 23, I gave a presentation to the Attorney General panel, and I said, I believe we have planned Kentucky's Manhattan Project opportunity. And I laid out what the concrete realities are of Allegheny, and they are 3. Number 1, it resolves physiological substance abuse in an accelerated time frame in a manner that frees the individual from the physical consequences of their dependencies. Number 2, it has a profound psychological effect for the individual, whereby on the back end of treatment, having been physiologically restored, they have a sense of ownership over their self and their future, whereby they live a life that is defined by choice rather than compulsion. And that is a fundamental part we must have if they are going to help our mind. Finally, and most significant, many people, the overwhelming majority of those who have an experience come away with an affirmation that they are a spiritual being who was made in the image of an eternal creator whose essence is pure and unconditional love, and that creator has conferred a special and purpose on their life to be achieved. When those 3 qualities were properly understood, Attorney General Pamela blessed me to lead the commission with the exploration of setting aside $42 million, 5% of the state's settlement funds, to create a public-private partnership whereby a drug developer would match the state's investment in the front end, by assuming all legal, logistical, and financial risks associated with securing the FDA's approval to pursue clinical research trials for the development of ibogaine as a breakthrough therapeutic treatment for opioid use disorder, substance use disorder, and any other mental health conditions for which it demonstrated efficacy. We have a high-profile public announcement on April 31st, 2023 to announce this exploration. We conducted 3 very high-profile public hearings, each of which lasted about 5 hours, and on all aspects of ibogaine. These hearings are available online as a formal part of the public record for anyone to view. The first hearing involved the science of ibogaine. It included the testimony of Dr. Nolan Williams, Dr. Kenneth Alpert, and Dr. Deborah Nash, who pioneered ibogaine's application to opioid addiction for over 30 years now. We had a second public hearing, which involved the testimonials of individuals who had received provide or considered opioids for ibogaine treatment. All of this was done in a very high-profile and public way because we wanted the people of Kentucky to understand all aspects of this opportunity, its profoundity, and the way it should transform not just the lives of their families, but the future of this state. That second public hearing was one of the most moving public proceedings of which I have ever been part. But I don't know how any could listen to those testimonials, which included one from Governor Perry, and come away with any other conclusion but that ibogaine must be developed as expeditiously and safely as possible for the sake of our brothers and sisters in this country. The third hearing, which occurred at the request of the University of Kentucky, which along with Andy Bashir, fought this proposal every step of the way, centered on the question of whether the FDA even considered approving clinical trials, given what was repeatedly asserted as the unacceptable level of cardiac risk associated with this medication. Within that hearing, we were able to procure the testimony of the scientist general who is in charge of controlled substances research at the FDA, a gentleman by the name of Dr. Javier Nunez, along with his colleague Dr. Walter Vine, who sat on the FDA's advisory board of psychopharmacology, and I believe he still sits on there. And those gentlemen heard the testimony as well as questioning from the University of Kentucky's representative, which suggested the FDA would never approve it, began their testimony by saying, it has been asserted that the cardiac risk associated with ibogaine would disqualify from consideration by the FDA for clinical trials. That is absolutely and completely incorrect. The question for ibogaine is not limited to the existence of risk. The question is how and if that risk can be mitigated. And assuming that the drug developer will demonstrate that cardiac risk can be safely mitigated and controlled, there is no reason we would not approve that clinical trial. And with that, the chief objection was moot. We had one last piece of due diligence to perform before my commission, which had a membership of 9, was ready to cast a deciding vote to secure the allocation of this $42 million for what is going to be a fabulous leadership opportunity for the people of Kentucky to pioneer an entirely new field of biomedical research that will revolutionize how we treat not just addiction, but the problems that we have also encountered already. And that was the delivery of testimony from Dr. Nolan Williams following the publication of his research in the journal of medicine about the neurodegenerative properties of ibogaine in the brain as applied to the veteran population with TBI and PTSD. Unfortunately, there was an election in Kentucky in 2023. My boss, Attorney General Cameron, ran for governor and lost. Andy Bashir was reelected, and a new Kentucky Attorney General took office. And while this new Republican had expressed his open-minded willingness to provide game consideration, I had briefed him individually before we had our public announcement in anticipation that he would take office. After he won, I reached out and asked if I could have an opportunity to brief him on all developmental energy which would gather on this project. That energy included the commitment of 2 significant philanthropic organizations, one of which was the Jurvetson Foundation, led by Stephen and Genevieve Jervis. The other was the Stephen and Alexander Cohen Foundation, led by Stephen and Alexander Cohen, and the third was the Melissa Etheridge Foundation, all of which made a difference to partner with Kentucky cusp of success, I was brought into a meeting on December 15th with the newly elected Attorney General and members of his transition team, and what I thought was going to be an opportunity to explain and secure approval for the finalization of this project turned into an ambush meeting in which it was demanded that I resign for having an unapologetic advocate for affidavit research, something that the new Attorney General found highly objectionable. I walked out of that meeting and was in shock and despair, not over the loss of my job. I was always going to, but for the loss of the opportunity for long-suffering people who they deserved to have an opportunity to transform their future with what I believe has the potential to do for them individually and collectively. And what has been a tremendous providential blessing. Everything that happened in Kentucky was followed by a gentleman by the name of Rex Alsace. Mr. Alsace is an individual who in his prior life has been a high-level Republican campaign ad producer. His firm is one of the top campaign producing ad companies for Republican candidates across the country in Rex has a foundation called the Reed Foundation, which is named in honor of his son, Reed, who struggled for a decade with opioid addiction beginning when he was a 16-year-old in high school. Reed encountered plant medicine with the ayahuasca 5 years before he passed away. Rex became a believer in medicine because of the therapeutic response Reed experienced after that exposure to ayahuasca. Rex was introduced to me, ironically, in this effort in February of 2023. He showed up at every Kentucky hearing, he showed up at our public announcement, he said, whatever you need to help make this successful, I'm going to do it. The Reed Foundation stands for Rescue Women Stress because Reed, unfortunately and tragically in 2019, died of an overdose. Rex became involved with the Kentucky movement because he believed that Reed had an opportunity to receive iodine treatment. He would be alive today. When I walked out of that meeting thinking that it was all over, I called Rex and I said, they've killed it. This is over. All that work and all that effort is vanished. He said, if I can procure opportunities for you to speak to what I believe you do to other elected officials across the country with whom I have relationships, would you be willing to work with my foundation so that we can attempt to preserve what has been done here and transplant it to a state that has leadership with the vision and courage to complete the job that you have begun? Joe, at this point, I had staked everything that I had become by way of reputation and by way of knowledge in this area. I came, just as Governor Perry has, to believe that this was the opportunity of a lifetime to generate tremendous progress on behalf of everyone who needs all the skill that God can deliver. And I said, this is the mission of my life, and I will go anywhere, I will talk to anyone, and will do whatever is necessary to keep this alive. And thank the Lord, with the leadership of Governor Perry and his allyship, here we sit in the cusp of an opportunity for the state of Texas to finish the job that was begun in Kentucky. And I hope and pray with all my mind that is exactly what we see happening over the course of the next 5 months.
Well, that's an incredible journey. And what are the steps now? What are the steps that need to be taken to implement this in Texas?
So if you will recall, I think 4 years ago, Marcus and Amber were involved with Marcus and Amber Fund were involved with the passage of a piece of legislation in Texas dealing with psilocybin clinical trials there, and there was some concern that it was not going to. It generally takes about 3 legislative sessions for a controversial piece of legislation to get passed in most cases. We actually passed that first bite of the apple, so to speak. I think Alex Dominguez, who was a Democrat member of the State House, carried it. I helped Marcus Rothschild came and supported it, as did Morgan, and I think it passed 142 to 8 in the State House, and I think it passed the Senate without any opposing votes, and it became law. And so we have already had a record that the state of Texas, a conservative red state, would support the use of in this case, a psychedelic plant medicine for the treatment of veterans. So we have this record of already supporting this. I began, and the challenge for us is to be able to educate the public about what is ibogaine, how does it work, what's the results. And I think we're going to be able to do that. This show obviously is a good step in that direction of being able to educate the public about this extraordinary compound that has amazing results out there, giving people their lives back, resetting their brains, I mean, literally regenerating the brain, moving away from addictions with one treatment, and just some stunning results when you add Parkinson's and MS with this. It's this broad base of being able to go out and to share with the people of the state of Texas that Texas can lead. As a matter of fact, our legislative session will last for 140 days every other year. It's a great concept. Workplaces would take a look at that as a way to do business. But we know that we've got to get our work done. At the same time, there's this parallel track going on in Washington, D.C. They'll take longer. It's just, that's a fact. But Texas can lead the nation. What you started in Kentucky, and we can sit here and drive the distance we want about why that got killed in Kentucky. But I think the leadership of Kentucky will look over their shoulder one of these days and see that they absolutely lost a great opportunity to lead the nation in the recovery of people who have lost their lives to opioids or to traumatic brain injury or to PTSD in some form or fashion. And Texas is going to wear that mantle. And I'm proud that Texas is going to lead that mantle. We've got great leadership in both the House and the Senate that understand this issue, that we're going to spend time with to get a piece of legislation. The Texas Ibogaine Initiative, as it's going to be known. We'll look for those private sector partners. We'll look for most likely the VA to be a partner in this as well, and our university system. So I'm very confident that with the proper education, the openness of this legislature, the love of our veterans that we have in the state, that the Texas Ibogaine Initiative will become the law of land for the state of Texas by September of 2025.
That's amazing. And what's the plan in terms of how you scale this out? How you start it?
Well, it's assuming a successful outcome in the Texas legislature. Our $50 million appropriation and a projected $20 billion surplus comes to pass and is signed by Governor Rabbi. Once that occurs, the very first step would be to issue a notice of funding opportunity to solicit proposals from drug developers who have the capacity to develop Ibogaine as a medication for opioid use disorder. Within that notice of funding opportunity, a drug developer would be asked to provide information related to how they would design a clinical trial, how they would recruit clinical trial participants, how they would go about administering Ibogaine in such a way as to safely eliminate the cardiac risks so as to assure successful treatment outcomes without complication. And as important, since we were talking about the use of people's money, how the drug developer would propose to recognize the state of Texas's perpetual interest in any palatable intellectual property that is generated as this project. People in your audience should know that buprenorphine, which is the generic name for brand name Suboxone, Sublocade, and other derivatives, was created with a direct $62.5 million gift by the federal government to create the baseline compound. It was handed over to the pharmaceutical industry. Each company put its own twist on building out the treatment infrastructure that is needed to assure successful long-term outcomes. Bearing in mind how the game gives a person the very best possible beginning that they can receive through physiological restoration to pursue what will still be a very long-term and difficult recovery process that requires the delivery of long-term integration and support services that are necessary to help someone become equipped to rebuild their lives. Once those proposals are solicited and reviewed, the drug developer that is best positioned to get this across the line and also demonstrates their financial capacity to match the state's development investment will be selected. Once selected, the drug developer will assume all of the legal, financial, and logistical risks associated with getting all the way up to the FDA's approval. Once the FDA signs off on the conduct of clinical trials, the money of the people of Texas will go to pay for the occurrence of those clinical trials in the state of Texas at medical facilities which are equipped with the requisite level of expertise related to cardiac intervention and cardiac support, as well as anything and everything related to recovery for an individual who is opioid dependent. The beautiful aspect of Texas, as I have come to learn, is the immense amount of fabulous medical expertise that exists here. But we're talking about the Texas Medical Center that is in Houston, which is a marvelous human accomplishment.
Can I add something there? This is like this. I want you to go. The Texas Medical Center in Houston, Texas. There are more doctors, nurses, technicians, researchers go to work there every day than any other place in the world. It is that magnificent in not only its size, but its scope and its mission. You said a mouthful when you talked about how good Texas, if you look at famous stuff like University of Texas Southwestern, we are blessed in this country to have some of the greatest medical facilities, teaching schools, research institutions. And again, Joe, this kind of gets back to why this needs to be done in Texas. I mean, I'm totally biased. I know, and I know the politics. But our ability to do this work, to do it on a scale that is global. When this happens in the state of Texas, people around the world, whether they're in Moscow or Beijing or wherever they may be, they'll look at this and go, you know what? That is something that we would like to replicate in our country.
And I will have to know, and this truly is fabulous, considering what things were 1 year and 1 day ago. I sat down and wrote my resignation for this. While Texas has the opportunity to be the leader, right now, there are high-level organizational efforts underway to join Texas in this endeavor within the states of Ohio, Washington State, Arizona, which includes the involvement of U.S. University Center, who's really developed persons and activists and researchers on the ground, including Dr. Sue Sisley, who's been in this for decades. New Mexico, Missouri, all of these states and universities are individuals who are committed to helping Texas finish the job that's begun in Kentucky. And for my people at home, I'm going to use this opportunity to say that there is one incredibly brave state legislature who is the only elected physician to serve in the Kentucky legislature. Her name is Senator Douglas. Senator Douglas recognizes based on his medical training that profound opportunity exists. Dr. Douglas, along with some other concerned citizens within the state of Kentucky, aims to take up the gauntlet. The legislature reconvenes in January to see to it that Kentucky's opportunity to participate in this is salvaged. And I look forward to doing whatever I can to help get my people at home right alongside Texas to make this a reality.
This is very, very encouraging. It's very fantastic. It really is. I mean, the way you describe this is so fantastic. It's just so eloquent. And Governor Perry, what you've done is just sticking your neck out and having this profound purpose and this desire to accomplish this. It's so encouraging. And It's something that I just didn't think that I was going to see. And I don't think it would have had the impact if it hadn't come from a Republican former governor like yourself. I mean, I just don't think that people would be considering it. When I first found out that you were getting interested in this involvement, I was like, what? What's going on? Governor Barron? Really? He's pushing for again? I think it's going to open up a lot of people's eyes. It's going to allow people that have never even considered this to maybe take a second.
No, I certainly hope that, regardless of anybody's politics, and this isn't a Republican or Democrat issue, this is just a human being issue. This is about how do we take care of, in our case, somebody said, why are you so focused on veterans? And I said, well, it's partly the way I was raised. My father, his World War II, B-17 tail gunner, at the time in the 8th Air Force. Him teaching me to, you need to give back to your country. You need to give back to your state. You need to give back to your community. You need to find that place to go volunteer. I was taught that by a wonderful, loving father and mother. And the going off to school, serving in the Air Force, having this heart for veterans, being the commander-in-chief of Texas forces as we sent our young men and women off to this war against terror in 2003, and being engaged with traveling over to Iraq and Afghanistan multiple times while I was the governor and as the secretary of energy, to be in their presence, to know this extraordinary group of young men and women who are willing to sacrifice their lives literally for us. And then when they've been both physically and they come home, and we did such a poor job taking care of recognizing what we had done to them and the lack of our I was overcome with seeing the private sector trying to help. Ross Perot seemed one of the greatest patriots I ever met in my life. What he did to help veterans who had been hurt during the war on terror, literally hundreds of young men and women who he gave wonderful to. Seeing people like that, and then our government faith, and for me, this is, I spent 40 years in public service. I think we do it pretty good in Texas by and large. We don't do it perfect, I get that. But what drove me and what still drives me is that we owe these young men and women everything that we can put together. And if there is a treatment out, whether it's been put on Schedule 1 or not, we owe it to them to find a way to make it available to them. And so the veteran community is really special to me, and I love them. But they're also the easiest population to go sell to the general public. So if this whole thing about psychedelics and what we've been taught for 60 years that they're bad, and stay away from them, educating the public that the dose is the poison in everything. This is a two-edged sword here. Everything can be used for good, or everything can be used for bad. And what we found here in the compound of Ibogaine is that, as you warn people about in your remarks, about don't go out there and buy it off the internet, don't self-medicate yourself. There's a real opportunity that it wouldn't turn out good. But properly dosed, properly diagnosed, properly dosed, properly administered, properly followed up with, this can be a compound that literally can change millions of lives. At the start, we focused on veterans because of the PTSD, the traumatic brain injury, the challenges that they face. But when you look at the further populations out there, we work pretty hard in the state of Texas to come up with ways to not send people to prison. We put criminal justice reform in place in the early 2000s. And it was a model. As a matter of fact, it was a model that President Trump used to put national criminal justice reform in place, to be able to intervene before people ever went to prison, before they could become professional criminals. And it's that same concept here, that we need to find ways to keep people out of prison, keep people off the streets. And in a lot of those cases, Joe, it's substance abuse that got them there, some mental health challenge that started them down the road of using either alcohol or some of these other substances. And if we have at our disposal, we have here a plant that God gave us that we can use, and literally, it appears in a lot of cases, one treatment, and it takes away your desire to have another drink. One treatment, and save a person like Reed Elford's life because of fentanyl. I mean, if we got that in our grasp, I mean, how bad you got to hate people to not make that available to you?
And the other thing that you were talking about, Brian, is the profound effect that it has on people that have experienced it, where they recognize that they are truly connected to the divine. And imagine all these downtrodden, forgotten people that are just cast out of society, of prison, instead of having them continue this path. If there's something that can put them on a completely different path, a path of positivity, a path of integration in society, a path of love, that we can change the tone of the country. We can, the whole world.
Amen. You have just hit for me what this is all about. We have sat here and talked about TBI and PTSD, the horrors and the cruelty of war that 20 years of conflict has put upon innocent young men and women of this country who have volunteered to go and lay their lives down for her, who have had to come back and beg for access to what can alleviate their suffering. We've sat here and talked about the opioid epidemic, its monstrosities, the way in which it is the greatest engineered humanitarian catastrophe to play out in this country's history. All of these are symptoms of profound spiritual affliction, which is destroying the core of what the United States has always been. The greatest attribute that Abigail has is its ability to affirm the reality of our human identity. We are not the result of a random accident of astrophysics and chemistry. We are the images of an eternal creator who put us here for a purpose, to be able to see and perceive the Creator's majesty as reflected most especially within us as individual human beings who have received the gift of love, of perception, of discernment, and the ability to connect to the majestic eternal love of the Creator. Abigail delivers it. I can attest to the fact that it delivers it. My wife and I traveled to Tijuana a year ago. She had been on Celexa for 21 years to manage symptoms of a profound mood disorder, which manifested through psychotic mood swings that had affected her since the birth of her son. I have known her for 23 years, and when we decided we're going to pick up this, if I were going to be an advocate for this, I thought that it was necessary to take my own medicine. If I'm going to get out here and advocate for it, I need to be brave enough to man up and to receive it. And so the week after Thanksgiving of last year, by deliberate choice and at the invitation of Jonathan Dickinson and Trevor Miller, I traveled down to Tijuana along with my wife to receive Abigail to understand what it would do. My wife decided that she wished to receive him as well. She is very much a left-brain rationalist and is not someone who came to the realm of psychedelics any degree of enthusiasm, but she wanted to see if there was the potential that she could be free of her necessity to text Alexa every day. Before we went back, I was told that she would have to be completely Alexa-free for 5 days because if the SSRI was in her system, it would defeat Ibogaine therapeutic restoration. When they told me that, I was in despair because I said there is no way that I will ever get her to for 5 days with Alexa. In fact, if we go 1 day after taking it, I can't get in the house with her. It is unbearable, it is dangerous, and it cannot happen. They said, we're going to give you a regimen of supplementation to give her that will keep her stable. She's going to get edgy, but you'll get her down. Joe, we went down there. We received it on Tuesday evening, November the 28th. My wife took her last Alexa on November 23rd of 2023. She has not had one since. Before we came here, we went to the union and we received Ibogaine and DMT there as well, in order to understand each operation infection has the safe delivery of this medication. And what I can personally attest for me and for her, collectively and together, Ibogaine or the 5-MeO DMT has been the most profound spiritual experience I have ever encountered. I am 100% persuaded that these substances are divine medications that are engineered from on high so that we can heal what we do to ourselves, what we do to each other, and be affirmed by the love of our Creator, which is eternal and almighty.
Amen. If you believe in God, you have to believe that God created these things and people are aware of these things and they go for a purpose.
There is no greater gift we can give to our brothers and sisters in this society than to affirm the love of their Creator for me. If that had not been affirmed for me as a child, I would not be sitting here. It is the single most important thing that we can do, and its therapeutic benefits on the physiology of the human being is another affirmation of the realities that we're sitting here talking about.
For the people listening, is there anything that they can do to get involved to help?
Well, obviously, from a public standpoint, the state of Texas, if you have relationships with your state rep, state senators, the governor, let them know that you're spending some time learning about this, you're supportive of it. For the veterans, particularly, is to we're going to be doing major outreaches into the veteran community. At the same time that this is going on in Texas, you're going to be seeing a movement across the country at the federal level, at the congressional level. There's a number of the members of the legislature are very supportive of this. You've got, as I mentioned, with the incoming, hopefully the incoming administration of President Trump, Bobby Kennedy, Jay Bhattacharya, Dr. Oz, a number of folks. Hopefully, the rumor factory is that potentially Nolan Williams might be being considered for a position in the administration as well on the mental health side of things. There's never been a time to see the cards kind of being laid out on the table in a good way that we're going to have a winning hand here like we have right now. So one of my goals is to educate the public. There's a young lady that's going to be helping us here in Texas, Ann Claire Stapleton. Ann Claire was a former CNN international reporter. She's going to be coming into Texas to help with the Texas Ibogaine initiative to educate the media. That's a very important goal and role that we're going to be playing, making sure that the men and women out there in the news business understand this compound, understand what we're going to be doing, and so the education of the public. I'm convinced, Joe, that once the general public understands what this is, how it works, how it can be used in such a wonderful therapeutic way, and that the lives that can be saved, literally the lives that can be saved. At that particular point in time, then I think this becomes a bit of a no-brainer, so to speak, and the general public will get behind this in a powerful way at that particular point in time. Then it's about the question that you asked is really important. How do you structure getting the treatment centers, getting the people trained? That's going to be it's a good problem to have. And I look forward to working with both the Texas medical community, the Texas legislature, and the Texas citizenry at large to deal with it if we can. I'm excited about it. But I think, again, it has the potential to be as profound a positive impact on the practice of medicine, particularly psychiatry, in the history of either.
Anything else, Tony?
One thing I add from a technical perspective, and if it's all right, I'll finish out with his observations that I've come to through those years of service that we've discussed. When it comes to how to do this, Governor Perry was able to recognize the lesson of the nature of people who've been working at this for decades in obscurity and at great risk. We would be able, hopefully, around this project to bring all those who have labored around the game for years now and to draw upon our expertise as to how best to deliver what I would describe as the platinum standard model for an alligator-based treatment and recovery system that maximizes all those therapeutic benefits, whether they be for substance use disorder, polysubstance use disorder, TBI, PTSD, or other degenerative conditions that have significant detrimental impact on the brain. And I'll finish my part of this discussion with this. We have sat here and talked about specific reality, the way in which public policy has impacted it, and its potentials are generating progress. As you know, there are a variety of faith traditions around the world which have common themes within them. Those themes are often told in those faith
How you live in tent? Where the fuck were you?
Your audience is listening to with us is a power about
What happened?
society and what we are. I think most folks would agree that we find ourselves in the midst of an existential struggle.
What did you do, Big Dog?
We are living with
What did you do?
the most beautiful dynamic life.
You went to an alien planet? Dude, you just bounced on us. We wanted you there. Okay, what the? Okay, no one believes me. So where were you? Why didn't you give us any heads up? All you had to do is say, hey, I'm hungry, I'll be back or whatever. Instead, you just do stuff. And then we messaged you, we sent you invitations. So I don't know if I believe that, but I guess I have to. All right, so what's good in your neck of the world? What's good in your neck of the world? get you. That could be a thing. I would think that a species that advanced would no longer work on capitalistic principles. Guess what? I beat Caspian Sea and Riser. Well, I beat Caspian Sea and Riser 4 games in a row, and then I beat Riser 1 versus 1 5 games for the 5th game. Servants are overlords. Yeah, it really is. Depends who you ask. You're asking me? Yeah, we have an opportunity now to possibly perform other functions that we didn't have time to perform previously, like right, spending time with family and that kind of stuff. What'd you say, Big Dog?
multicultural society which has ever existed in human history. For all of our material wealth and technological advancement, we are also living in a brutally dehumanizing era that is hostile to individual identity. Citizens are viewed as fungible revenue units who are plugged to a set of actuarial variables designed to reduce their lives to reasonably predictable revenue streams. We find ourselves with massive government systems which enthrone themselves on the subjugation of countless people. Those systems commodify problems that they are supposed to solve, and they monetize sustained human misery. Government must be made to function honestly as the American people, because if it does not, our state will inevitably collapse beneath the enormity of its corrupt decrepitudes. This is going to require a shift in social consciousness that is rooted in our universal kinship as images of eternal creator's essence was unlimited unconditional love for all of us. As your listeners hear this episode, I hope that they will and pray for everyone who has gathered around this cause that we will be successful. Because if we are, we will hasten the day when we can deliver good tidings unto the meek, bind up broken heart, proclaim liberty to the captives, and the opening of the prison to them that are bound. Lord, hasten the day, and thank you for the privilege of sitting with us.
Thank you. It was my pleasure. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Gentlemen, you're doing an amazing thing. I have great hope. I have great hope for this country. And more so since this election than in a long time. And I think with your work and this new administration's openness to these ideas, I think we have an amazing opportunity in front of us. Thank you very much for everything. Thank you. All right. Goodbye.
Good job. Program. Experience.
Train by day, so I can broadcast by night. All day. That's it. The chef is in the building, ladies and gentlemen. What's up? Pleasure to meet you, man. You are a part of the most iconic band in all of hip hop. There's no question. There's one Wu-Tang. There's only one Wu-Tang. Nothing else is even close. You guys are so different than every other band that ever existed. It was a giant group of you. Yeah. And everybody was a drug. It's a crazy band, man. Like, no one is, if you think about it, there's been a lot of hip hop duos. There's been a lot of producers and MCs. There's been a lot of people that get together in like small groups. But there's only one Wu-Tang. There's only one group of 9 assassins.
So niggas that all the time.
It's kind of crazy.
Really
It's crazy that it worked. It's so hard to keep all those alphas together.
It really is crazy to make it work. And most of this shit, some shit that I never would have thought exists. It was able to exist because we tried it, but it wasn't normal.
It wasn't normal. Well, we tried it, but it was just, it almost seems like it was just instinct. Like, it's not like a business strategy that anybody would ever come up with. 9 dudes, and 9 of the realest dudes, like the rawest, realest dudes, and it worked.
I tell people all the time, you came with this whole philosophy of wanting to do it. It's like hitting a lot of them. Like, he didn't know what to expect. It was more of a repetition thing for us. It was like,
yo, I want to do this, and he came to the block and he talked to some real dudes that was really had other shit planned. Like, hip hop was always like that backpack that we wore every day, but everybody had different plans. So he really literally came in and started to pick the focus that he felt had potential. So it's like the mom. It's like, Lucky Luciano, prime example. He knew that motherfuckers had potential, right? He knew dudes had potential, really well. He's from a different party, from a different party, from a different party. But yo, what we could do right here is we could make money. So put your fucking feelings down. Or whatever the case may be, let's talk about some money.
Yeah.
And that right there, kind of like, start shaking hands across the table. Yo, no, you didn't really fuck with me like that. I never had anything against you like that. But it was just something that he felt like at the end of the day, when he tried to shoot.
Well, Will is a genius, and it's amazing that he was able to coordinate that. Because that's often the case, right? With other killers, like when dude's a bad motherfucker, they always assume that everybody else doesn't like them. They always assume that everybody else is the enemy or competition. So to have 9 of you guys together like that as one group, I told you when I sent you a message, I said that we play Protect Your Neck. It's whenever we have a police escort, that's what's the most hilarious thing. So we do read shows, we hire a police escort. So it's like fucking sirens and shit. Protect your neck. It's like the perfect song to play when you're getting a police escort.
I know, trust me.
These young kids that I have at the club, like I was explaining Wu-Tang Clan to them the other night, I go, you have to understand how wild this band was. I go, when Old Dirty Bastard was in Rikers, they went to Rikers and performed in Rikers. Yes! I fucking remember. I told everybody, I was like, you know how crazy that is? You're talking about like the biggest rock band in the fucking world, and they're performing in a penitentiary to one of the members who's one of the biggest fucking hip hop stars in the world, who's in jail, and then you guys go into the crowd.
God bless his soul, first and foremost.
Oh my God, Old Dirty Bastard was.
Yeah, Joe was the funniest shit because when we came in and when we seen him, he was eating cheeseburger laughing. He never was, I don't even think, I never seen him eat meat like that, whatever the case may be. But we came in and he was eating cheeseburger and shit laughing. So we was dying laughing. And they kept, the people up in there, they kept telling us like, yo, I can't go into the crowd with everybody, we're not going to hold no responsibility or something. So we'd be like, oh, no. Once we got on that stage, it was like, fuck the stage. We out there touching everybody. Wow. It was love, man. It was love. Wow. No way, man. We like this.
No. Is there even a recording of that anywhere? You know how wild that video would be?
I don't know if people see that. You knew that shit, man.
Oh, I heard about it. Yeah, I heard about it. I mean, it was in the news back then that you guys performed with Rikers.
Yeah.
The 90s for hip hop, it was like people you have to understand. For young people, you grew up with hip hop, you're only 20 years old, I get it. But you have to understand from my perspective, in 1980, there was no hip hop. In 1992, that was all anybody gave a fuck. That is crazy for a new art form. It was to emerge, right? Right. I mean, there was like Sugar Hill Gang, there was some hip hop, but it wasn't the thing until the 90s. And 90s hip hop
got big. Yeah. Because look, I remember it's so crazy you said that because I tell people all the time, like, disco to me was hip hop before hip hop was. Disco, R&B, everything was a mixture. It was a mixture. So really, when hip hop came, like you said, it came like maybe say 80, 85.
It had to be 84 because I was in junior high school.
Yeah. He was younger. So I would definitely say you heard something and it was like, oh shit, motherfuckers is rapping. I ain't it's just not cool. sound cool, but really it was a way to bring people together. You know, that was going through different shit in life.
Yeah, you know what? It was earlier than that because in '84 I was in high school, so it had to be '80 because I was in high school. I was a freshman in high school in '81, so I heard Sugar Hill Gang when I lived in Jamaica Plain, which was in 1980.
Yeah.
So that was the first time I ever heard any kind of hip hop.
Yeah. So like you said, in 80, yeah, I was 10 years old. So me probably really gravitated to it. I probably like 12, like I said. 12.
What was the first hip hop that really grabbed you? Do you remember? Do you remember like what was the shit you were first into when you were a kid? All right, folks, it's that time of year. Everyone is on a mission to improve their health and wellness habits and set the tone for 2025 by sticking to a routine. And while sticking to a healthy routine isn't always easy, it's so worth it. And you all know that I've been using AG1 for years. It's honestly been so supportive of my foundational nutrition. AG1 is a daily health drink that combines vitamins, minerals, superfoods, and more in just one scoop. And many traditional supplements are poorly absorbed, but AG1 is designed for maximum nutrient absorption and is packed with micronutrients that are hard to get in your everyday diet. You can also add a few drops of their vitamin D3 plus K2 for added immune support. It's a game changer, especially during the winter months. So set the tone for a healthy year ahead with AG1. Simply put, it's a way to invest in your health now and in the long run, and that's why I've worked with them for so long. Try AG1 and get a free bottle of vitamin D3, K2, and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first subscription at drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. That's a $76 value gift for free. If you go to drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan, seriously, folks, check it out. The start of a new year is the perfect time to get organized, set goals, and prioritize what matters most. For me, a top priority is financial wellness, which feels more important than ever, and that's where Rocket Money comes in. They show you all of your subscriptions right in one place and help you easily cancel ones that you forgot you've been paying for. Rocket Money also pulls together all of your spending across your different accounts so you can clearly track spending habits and see where you can cut back. You know how it goes. Something might seem like just what you want at the time. Maybe you really need to see that show on that random streaming service, or perhaps you love pickles so much you signed up for a monthly delivery box full of them. But then that show gets canceled and you realize there's so much vinegary goodness a person can take. The money still leaves your account every month, and you just never quite get around to canceling it because you're a busy person, right? That's the beauty of Rocket Money. Rocket Money is a personal financial app that helps you find and cancel your unwanted subscriptions, monitors your spending, and helps lower your bills so you can grow your savings. They'll even try to negotiate lower bills for you. They automatically scan your bills to find opportunities to save. Then you can ask them to negotiate for you. Rocket Money will deal with customer service so you don't have to. And that's why Rocket Money has over 5 million users and has saved a total of $500 million in canceled subscriptions, saving members up to $740 a year when using all of the app's premium features. Cancel your unwanted subscriptions and reach your financial goals faster with Rocket Money. Go to rocketmoney.com/JRE today. That's rocketmoney.com/JRE. rocketmoney.com/JRE.
First shit that grabbed me was, like how you said, Sugar Hill Gang, Rappers Delight.
Yeah.
Rappers Delight. That was the shit.
Oh my God.
Now look, I had cousins and shit. They was wild. They was selling drugs. They was, smoking weed and smoking coke. And, they doing whatever they was doing. And they used to live two floors above me. And I used to stick up there and shit. Just being in their business, being in their world. And people be playing music. They had the record player. And you see coke on TV with weed and everything. My cousin, they was cool. Come in, man. I don't give a fuck. Like, just don't tell your mother that you was around this shit. You know what I mean? No, I ain't gonna say nothing. And I would just be watching, and, just see weed on the album covers and. Just motherfuckers running back and forth in the room, and the end of shit, but they always was playing music. and a lot of the music was R&B, disco, like next thing you know, I heard this fucking record, shit, everything. I'm like, the groove is dope. Holy shit, like, this is what I want to be. You know what I mean? I'm looking at the whole vibe. I'm like, this is who I am right here. It's so crazy how it emerged. I mean, it emerged. Yeah, nobody expected that.
Well, it was a totally new thing. And there was a lot of resistance. I mean, for people that don't know, those little warning labels on your, when you used to have CDs, that all came from Al Gore's wife. Al Gore's wife, Tipper Gore, she was a Democrat. She wanted to censor rap music. Because this was the first time anybody heard like Ice-T, like that 6 in the morning. Everyone's like, what the fuck is this? And that kind of explicit lyrics, they wanted to put a stop to it. And that's why and these dumbasses, they didn't even understand, it sold way more albums. Because that's what kids are looking for. Exactly. They don't even swear. Get this shit out of here. Once they got it's like, I want it. Exactly. Yeah. Once the floodgates got open and kids got turned on to like real hardcore hip hop, you couldn't sell the regular shit. Regular shit. Get out of here with that. Yeah. But that's what guys got through with regular shit, but it just didn't last.
No, definitely. But like you said, though, everybody wanted the raw shit. And you gotta remember at that time, it was a tough time, man. Too much shit was going on. I mean, it was to the point where it's like, yo, in our neighborhood, we had like crazy people. Like, if they catch you at night, they'd kill you. Like, they'd be dressed up like a fucking drag or whatever, or a snake up on. And, I remember one time going to the incinerator. My mom's made me go. She made me go to the take out the garbage, and I forgot to take it out. And she came home later that day. I was laying there, and she fucking smacked me in the head with a phone. Like, yo, they not telling you to take out the fucking garbage. So now I'm going down to the incinerator room, we're in the same floor. And I remember when I cut the corner, I seen the motherfucker sticking his head out. And he had his hair all wild and shit was like green and red. And he had lipstick going all crazy. And his eyes was all fucking bugged out looking. And he looked at me. And when I got the garbage bag, it's like, yo, once I seen him, I just dropped the shit and went, You know what I mean? Back then, you yell your mother name and shit. You think that was something cool back then. And, shoot your hair out like one time. Came back and it was gone. But I think if he would have caught me in that incinerator there and he was closed, he was going to probably try to run me and probably try to fucking kill me or something. And that shit was going on back then because the drugs was crazy.
Right, that's the big shift is crack.
Yeah, crack.
That's also
see, before crack, we had that dope. So going from actually dope and coke together, man, getting high, shooting it, everything. It was a serious time back then, man. But that's how far to me music went back. Listening to Ladies' Night. You know what I mean? I had people in my store. I had a candy store right on the same floor, but it wasn't a candy store. They got a bunch of penny candy just to make kids feel cool, but really they were selling coke and dope. So, all this was going on in the community. It was a serious time.
But if it's not for those scary times, you don't get the kind of band that Wu-Tang was. Like that has to emerge from an authentic experience.
Absolutely.
It has to. And that's part of the appeal of it, is that everybody kind of knew that. It was part of the appeal. There's never been like a genre of music like that that's so connected to like the grind and poverty and crime and ghettos. Like the whole genre to be authentic, you had to come from that. You couldn't be like some rich kid from the suburbs that was talking about some shit we never actually experienced. Nobody wants to hear it, which is kind of crazy.
That's true. Back then, hip hop was really an expression for the ghetto. The way that, being that we was living in fucked up situations and nobody had shit and had fucking jobs like that. It was like, yo, we needed something to keep us cool, keep us in a vibe. Back then, gangs were still relevant. We never looked at ourselves as a gang. We never looked at ourselves as a tribe. And yo, you from the neighborhood and you're skipping your neighborhood. And that's why even back then it was like a lot of times, you know, you would beef with people that wasn't from your neighborhood just because you wasn't funky. It's like, yo, what the fuck you doing? You know, then it creates this animosity thing. And I remember for us, you know, being in an area where it was like you go up the block, stay up the block, down the block, stay down the block. So for me, I was in the middle. So, you know, I lived more towards up the block, you know, but then we would go down the block just to start trouble. And, you know, then they would come up the block and they would start trouble. Next thing you know, before you know, we fucking with each other. You know? So that was our way of getting to know each other, to test each other's heart. And, whatever may happen was happening back then. But the music, believe it or not, the music was keeping the peace. Now, just knowing the music was keeping the peace because they would do block parties, right? They would do block parties and you know, everybody knew all these different DJs was coming from different places and want to play some music and shit. So we knew every time we did that, we knew something was going to happen like that every night. It just mandatory. It's just because people from all over different neighborhoods would come out and everything would be nice. And so you see a motherfucker riding down the street with a crazy, you know, trying to hit motherfuckers and swinging the golf club out the window with the street. You know, somebody mother might have got knocked out. You know what I mean? You know, but the music is still playing. You know, so yeah, that's the type of shit that to me that made it fun, but made it spooky. But it's still fun because it's well, it's fun because it's wild. Yeah, definitely. So, yeah, you know, but we were young, so we didn't care about whether we loved the die. We didn't give a fuck. It was like whatever's gonna happen. That's wild. But the music is what kept things in order for us. You know, because we always felt like that was a vessel to being calm. You know, when you come from somewhere that's fucked up, and it's nothing there, you can't get a job because of your community, your zip code don't allow you to be like, yo, he's hired. No, it's just too invested. So you kind of become relaxed with that mentality of saying, well, fuck it. I'm gonna live off the land. I'm gonna sell weed. Do whatever I think that is gonna make me survive. You know, so everything was just about, you know, music always kept us calm. And you always want to listen, explain, play. Like, I grew up in R&B music, like disco, you know, all that fun shit, roller skate. You know, and the motherfuckers that made me that was roller skate. You know, we would get up and stand out sometimes and go to these different parks and jams in the city. That was fun too. That was fun times for us.
When was it? So was it RZA that tried? Was it initially all 9 guys? Like, how did it get formed?
Well, number one, it was RZA, his cousin Jizza, and his other cousin, Old Dirty Bastard, that they were super close. Now, Old Dirty Bastard and Jizza, they were from Brooklyn. RZA was from Staten Island. You know, we all Brooklyn natives too. Majority of us are we all, you know, resided in Staten Island, but majority of us grew up in Brooklyn. But anyway, it was those three that were close as shit. So RZA, back then, he had Knowledge Yourself, which was, you know, being involved with the Nation of Islam. And also Jizza and Old Dirty, they were part of the nation at that time. So they would go to a lot of rallies. This is a place where everybody go and they build, talking about mathematics and all this, but it was Jizza and Dirty who instilled the hip hop into RZA. So RZA was a DJ back then, but he knew how to rhyme too. And he knew how to rhyme because of his cousins. So they kind of had this gang called, not a gang, but they had this thing called All Together Now, which was them three, and they would run out, they would battle, you know, different guys from different cities and all around. So, you know, some of us kind of knew what they were about. A lot of us, found out later who they were, but when Jizza and everybody came to Staten Island, they came in and hang out with their cousin. So, we started to see them a little bit more, and then, yo, I heard about your arms, and, Dirty, he was just a crazy motherfucker. He was crazy, yeah, they had their own. And then, next thing you know, Jizza caught a record deal. He caught a record deal, which is rare back then. If you fucking caught a record deal, I mean that you had to have relationships, you had to know where to go, you had to have some type of connects. So that's what gravitated RZA into wanting to do it, because he seen that his cousin was able to, crack the code on making a record. So when that happened, it was almost like it magnetized RZA to be like, yo, I gotta make a record now. So next thing you know, they knew we come. So us on the outside looking, it was like, oh shit, yo, they super passionate about, being in the game and doing whatever they're gonna do, but we wasn't thinking about that. We just loved the music in general.
Wow. So RZA was essentially the mastermind to put all the pieces together and to bring all the killers under one group.
Absolutely.
Amazing how we saw that. Because again, that's not something that existed. It's like Eric B. and Rakim, there was a few EPMD, there's a few people.
Really shit.
Yeah. Gangstar, there's a few people that were together, but it wasn't like you guys.
Because
it was kind of scary. It was like, when you guys had a show, I mean, I heard stories, but it was just like you guys would show up like 300 people.
Yeah, that was some good shit. Yeah, like you said, that was so rare to see a group that come out like that. And it was really a mistake. It wasn't really designed to be that way, but when RZA had a record situation and they tried to make him be something that he wasn't, and then it's
always the case.
You know what I mean? He was like, yo, fuck that. I don't even care about the shit. I just love it. I'm going to create this now, and I'm bringing in all my guys. And, he just put that number together. So, believe it or not, I was one of the guys that he called first because we used to hang out. Like I tell people every time, like, yo, I might have been RZA's first, big fan. So I kind of seen something, like, yo, him and his cousins, and these motherfuckers really got time. Not only the ability to rhyme, but they was clever. Clever rhymes, right. And it was mixing it with the knowledge and, smart rhymes. Not these fucking regular Humpty Dumpty rhymes. Like, I'm talking about serious rhymes.
Right.
Damn, you know what I mean? So, this is something I felt like I was going to go chill with them just to be in the mix and be a fly on the wall. Wasn't even thinking about being a fucking rapper. I just love the music. I'm watching these motherfuckers. Something about these motherfuckers that I love. And, next thing you know, when RZA went out there, he came back to the community and he was like, yo, I feel like it. So, I was there. I'm like, let me see this shit. Look at that. This is the fucking looking at it like you said, the West End, Fine Print, yeah. I can do the shit. Wow, Staten Island, that's what's up. We out. But his situation didn't work out the way he wanted it to. And that's when he came back and he started to be like, yo, shit, this is what I'm trying to do.
Well, the dangerous thing for young artists in every industry is when you have potential and you're young, you sign a fucking contract and you don't know what's going on, and then you get locked into these people. And then a lot of times you get fucked. And
it's mandatory. It's mandatory.
You're getting fucked, which is how they make their money. They make money by fucking young artists who don't know any better. And by the time someone gets to like a Prince's level, he's like, oh, if you owe me, I'm a fucking squeaky rod, suck my dick. He performs as a symbol. I mean, that's why he performed as a symbol, because they owned him. It's crazy. You take like the most talented people in the world, and they get owned by people who provide no value, especially today. Today it's crazy, right? Because there is no record sales anymore. It's all gone. It's all gone. So for a young artist, it's so important that they stay independent as long as they can. Just like you're hanging off a bridge. Hang on. Hold on, keep grinding. Don't sell it. Don't sign. If you sign, you're going to be fighting that shit 10 years from now. You're going to be in court 10 years from now. And somebody's going to be getting not just 50%, but like some fucking insane. Like Bill Burr was explaining this about his first comedy CD. That he got a 60-40 deal. It's like, oh, great, 60-40. But it's not really 60-40 because he has to pay for all the distribution, all the printing of the CDs. Everything came out of his money.
It's your question. Put yourself in a hard situation, right? You have time. You have time. Here it is. I got everything.
Yeah,
You're gonna have to make some sacrifices for sure, because you know that you may feel like I got talent, but I don't have the resources.
right.
So those resources come and tell you, no, I'll give you a shot. Let me give you a shot, right? Either you take this shot or you stay in the hood. What do you mean?
You're going to take the shot.
I take a shot.
You're going to take the shot. And I agree with everybody who takes that shot. I'm just letting them know.
Right.
I'm just letting them know. You get fucked.
You getting fucked. But see, it's the sacrifice that I'm trying to explain it to you that every artist takes. It takes that sacrifice because at the end of the day, you have to start from somewhere.
Right.
So even when labels are being in my mind is saying, yo, I get a chance to have a job, yo. Niggas ain't never had no fucking job in their life. And now you get a chance to do something that you could maybe think that you could change the world with and love. It's like you're gonna go for it. So for us back then, being kids, we didn't give a fuck. We didn't care about signing. Yo, I signed because what the fuck I gotta lose? I done been through everything. I done been over here. I done been kicked out of everywhere. Fuck it. I just want to be heard. So a lot of times that be the protocol is just to be heard.
Yeah.
To be heard, to be able to say, yo, something happened. I don't give a fuck. A lot of artists got problems. A lot of artists, and especially our OGs that did it before. So like, you know what I mean, Sugar M Games, all these different guys, they all have been manipulated to do what they had to do, but it almost gave them power too, because they became famous, they became big, they became
There's
legends.
an argument for that, but I think it should be more fair.
Oh, listen, I'm with you. I'm with you on that. But we just talking about the
What you got to do.
sacrifice.
You have to.
Sacrifices
If
everything.
you're a young kid and that's step one, and now you're on the runway, okay, you got to take it.
You gotta take
But it just should be more fair.
Oh,
And it shouldn't be. It shouldn't lie.
and I'm sure later on things worked out, and you know, now that you proved yourself,
Once they become undeniable.
it's like I tell a motherfucker this. I'm like, yo, imagine you were a hustler, right? And you run into the connect say, yo, you talking like you know how to do shit. I'm gonna give you 50 pounds of marijuana back there. You know what I mean? Now, you may feel like at the end of the day you can handle it, but a motherfucker tell you, Joe, give me these fucking 50 pounds, but I need my money back today at this time. You can either take the 50 because you're so fucking confident, or take one and say, yeah, I'd rather take my time. You know what I mean? I don't want to be that with you. What do you want to do? You gotta take the 50. You go, oh, he wants to fucking get his head fucking chopped, but you gotta take the 50.
You got to know people, and you got to bring everybody in, and you got to share the money.
You gotta know
You
people.
got to share the money. You got to know people.
If you ain't confident in knowing what the fuck you need to know, I advise you to take
You shouldn't be having a conversation if you don't know anybody. But if you know some people and you're generous, that's the thing. You got to make it worth these people's while. You got to say, listen, we're all going to get something out of this.
and see. Now look, that philosophy that you said,
Yeah.
that's what we took.
Yes.
We took that.
Yes.
We said, you know what? At the end of the day, we'll take this little bit of money, but we're gonna go. We're gonna be willing to sell ourselves to get to this level.
Yeah.
Because we know what we believe. See, it all starts from what you believe.
Yes.
If you don't have the belief in yourself to make it happen, you're fucked.
It's a rising tides lifts all boats thing too. Oh, and with Wu-Tang Clan, that was for sure a big thing because anybody that was associated with Wu-Tang Clan was automatically respected. Automatically people wanted to listen. Automatically. So like, that just lifts everybody. That lifts everybody. But it's hard for people to see that. Everybody thinks about themselves, especially when you're struggling. I'm struggling. They're scared. You know, scared money doesn't make money. That's what it is. Everybody gets paranoid. So that's when you got to bond together. That's when you have to find real people.
Stick together. You said the key word. You gotta sell that 50.
Talk to Carlos. Let's go down to the table. Let's make a deal, man. We gotta make some deals.
That's what Rothschild did. Yeah. He danced with the devil for the right reason. You know, we took some stars. We got big.
It was a different world back then too, in terms of the industry, because today all you need is a social media account, Spotify, SoundCloud.
Yeah.
You can blow up. Yeah, you can blow up today.
Yeah.
Back then, you needed the radio. You needed, you could sell mixtapes, but it's hard. You had to be some undeniable talent.
Yeah.
Like we always put the video of Biggie with 17 on the street. Remember that video?
Yeah.
That's undeniable talent. Like that's the kind of talent. Like that dude's gonna. If he stays alive, you can't stop that train. That train's running everything. You know what I mean? It's like there was guys like that back then. But man, to get out there and get your name out there, you had to dance. You had to dance with that devil. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And that business was so dirty back then. It still is, but real dirty back then in the record selling days.
Yeah. But that's what made us really is that we had to go through those kind of things. We had to get church to learn how to say, yeah, that was a lesson.
Yeah.
So everything is a lesson at the end of the day. It's like if you're willing to sacrifice yourself and your time to learn something, I would always say go for it.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Definitely go for it. It's so much better than not going for it.
Yeah, because then you're gonna be sitting in the same situation and you're gonna realize at the end of the day, damn, I should have took that opportunity. Some people are scared of opportunities when they come. It's like if a person offers you an opportunity, 9 times out of 10 it may not work for you the way you want it to work, but it may be an opportunity to help you.
Yes.
It's all about you trying to help yourself and get out there. It's like watching Scarface and the nigga told him and said, yo, give me $5 grand. Bet it. And if you fuck this up, Scarface looked at him and said, man, the fuck is you talking? You built for this shit, man. And he lost his name in the mix, but he was able to prove to himself that I could do it.
Yeah.
That's how I look at it. Yeah, we'll take this little bit. We're going to prove to y'all later on that we know what the fuck we're doing.
And for young people listening to this, every chance you take where you fail, that's a lesson learned. And you just keep taking chances. Keep going. Pick yourself back up. Figure out where you fucked up and learn from that. Now you're better.
Sure.
Now you have more experience coming into this next thing. Just keep going. Just keep going, especially as artists. It's just like so many artists, they don't hit until they do. And then when they do, it's like, oh, then you want to go back to that past stuff. Like, oh, this guy had fucking 3 albums.
Think about it. Think about what artists out there, and they're trying to fucking get on, Rothschild,
So many.
They went through a lot to get, Biz Small. Nobody wanted to fuck with Biz at first, but he finally figured the code out. It's like, this is what we start rocking shows in different communities. And you start hearing about it. Like, oh shit, this guy is dope. But it's that sacrifice you tell people all the time.
Yeah, it's time put in, energy, effort, determination, and you can have some talent.
Yeah,
Talent is just God gave you something or doesn't. Some people just got it, and some people it's also like artistic families, like Nas. He grew up in this like intellectual, artistic family. That's why his rhymes are so good.
His pops, he's a musician.
Yeah, like Rewind. Yeah. That's like one of the greatest songs of any genre anybody's ever written. It's a genius song.
So crazy. Listen to that shit.
Genius song.
Back in the gun.
Yeah. Genius song. The whole song backwards. And it's amazing. Oh, I love Nas, especially for lyrics. His lyrics are incredible. They're so good. So good. And unusual like that. Like deciding, let me the first guy to make a rap backwards and make it work perfect. You know? I mean, it's just. Hey, did you ever listen to any of the shit where the brand new heavies got together with a bunch of rappers? The brand new heavies are like a jazz band. They did a collaboration with Gangstar, Cool G Rap, a bunch of guys. Yeah, some of my favorite shit of all time.
Yeah, it was more musical.
Yeah.
Music. Yeah.
Have you ever heard Cool G Rap's Death Threat? Oh my God. Jamie, play that. Play that. Find that. This is in my This is in my Spotify playlist. This is Cool G Rap in like I want to say 92. Yeah, 92. Listen to this. I've never heard this shit before. How good is this?
One of my favorites right there.
Turn the chicks with small dicks.
Woo! Nice.
So good.
Nice.
So good.
So this was on the brand new heavies album.
Yes, the brand new heavies did one with Gangstar. They did a bunch of different artists.
Nice.
And
What year was this?
92.
Yeah.
Phenomenal.
Beginning, yeah.
Yeah, I was on a road trip. I was doing a gig in Connecticut with a buddy of mine who's a comedian. Right. And he turned me on to this. Like, you gotta listen to this shit. I was like, oh my God. And then I had a CD and I lost it. And I couldn't find it. And then someone brought it up like a few years back, like 6 or 7 years back. And I was like, you gotta be able to find it. And that's the beautiful thing about today with like YouTube and, you know, so many of these platforms, people upload shit that you totally forgot about. Like Tim Dog. You know, you forgot about things like Fuck Compton, remember that?
Yeah, he was a wild cat. He was a wild.
It was good though. He was good.
Yeah.
He
He
had
was
some
wild back then. Yeah.
great shit, man.
He was wild back then.
The Coochie Rap, that to me was like, that defined like road gigs for me in the 1990s, when we would drive. That was when Cock Blocker came out. Remember that?
Holy shit, right? That's always weird, man. Damn, so you really paid attention.
Oh, yeah.
Shit like that.
Yeah, hip hop was a big part of my childhood or my young adulthood.
Okay.
You know, when I was driving around a lot doing comedy gigs, like a lot of ghetto boys.
Right.
Huge ghetto boys.
Yeah, me too.
You know, and I was playing the other day at the green room. I was playing "Fuck the War" for these young kids. I was like, "Listen, this is a song from the 1980s about the Iraq War. This is about George Bush in like the late 1980s, and it applies today. You know the fucking war? All right, come on, headphones coming back up. Let's go.
Screwing me on shit. Like,
I talked to Willie D. Willie D told me he wrote the song in 40 minutes.
wow.
Yeah, I'm just angry. Wrote the song in 40 minutes. And this is Ghetto Boys in their prime.
You know that.
Bushwick Bill.
That was my guy right there.
This is Bushwick motherfucking Bill. 91. Look at that big phone he's got.
Yeah, I had one of those before too. Yeah. Fuck the world. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Talking crazy. Oh shit. Oh shit. Yeah. God.
Yeah,
He was in the NWA shit. He
dude.
was in the NWA shit.
Dude, that shit was good.
It
And
was
that
fucking
applies
giving me
today.
yeah.
That applies today. We were all talking about what's going on right now in Gaza and Palestine,
Yeah.
Iran. I was like, listen to this.
And see, this is why we love hip hop so much, is because it was educational. So
Yes.
it was giving us jewels. It was talking about things that were going on in the world, and that became the television for us. The music
Became the news too. Like you need to know what was actually going on. Like Fuck the War tells you what's really
What's
going on.
going on?
Yeah.
So when I think about those Compton boys, those NWA cats and all that was expressing themselves, it was like that's what we all were facing and living amongst. And you know, like I said, I never heard that song before. So I could tell that was made around the time when NWA was doing their thing. And you know, you're hearing about all these riots and shit going on and things happening. You know, us living all the way on the other side of the world, it's like, yo, we not, yo, what the fuck is that?
Right.
You know, but you heard it in the song and you knew it was real.
Right.
You respected it.
Yeah.
And to me, those perspectives in music were important for us because we were learning as we were getting older about society. You know, you don't think about society when you poor and living in fucked up positions. You just think about survival. You see what I'm saying? Survival is everything in your mind. And you're dealing with things that's in front of you that at the end of the day, you're like, damn, the fuck was that just happened? What was this shit? But then when you heard it rapping, the motherfuckers like these was talking about it, right? It's like now you say, oh, okay, I see what the fuck is going on. It's not just here, it's all over. It's everywhere, every ghetto or whatever the case may be. That's what was happening.
Yeah.
So I never heard that before. You just put me on some real shit. And that's one of my favorite groups. Like
I love Ghetto Boys.
Ghetto Boys is real shit.
The 1990s Ghetto Boy era.
Oof.
And that, like, I remember the day I found out about NWA. I was teaching Taekwondo in Revere, Massachusetts, and I was at the gym riding on the stair climber. And I just picked up this cassette. And I was like, NWA, I keep hearing about this. And Fuck the Police was the first song I listened to. I remember I was on the stair climber going, this is
See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? Yeah. Yeah.
You're hearing people talk about the police, like they're getting harassed by the police in a way you never heard before.
Yeah, exactly.
Fuck the police coming straight from the underground. I was like, wow.
Straight from the
It was a totally different kind of music. It was like they were rapping and no one was listening. It was like they were rapping for themselves, right? Yeah. Like they didn't give a fuck who was listening. They were rapping like they were doing it for their friends, but they were doing it to the whole world. The whole world was like, whoa. 100 miles and running, the whole world was like, whoa, this is crazy.
So look, you had them, Public Enemy.
Oh yeah.
All of them type of guys were giving us information that was relatable in our community. That
KRS-One.
KRS was the teacher. You know,
Whoop, whoop, that's the song of the police.
all that shit right there.
Yes.
Was knowledgeable rap, hip hop. I ain't gonna call it hip hop.
Information. Right. They were like, especially KRS-One and Public Enemy.
Yeah.
They were saying something. It was like but it wasn't contrived.
Right,
You know?
right, exactly.
It wasn't like, you see people say shit today, like, you're just doing that for claps. Like, they were saying shit to let people know about some information that you're not aware of, and this is why you're getting fucked. This is why we're all getting fucked.
No, even when fucking Spike Lee made do the
Yes.
One of my favorite
Yes.
movies like that. That's a classic. Like I said, he was giving information. You know,
You got to remember, at the end of the day, a lot of people that coming out of, the hood and just being like, I know you come from the hood.
Well, I was born in Newark.
Yeah. Shout out to Newark. So you seen it.
I wouldn't say I come from the hood because I went to high school in the suburbs.
Yeah, but you lived.
I lived in Newark. I was telling you, I lived in Newark when I was 23 for about 6 or 7 months. And I told you my next door neighbor, he was selling dope, but the police raided his house while I was there. They battered him this morning. He had a nice Audi. I looked, this dude has a nice car. Selling dope. He was selling dope. And they got him.
She was around it though.
Yeah. But that was also the time I was most on the hip hop too. I mean, that was 1991, I guess. 90, 91. That was a wild era because that's when hip hop was just exploding. Exploding.
Yeah, I would say definitely. Yeah, Lord of the Nature.
Oh, yeah.
They had the girls on the scene, like you said, Rakim and Big Daddy Kane.
Oh, yeah.
Easy E's and Ice Cube.
To this day, I go to work. It's one of my favorite workout songs.
Yeah,
Big Daddy Kane, I go to work. Oh my God, I go to work. Oh, he was so smooth and so fast too. Big Daddy Kane had like a very particular style. It was energetic. You heard his style. Like God, like your blood started pumping. You started getting moving.
You see, those are the type of guys that paved the way for us to be so, outspoken on the night. When I sit here and I think about the plan, the rule, how we, formed, we found Voltron. Each one of us had a superpower that related back to those guys. These guys that we talking about today, they was the light bulb. Right in the house. You screw that shit up. This is what I see. I see Snoop Dogg, I see Rakim, I see Cube, I see all these guys that paved the way for us. The Queen at that time, we were so, inclined or knowing about all these guys, knowing majority of them, we kept a piece of them in us. That helped us become who we are. Like I tell my people all the time, I say, let me tell you something. When we came out, Naughty by Nature was the shit. They was fucking shit up like this for the song things, And at that time, you had EP&D, you had Queen Latifah, Roxy and Shantae, all these, artists back then were growing up.
Oh yeah.
LL was huge. Coochie Rap, that's what we did. Fat Boys, all these guys were just
Fat Boys.
These guys was giving us so much food for thought that we knew that if we didn't come with that level, we wasn't built to be in the game at that time.
Well, there was so much high quality.
Yeah.
The high quality, that's the word. The level was very high. The lyrics were so good. Like you would hear lyrics and you just go, oh, shoot.
Yeah.
Oh, that was the thing. That was the thing about hip hop. I love the lyrics. Yes, everything. It's just like that was the style back then. It was like the most clever guy, the most clever lyrics. It was so important. There's so many guys that just had. Everybody was battling for it. So it was like more and more cleverness, more and more intricacies, and more twists to what they were saying. And it was just a vibrant art form. Like how many people cheated on a significant other because of OPP?
Right.
How many? Yeah. It was like a license to fuck. People were cheering. I mean, hip hop had so much influence on the culture, and it emerged out of nowhere. That's what's so crazy. Like 10 years ago, it doesn't exist. Boom. I mean, even rock and roll. You had the 50s, it starts to emerge, and the 60s really takes off, and it's been around for a while. Yeah, like hip hop just explode and make a lot of other things look lame. Especially for young kids, because when you hear guys like you, and Ghostface, and Method Man, like it feels like real dudes. We're talking about real shit, and everyone else is kind of lame. You know, it was like,
It was stupid.
you know, it was like they didn't even swear. You know, it's like you guys were wild. It was fun and it was clever. And I think RZA did a genius thing by naming it Wu-Tang Clan because it connected it to like this kung fu mindset.
And
You know,
that
it's
you big on, I
sophisticated.
know you big on kung fu shit. 'Cause
Yeah.
I'm coming through your shrine and shit. You got all kinds of fucking Shogun walking
Oh,
moves and stuff.
yeah,
Really
so-
yeah. But nah, but you know what's so crazy? I tell people it's like when RZA, when he was on the Wu-Tang shit, we wasn't into that. I grew up watching more like Scarface and Mafia movies. Once Upon a Time in America.
Oh, yeah.
And my baby.
Oh, it's a great one. People forget about Once Upon a Time in America.
Woo! So we were living in a lot of hustles. A lot of drugs was being sold in our community at that time, right? So when RZA came with the whole Wu-Tang philosophy, it was almost like, yeah, we love karate flicks. We would watch them. You know about the karate flicks, 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
We come over and school, them shits is on, Channel 5, all of that shit. But if you notice, if you look at those karate movies, it was about a place that, you know, was filled with a lot of crime and aggressive people that were doing things that bothered other people. And you either had to protect your people or you had to make a name for yourself. Now, when you think about Wu-Tang, I'll just give you a quick lesson on what Wu-Tang was. Wu-Tang was a school that was in Shaolin. This particular school, these niggas was crazy. They was fucked up. They got kicked the fuck out of Shaolin. Really? They got kicked out. Yo, y'all bugged out. Y'all howling, y'all. But these guys were very good, but you just couldn't send a Shaolin because they had a different way of looking at shit, doing shit. So when RZA came with the whole philosophy of it, it's this movie that's called Shaolin. That's Wu-Tang. Check it out. Whenever you get a chance. So whatever was going on in that movie, he made a reality of it. Because really, at the end of the day, that's how we were living back in 79. You know, so we got to change the name and call it Shaolin because we would have forgotten about it. You know, when you think about Brooklyn Bars, Queens, Manhattan, I ain't really talk too much about things like Providence. So we felt rebellious, like, yo, you come out here, you ain't from here, you better know somebody. You're not fucking coming in the projects thinking you're gonna fucking act like you're going over to your friends. I remember we used to see UFOs, we call them UFOs, unidentified flying objects. What the fuck you think? You know what I mean? Because we had so much to prove, but it was the same thing that was going on in Netflix. You go to either he's coming to play you, or you gonna play him. This is all the shit that's going on in the karate movies. You know, the brother hurt. Oh shit, my brother got hurt. What happened? Oh, hold up, let's go. We gotta go get back to that. Yeah. We gotta go figure that out. All this shit that RZA was thinking about at that time was a reality check for us to start out. So even when we came to the game, it was almost like,
Welcome. How are you? Hello.
You know, and back then he was
What's that, son?
Ghost is completely original Staples.
How are you?
So Staples.
Well, how'd you hear about me, my friend? Fuck yeah, shout out to Aiden Ross, shout out to Discord. Do you know anything about me? I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I don't know war anymore. I've been live streaming my life for more than 3.5 years because back to the pandemic, we've seen the death of the queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of the king, and everything in between. Essentially, data is Earth's #1 resource according to the Economist magazine, and I have more data online than any person ever. We talk about some really interesting things on the stream, including anti-gravity, antimatter, alien disclosure. We talk about things like life extension technology, things like human growth hormone, stem cells. We talk about things like tropics and cryonics. We talk about things like erosion therapy. I want to end world hunger. The way that I want to do it is through technology. I think that there's certain technology that's not being utilized, such as agricultural drones, such as proceeding, and I want to end with first with the use of desalination plants pumping water from the Earth's ocean and the land to make it drinkable. I think these are all really good ideas, and that's my best to give them the spotlight. How's that sound to you? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Shout out to ESN 730. Other things that we talk about, in addition to life extension and all that, extinction, bringing back animals that were once extinct back to life. There's a company. The first extinction actually has already taken place. It took place in 2003. It was a Iberian ibex, the Caribbean ibex. It essentially was a boat in northern Spain, southern France that was brought back to fruition through science. And fast forward to the year 2021, a company founded in Dallas, Texas, known as Colossal Bioscientific. They made their goal by the year 2028, so within 3 years, to bring back the woolly mammoth using African elephants. And then we're going to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the electric circle. Following the woolly mammoth, they're going to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger and then the dodo bird. So you never know, you might be able to see a dodo bird, a Tasmanian tiger, a woolly mammoth, or perhaps all three within the next decade or so. It's very exciting. Some other things that we talk about that are cool, mind uploading technology. ESN 730, is anyone ever told you that they don't think you're going to die? Yes, no, I didn't know that they were going to die. Has anyone ever told you ESN 730, I don't think you're going to die? Yes. Who told you? Shout out to your ESN 730's third grade teacher. On what grounds did they say that you weren't going to die? Yeah. No. So is anybody, okay, so your third grade teacher is a little bit of a dick. But I understand. Okay, so has anybody ever told you that you're not going to die? Your mother is a wise woman. What does she say? All right, at what point though did she say you're not going to die? I mean, like you're not going to die, as in your body is going to continue after it's done. Not talking about an afterlife or anything like that. I'm talking about that your body, like your consciousness, will continue into the future. Has anyone ever said that they don't think you're going to die? Absolutely. Let me explain. So I talked about life extension technology, utilizing things like stem cells and nootropics, cryonics, cryogenics, things like ambrosia therapy to increase your life expectancy. When you were born, it's probably going to be about age 80. I think we can expand that to age 100, 120. But eventually, ESN 730, you're going to say, Rabbi, my body's breaking down and I need help. And that's where the next type of technology comes into place. It's known as mind uploading technology. So what is mind uploading technology? ESN 730, you may ask. It's the ability to scan your brain like a CAT scan or an MRI into a computer. This would store every atom in your central nervous system, your peripheral nervous system, for later download. Have an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, perhaps a robot or an ethereal being, whatever you want to do. But essentially what I'm telling you is that I think that there's an opportunity for you to live a digital immortality. And you may say, well, that's really good, Mama, but that sounds very expensive. I don't know if I have the finances to be able to do that. And that gets back to the original discussion that we had about data. Data is the number one resource according to Comics Magazine. More valuable than away the fruits of my labor, give away the money, just like Robin had essentially. I mean, help everybody help me along the way. And yes, 7:30, you will be one of those people. We're going to make sure that you can help your friends, your family, and make sure that your children that are in the future will be able to provide for themselves and for future generations. And additionally, you're going to have the opportunity perhaps to start charities, to start profit organizations, or to certain causes that are important to you. How's that sound? Excellent. Well, that's a wonderful thing to hear. And you should know that you should continue having a focus. You have a friend in me. I'm here to help you whenever you need. I have other people in the community. I started this Discord I was in a Rothschild Discord before I even had my own Discord. And I couldn't even have it for mine. And I've got over 1,500 people in here. And it continues to grow every day. I've got bots that I have created that spam on Kick and on Twitch 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So a lot of people find out about me from there, and they find out about me through my presence in many Discords. It's just a matter of time if my Discord viral. It's going to be very exciting. There's some technology that I possess that a lot of people don't know about in society. Do you speak any other languages, perhaps? Excellent. Perfect. All right. I want you to know that I think you're a special person. I'm making good things for you. And hopefully in the future, people will be able to use this type of technology, known as a universal translator, to come together and communicate with you. Or just someone who may not speak Kurdish, it speaks your major language. It only spells, it only types out Kurdish. Okay, so you know Arabic, it has Arabic. This is a universal translator, essentially, to my knowledge, it's 5 years old. But this type of technology isn't currently being utilized in society. I'd like to see it utilized in the future to make communication easier.
هذا مبرشر عالمي وعلى حد علمي يبلغ عمره 5 سنوات على الأقل، لكن هذا النوع من التكنولوجيا لا يتم استخدامه حاليا في المجتمع. أود أن أرى استخدامها في المستقبل لتسهيل التواصل.
Excellent, excellent. So you can see I'm doing what I can to help the world. I don't ask anything of you. If anything, I want to give you things in the future. So what does that mean? If you want to do anything that helps, go ahead. I can't do any better than that, my man. Thank you so much for your kind words. I do what I can. I'm not perfect, but I do what I can to help the world. It's one man's mission to end war. And when I say that, people are skeptical. Like, okay, well, Rabbi, how do you end war? It's really not that difficult. You immediately put down arms, you release all hostages, and you sit down at a diplomatic table and have discussions. And I think it's important for discussions to be live streamed so that everyone knows what the rules are and everyone knows what happened. We don't have to go through third parties. We can watch what actually happened before our eyes. I think those are important aspects in order to have global unity. And it's not a matter with what is if, it's a matter of when. And the reason why I say that, if you study extraterrestrial civilizations, even in science fiction, but generally, if you are a believer in modern day extraterrestrial contact, at least from what we hear from alien abductees, all of these civilizations have peace on their own planet. The reason why is you can't travel the stars if you have superforce going on one planet. So eventually, we will have world peace. It may not happen today, may not happen tomorrow, but someday, maybe within the next 100 years, maybe within the next 1,000 years, eventually we will have it. And then we can start to work on things like space tourism and things like terraforming of other planets, including Mars, including the moons of perhaps Jupiter, like Europa, including Venus, and then eventually get into interstellar and intergalactic travel. I know Andromeda, the next closest star system is Alpha Centauri. It's 4 light years away, and essentially that may be the first place that we explore outside of our solar system, which is a really exciting opportunity. I'm not saying that this necessarily is going to happen within the next day or two, but with mind uploading technology, we may have the opportunity to witness all of this. That's very exciting. The ability to have our consciousness or soul or whatever you want to describe that continue on in perhaps another type of organism or perhaps another type of machine. All of this is what I feel, all of the things that I discussed, I feel important conversations that I'm having in today's day and age, even with other influencers, other streamers. They wouldn't be taken seriously if they talk about these things, but maybe they would, but they're afraid or they don't know about these things. I do my best to be a heart to the nations every single day. I do everything that I can to be able to discuss these topics in a rational way, and I explain them as well as I can. I'm by no means an expert on any of the things about which I speak, but I do know a little bit about all of them, or a little bit about a lot of things, and I do my best to share that knowledge with the world. So with that, yes, 7:30, I'm glad to get the opportunity to see me even across the street and kind of go to that life and stuff or anything. And now you know what? Excellent. Well, I'm going to send you a friend request on Discord. And if you ever need anything from me, you should know I'm always here to help you. There are people who come in and just want to talk about their day. They just want a shoulder to cry on. They want to encourage someone about something that happened in their life that's positive and not good. So you should know that you have a family. If there's anything I can do for you in the meantime, you let me know. Okay? Yes, 7:30. You take care. And again, whenever you're bored, I'm here. So come hit me up. We do a whole bunch of things in here. We watch sports. We watch the Super Bowl. We watch the World Cup. We watch 3 different sets of Olympics. I mean, have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show? Yes, 7:30. Beautiful. Then you get it. You get it. Essentially, the only difference between Jim Carrey's character, Truman Burbank, and Rabbi Rothschild is that we have my consent. But essentially, when the world finds out about this, it's going to be very, very exciting. And you should know that you're on the cusp of something really special. And I'm glad that you're familiar with that movie and thus you understand that I'm 100%. Excellent. Well, thank you. Take care, my friend. Come back whenever you have time. Peace. Shout out to ESN 7:30. What a nice person. He knows what's up.
Was a place that was maybe like 10, 15 miles away from Park Hill. I'm from the hill. But up there, they were selling drugs and getting crazy with it, and Jamaicans and Westerners and Limeys, and it was a melting pot. It was a melting pot of different nationalities and motherfuckers, like Spanish motherfuckers. We had the white boys over there doing what they do. You know, um, all these things was going on, but in Stapleton, it was nothing but criminals and motherfuckers fighting and robbing and stealing. The Wizard was hanging out there. So they came up with this whole, Wu-Tang mentality thing that they brought up the block to us. So when the Wizard came with it, was like, oh shit, we like that. That's kind of dope. We see the vision of that, But it was never fast to look at it at any given time like, yo, you're trying to portray us as some fucking ninjas or some shit. A lot of times people go, yo, you don't do karate in this? You don't know fucking karate, motherfucker. We don't do that. But we grew up, our older brothers and sisters, they grew up on that early 70s shit. Yeah, so back then, they were the cousin that was in martial art. He knew the arts and shit. You look up to him, hell. Arts and shit. Fight. Motherfucker would be back building with 2 government pictures and shit. You know what I mean? Beating them with fucking laundry hoses and shit, and you know, grabbing them and tearing them on shit. And you know, back then that was dope to see your cousins and them do it. But originally when it came with this philosophy, it kind of like fucked this whole up. But we agreed with it right away. Because Wu-Tang to them was always something like an expression. So if you drink it, this is Wu-Tang. Over here, you know, this is some Wu-Tang shit, whatever, because he was trying to say that it was just like flicks. It's crazy.
Want to hear something crazy? Whenever I kill an elk, you know, I go bow hunting every year. Whenever I kill an elk, when I text my friend Cam, I text you Cam. Like whenever I kill something, I'll show you. I'll show you that that's some of the pictures. I want to show you that that's true. I'm not making this up. It goes back years. It goes back years. This is like our tradition. Whenever I kill an elk, I don't find it. Last time I said Wu-Tang, I text him every day, so it's going to take a second to get back to the pictures. But whenever I get one, I say Wu-Tang, and I send him a picture. It's going to take a while. But this is important to show you. This is real.
Go back and say Wu-Tang.
Oh, we'll show you? Oh, okay. Look at Jay. Under Cam means or just Wu-Tang?
Then we define campaigns or shit.
Oh, look at Jamie telling me how to do it. Here we go. See, oh, here it is. Right there. Wu-Tang. And then I was and that was from October. But I go back like 5 years of doing that. Like every time I shoot a elk, I text Wu-Tang.
You started shoot came out here.
No, I started hunting in 2012. I shot that deer, the deer that had this right there. That was the first animal I hunted. And I was like, okay, that's what I'm doing. It was either for me, it was that or become a vegetarian. I watched too many of those PETA films. You know, those animal factory farming films, torture films. I was like, fuck this. Like, either I'm going to be a vegan or I'm going to learn how to hunt. And my friend Steve Vanilla took me hunting. I shot that deer. I'm like, all right, that's what I'm doing. I've been doing it ever since. So I've been hunting for 12 years.
12 years.
Yeah.
So you consider yourself a marksman?
Well, it's like I'm down really good, like compared to real marksmen. You know, it's like saying you're a black belt when you're not really a black belt. You know, like
Go to the courses.
yeah, like how good are you? I mean, I'm good for regular people. Yeah, if you didn't know, you think I'm really good. Yeah, but like for people that are really good, no, I'm not. I'm not near at their level. So you know, there's like professional archers that are like super accurate out to 100 yards. They can shoot like a softball size group at 100 yards consistently. I'm not really hungry if you can shoot like that. It's a lot of discipline. A lot of discipline.
Yeah, they look on this side too.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of bow hunting in Texas. Yeah, that's a lot of bow hunting in Texas. Yeah, it's fun. I like it.
To get out there.
I told you, like we were talking before the show, like if you want to learn, I could put you on some people that'll 100% teach you how to do it. Because you're fairly close. Like that's an easy thing to do. Pick it up. You would enjoy it. It's a nice discipline to clear your mind.
Yeah.
You just set a target up in the backyard, just shoot the target, it just clears your mind. Because you have to really concentrate on it. For a guy like you, busy, so much shit going on, like it's good to have a thing like that. To just,
It's like a sport thing.
Yeah.
It's like something you learn. You kind of master.
yeah. Like it's one of those things like it's shooting a free throw. Like at that moment, you can't think of anything else other than what you're doing. If other shit gets in your head, it's like you don't have any room to focus. You got to push it all out and just think. Oh, and that kind of stuff like cleans your mind.
Exactly.
It's like it flushes your mind out.
That's what they're doing. That's what it's all about at the end of the day. Just kind of like get a piece of mind and vibe to something different.
Yeah. I always say that for artists too. Is you find some other thing you like to do, just to give you a little break mentally from whatever you're trying to do.
Exactly.
You could get too close to something and lose sight of the big picture if you're all wrapped up in it. You lose sight.
It's a really
Sometimes it's something else that you also enjoy outside of it. And you look at what you do like, oh, we do something different.
Exactly.
Maybe I should put a new wrinkle in this. Maybe I should take a new turn. You know, mix it up.
It's important.
Yeah. You know what? It was another cool cool thing about today is that it used to be thought at one point in time, I think it was like the early 2000s, that rap had, that hip hop had a shelf life, and that there wouldn't be classics. You know what I mean? Like the Rolling Stones were still touring. You know, they were 58 years old back then. Like, this is crazy. The Rolling Stones are back on the road. But that was like a new thing. It was like old rock and roll guys out touring was a new thing. But with hip hop artists, like if you weren't in now, if you weren't new now, it kind of, people weren't in to go and see it.
Right, yeah. When I see guys like Alan and Kieran and Snoop Dogg in high school, it kind of it gives me more leverage and more strength to want to do it because I see some of my legends still doing it today. But yeah, man, I'm saying just seeing a lot of guys like Mick Jagger and they're still performing, it's like why not?
Why not? Yeah. But with hip hop, that wasn't really a thing for a long time. Like,
Because you didn't think that it would last.
Right.
You know what I mean? So you felt like you would get a 5-year run. They say any artist that was coming out back in the 90s, they was already putting a cap on how long or how far they thought you was going to go. So even for us, it's like, yo, hey, we do this shit for like 3 or 4 years, we good. Yo, we'll be cool with that. So they always put us in a, what's the word I'm looking for?
A box.
Put us in a box, yeah. To make us feel like at the end of the day, yo, this shit is going to be here for a minute, then it's over. You know, but seeing guys still doing it, you know, I don't give a fuck. Like, I listen to the Joe. It's no fucking guy.
That's hilarious.
People I know, people.
That's hilarious. I love his old shit until he had that supermodel wife. Then everything got real soft. And we got too much good pussy. Too much good pussy. They got supermodel pussy. It's like, uptown girl, she's been living in an uptown world. And before that, we go back to his other shit, you know? Only the Good Die Young. Oh, that's a great song. He's got some great stuff. Scenes from an Italian Restaurant. That's a great song. Captain Jack. Ooh, Captain Jack's a great song. But when he got older, it just became, you know, hey, he was changing as a human. He got New York too, right? Yeah. I sold out Madison Square Garden like 300 times. It's crazy.
Still going.
Yeah, still going.
Those are guys that we look up to, you know, experiencing.
Yeah, it's just beautiful that hip hop is like that now. Because I feel like in the 2000s, only it was more overseas was showing you guys love.
Yeah.
Like a lot of Europe. Like a lot of my friends that were like maybe bigger in the 90s, they had to go over to Europe. And it was like, yeah.
And I tell people all the time, like being from the States, being where we from, I think they appreciate it more because they never really had to last for as much as we did.
Right.
So they come out more.
Right.
Right now, today,
They're enthusiastic.
they love it more. You know,
Right.
so
They can't believe it.
Yeah, they can't believe it.
Yeah.
But for me, I think I love performing a lot more when I go out there because they come out and they never, ever make you feel like they don't appreciate you. You know what I mean? Even to this day, it's like the client still goes out there and makes a ton of cash. You see a lot of people, and you see young generations of kids too. It's like, yo, you looking for he's that fucking kid that we just put him on stage and he knew the fucking words. Like, yo, he might have been like 17, 16 years old. Like, he doesn't even fucking born.
Well, there's classic hip hop now.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like when I was a kid, it was classic rock. You like listen to Led Zeppelin, it was classic rock. Now there's classic hip hop, which is amazing. You know, it just shows that the culture is like completely accepted it as an art form. And so now young kids that get into hip hop, maybe one of their friends will be like, "Hey, you ever heard of this?" And then they turn them on to new stuff. And they're like, "Wow, this is 1992." You know.
I think that's how we were. We always were infatuated with the music before our time. You know? Like how you just said, like, yeah, listen to shit every day. You know? I actually had to live with him.
Really?
And I brought him to my hood too. So you know how that felt for me.
Oh,
To have
wow.
fucking shit with me,
That's
come into my community.
That's
Man,
amazing.
it was dope. But yeah, man, you know, that's why I always feel like, I tell people in time, you have to respect the people that did it before you, because they gave you something to dream of, to
Yes.
be able to instill in yourself. Like, you don't have that, that you're not moving the way you're supposed to be moving. You know, I remember old man would tell us, if you don't know where you came from, you never know where you're going. So having that history is an experience that sticks with you forever. You have to have that.
Yeah.
Don't try to follow that. You know, and I think a lot of times people, they look at hip hop, they think certain things is hip hop. It's like history of hip hop is something that you gotta know. You gotta know.
Yeah. You should know it like the history of the United States.
Exactly.
It's something. If you're an artist, like that's what lit the fire. Somebody had light the fire.
Mm-hmm.
And if these young guys don't know, like, hey, this shit didn't even exist in 1979.
Yeah.
It didn't even exist. That's not that long ago. And then all of a sudden now it's everywhere. Like, what happened? Somebody lit the fire, and if they didn't light that fire, you wouldn't have it. You wouldn't have the embers. You wouldn't have this desire to try this thing.
Exactly.
And
now look what it did. Look what it did.
Yeah.
It's like, yo, one of the biggest genres of music. It's like, and there's a lot of times people take shots at it. Like, now they talking, they talking. It's like, my thing to that is always like, yo, it's no different from going to see a scary movie.
Exactly.
Jason.
Exactly.
Killing motherfuckers on the else. I hate a kid. You know what I mean? Based on that. He was one of my favorite movies.
Great fucking movie.
Love it. Janelle.
But why is it okay to do that in a movie, but it's not okay to do that in a song?
Right. I don't understand it. I don't, it's hypocritical. It's hypocritical.
It is. It's hypocritical because they say it encourages violence.
Yeah.
And that's the same thing they'll say about video games. Like, doesn't mean everybody.
Yeah.
So what's going on really? What's going on really is you have a bunch of disenfranchised people that don't have any hope, and if they are around a lot of violence, maybe something will get them excited about violence. If they're not disenfranchised and they have hope, they're not inclined towards violence. It's a societal problem. It has nothing to do with the art itself. The art itself is representative of real experiences.
Right.
So if you're telling people that they can't express themselves about real experiences, you're just going like this, la 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 la. I'm not listening. That's all you're doing.
That's how you feel it.
This is these people's lived expression. This is that, which is why Wu-Tang was so good. The reason why it was so good is because it was real. Like, no one's questioning the authenticity of anybody that was in the Wu-Tang Clan. So it's like that. The message that you guys were putting out, the way you were putting things out, like Wu-Tang Clan ain't nothing to fuck with. Like that is that. It was like from you to the world. And if someone doesn't like that, you don't have to listen.
Exactly.
You don't have to listen. But if you slap a warning stick on it, you just yourself.
You gotta listen to it anyway, right? You gotta get caught up with it anyway. Yeah, it's like, look, prime example, when we made the record Cream, right? Cream was a record that didn't have nothing to do with anything but the rewards of what we were looking at. It wasn't really a song of raps. It was a reality. It was a picture we was trying to paint.
Cash rules everything around.
Cash rule. Around me, not with me. Should never fucking rule you, but around me. And a friend from the neighborhood, he actually came up with that acronym. But I tell people all the time, I had a cousin from Brooklyn that he used to come to Staten Island and he used to sell drugs for us. He came up with that word, cream, because he was like, yo, as long as I make my cream, it's good. What the fuck is cream? Like, you know what I mean? Like, yo, you ever see Jerry the Movie and, he make those big sandwiches and that and splash on that cream, whatever. And, I'm like, oh, the time to Jerry the sandwiches, right? Yeah, you make the big sandwiches. The stuff you get out and nah, real shit. So the cream that was splashed all over the place, he was looking at that, that's his money, like, that's what the cream is. You know what I mean? So like, yeah, you're gonna get your cream. You sit up in the fucking spot over there, you're gonna make your cream, you're gonna get it.
So who came up with the acronym?
A good friend of ours, some people. his name is Wayne, right? And him and Method Man was like, real close, like brothers. So when we was in the studio, right into it, he was there, and he just sat back and he just came up with cash from everything around me. And him and Beth, they put it together, and next thing you know, that was a hook. You know, at that time for me, I was still writing a lot of stories. You know, so I wrote, believe it or not, I wrote 2 verses for him. Right? And my mom never started up as a whole composer. I was writing drug dealers in the neighborhood. I knew this kid by the name of Gigante. Gigante attacked on dog with a Diamante. You know, the Diamante back in the days was like the 5 Series Benz as far as I know. And a good friend of mine was like, oh, he's like, everybody else thinking it's like, school didn't like it. So he made me go back and change it. And when I changed it, I started to think before I wrote it. Man, he said, hey, we found out shit that's something that we could do to real thing. What the fuck we did. That's what I came with. I moved up to the crime side, you know, the New York crime side.
So he just told you harder.
Yeah, he just told me to think harder.
Harder. Yeah.
He said, yo, Chef, you could be a little bit more creative.
Well, Cream was crazy because it became viral. That saying dollar bills, y'all, it became viral. Like
You know
spread
what
across.
You remember that record?
Yeah.
Money. It takes money. Yeah. Whoever he was saying back then. That's cool. Shit. But yeah, nothing, man, they sat down and came up cash rule everything. It was a perfect, symbol of what we were trying to express. That we were always trying to get people. We were dealing with certain things in our community that we were trying to get past first to try to make something. And it was a sacrifice. Like, yeah, you do this shit, you might be able to get out of it alive. Like, so that record, why blowing up so big, it wound up being one of our biggest records. And it didn't have nothing to do with it. I guess to me, it didn't feel hip hop. It just felt like realization. Like, real shit is you need to start listening. You just play the ghettos, play shit, you know what I mean? You trying to give off a message. And that's what I think people know about Wu-Tang is that we give out messages. We like an emotional roller coaster group. We can give you Ken Clan ain't nothing to fuck with. We can give you the tears. Where it's like, oh shit. Yeah. You're right. We gotta be careful. We gotta look at things for real. So all that had a lot to do with being around smart guys. You know what I mean? The smartness allowed us to write the way we wanted to write.
Right.
It's contagious. It's contagious.
Yeah. But that's what I was thinking about, like really good lyrics and high quality rap. It's contagious.
Yeah.
Because then everybody else's shit has to be tight too.
Yeah. And when you come with a group of guys that, he killed you, gotta come in.
Right.
You have to come in and say some shit that makes sense. Like, I give a lot of credit to our first record, like I think I know that's one of your favorite shit. When the Inspector that said, smoke on the mic like smoke on just engine, always reason hell with a flavor. Yeah. That right there opened up.
Yeah.
Something more.
Yeah.
I always tell that you are not right. You are like a Scotty Pippen. You always want to hit to get the ball in the line. He did that. He created that first verse that it's me jumping right in behind.
Yeah.
What time you do like Schwarzenegger? Yeah. And Meth came in, and everybody kind of like.
That's what's so amazing about all these killers, all these different voices, all these amazing lyrics, all on one song.
Yeah. But we wanted to show the world that each one of us had a style that was unreckoned. Each one of us can paint a picture within our own way that you will. So it's better to get us through now. You know, we'll sacrifice the little work for the bigger look later.
Right.
You know, and that was one of the situations where we had to dance some sort of way. Be like, okay, yeah, we'll take a little bit of money, but we know we're going to be able to sell, like you said, you get the 50. You sell it. Now, we know we're telling you about the money, but you got the relationships. Okay, cool. As long as you got the relationship, as long as you got the money, yeah, we're going to go out there, we're going to work to make it happen, but this is what, and you know, I give all the credit to Steve Griffith. You know, Steve was the guy that owned Black Records back then. He was a part of RCA back then. I give y'all that. And next thing you know, we got to start to work. We got the head. We got Chisel on the head. We got to the head. So we did something that was so new to the world that it's like, oh shit.
From the outside, it felt different because it felt like a movement. Right. So Wu-Tang was like a movement. Exactly. It was different. It was like
everybody tried boxes. Everybody tried the boxes as a group.
Yeah.
So even though we knew we were a group, in our minds, we looked at it, like you said, as a movement being created that would eventually spread out and hit all corners of everything. And that was the plan all the time. That was a premeditated plan. Because they wanted us to still be a group. It was like, nah, look, we sacrificing this and that, but we're not going to box ourselves.
Right.
You know, so by us doing it, it kind of like really paved the way for other groups and other artists and everybody to kind of, you know, follow this blueprint. So now you have, you know, these other guys coming out and creating their own labels and bringing in artists that they wanted to do. So to me, this can be hip hop a little bit more interesting because it showed that the artists were starting to get more slow, which is important. You know, we didn't want to be just, like you said, yo, it's coming in and you sell your soul.
Yeah.
You know, just stay there.
Is one of the hardest parts getting the right beat?
Oh, beat is everything, bro.
Because
All right,
it
kid.
seems like all you got
Let's
is right. Everybody can write. But if you don't have a great beat, and how many great beats can you make? Right? If you have an album and another album's coming out next year, like, whoa, you gotta have 16, 20 great beats.
Yeah.
And then you gotta pick from those beats what goes what song, try different ways out, and you gotta make sure everybody shows up at the studio. How hard was that?
So it's real. I mean, I tell people all the time, like, number one for us, like, you know, being around so many different lyricist guys, beats are important. You know, I remember one time my friend asked me, what's the most beats? I'm gonna beat. He fucked me up every day with that. It was fucked up. And I answered him, I gave him an answer like probably like 3 or 4 minutes later, and I was like, you know what? I never asked you that. I said, the beat. I said, you know why the beat? Because the beat makes you think about what you want to say and what you want to get across. You know, anybody can make rhymes. I can have you sit with me for fucking a month and you could be an ill fucking rapper. I can take you there. But to be able to have that combination factor of making a body of work or a sound that you want, you need to have the right production. So a lot of times we change work to whatever they feel. It's like how you can listen to Protect Your Neck and you get that energy from it.
Yeah.
You know, you get a certain energy because of that production. Then you get this energy when you get it clean, you get that.
Right.
So for me, I always tell people the beat is everything. You know, and us just sitting down and waiting for Wizard to come up with something. One thing about Wizard, he was so clever. You know, he had a team of guys that was around him that was consistent to helping him come with different sounds and, you know, play with different things. And of course, you know, to tap his ear for music and listening to other people's stuff, he was able to isolate himself away from everything and start brainstorming for us. So it's like he was like he was like the Steelers back in the fucking 80s. You know what I mean? He won 4 Super Bowls in a row. He was like that with Terry Bradshaw, Lynn Swan. He was in the zone. He was really in the zone.
Especially because it became successful.
Yeah.
A lot of motivation behind it, a lot of energy behind it.
Yeah.
I hear what you're saying, but without the lyrics, the beat is not the same. I see from your perspective as a lyricist and as an MC that you would think that the beat is more important because it's important to you to get started. But damn, as a fan, you lyrics have to lyrics.
Yeah.
Just the beats by themselves, that's not enough.
Look,
No.
you know how many times me and Rizzo would argue about that? And I would tell him, like, yo, listen, bro, it took all of us. It took you. You had that.
Yeah.
You had this. You had that. That's what.
It's a
You know,
50-50 proposition. It's I think it's more 60-40. I think it's more 60 lyrics because the thing is the lyrics are the thing that make you go, oh shit. Like a great beat makes you move your head and gets you going, but the lyrics make you go, oh shit. Like rewind that.
me is 50-50 because if I have to give me the energy right, how can I give it to you?
It's a collaboration for sure. It's a collaboration for sure. But it's interesting that people think, like, what's more important? Like, what's more important, breathing or having a heartbeat? Shut the fuck up. Like, you need both. You need both. You have to have both. But that's where the collaboration comes. Yeah, I had Scott Storch in here the other day. Oh, what? Oh, yeah. He's so fucking talented. So out there, you know? His glasses on, his fucking chain. Like, you see, music. It's like a rare savant. There's dudes like that are like beat machines, you know? Like he just feels it, it comes into his head, he feels it, it's just coming out of his fingers, you know?
He's a super talented.
Oh, so talented. But like that kind of guy is so special. And, you know, to team the kind of guy like that up with Dre or, you know, with 50 or any of these people that he collaborated with, it's like that's special.
And that's why, like I said, you know what I mean? You can't never front on the maestro. You know what I mean?
Right.
I remember that, you know, DJ is started. Let's be honest.
Yes.
The DJ game,
Scratching records.
Scratching, you know, they created a synergy to the artist to be like, yo, let's try this. Even if you go back to, like I said, look at Quincy Jones. You know, look what the fuck he did.
Right.
You know, look at Frank Sinatra. Like, who the fuck was hell his fucking music, man?
Right.
He was so clever. He needed a vibe, though. He needed something. Who was that guy?
You ever hear Frank Sinatra when he was young?
Oh, he was
Before he was smoking all those cigarettes? He had this super high-pitched voice. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. You listen to the difference, like, wow, there's so much range.
What's your thoughts on it?
I don't know.
He never really got famous.
Well, I think the whole thing back then was Elvis, or whoever it was. You know, whoever was the person that was in front. Everybody behind the scenes didn't really get that much respect.
Right.
You know?
He was a talent.
Yeah. Who was that crazy dude that wore the wigs that shot that lady in L.A.? He produced all the Beatles shit. He had that. He got tried for murder, and every day in the courtroom he would wear a different wild wig. He created the wall of sound. Fuck, what's his name? He was really insane. Phil Spector. Phil Spector, back in the day, he was known for pulling guns on people. He pulled guns on people, stick them in their mouths and shit. He was a complete psychopath.
That guy?
Yeah, and he was a Jewish guy, I think.
Right.
And he shot this lady in the mouth. She's Jewish. I don't want any Jewish people mouth me. Jewish people get mad when you say someone's not Jewish and they did something terrible.
Hey, look, guys,
I'm just saying the little rock. Talented, successful Jewish people. That dude, he was responsible for the wall of sound, the Beatles. Like that was a big thing with him. Like he was known for being a guy that would change his music. Russian Jewish. Oh, yeah. What?
And he was from the Bronx, right?
From the Bronx. Yeah.
Holy shit.
Wild boy. And shot some lady, picked up some lady at a bar, took her back to his place, and shot her. Holy shit. Yeah, he would put guns in people's mouths. Like he was known for threatening people. Like, you want to get on this fucking contract and shove a gun in your mouth. What's that? He pulled a gun on Cher. ever recall stopping Phil Spector in his tracks when he pulled a gun on her. He couldn't pull that shit with me. Right. We had this really strange relationship. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Well, it's like the music business at one point in time was run entirely by gangsters. That's the story about Hendrix. The story about Hendrix is that his manager killed him. That's the conspiracy. It was that his manager killed him because it's more valuable for Hendrix to be dead. His music is a maestro, like a one in a billion year talent. And that they knew that they had all these recordings of him and they could kill him. And so that's what his girlfriend jumped off the top of the building. Yeah, holy shit. Because he was going to leave his manager. His bodyguard wrote a book about it years later. And it just came out I want to say 10 years ago. It wasn't that long ago. Where the bodyguard said, yeah, the manager killed him. Killed Hendrix and threw the girlfriend off the roof. Oh, yeah, they did. They need to do a real Wu-Tang movie. I know Hulu had a series, but they need a real, Quentin Tarantino needs to do. That's me, man. I know Quentin Tarantino. That's what I think we talk Quentin Tarantino because he wants to do one more movie. How about he does a fucking Wu-Tang movie? The real Wu-Tang movie. It's Hulu's great, but it has to be on Hulu. You can only get that so wild on Hulu. For it to be real, it has to be a movie. Let me tell you something. I wrote a book, right? And inside the book, I talk about how Q-Tip, a good friend of mine, Q-Tip, he had me an artist. Leonardo DiCaprio? Huh? Leonardo DiCaprio? I remember Q-Tip was like, yo, set up me for Leonardo in Brooklyn at this small pizza shop. We get on his favorite spots. He would talk to me. So yeah, that's what's up. So when we just had to talk, he was like, yo, Q-Tip was telling me that he was thinking about trying to get guys together to create a movie. I was like, yeah, this is what I was thinking. So make a long story short, I set up a meeting. Lisa, myself, me, and all those people in LA. And I told Lisa, I said, listen, before we do this Hulu thing, which at the end of the day was a business production thing that we was doing. So I think we need to make a realistic, real life movie of us. So it shouldn't be nothing that we should play because people need to know our real story. So RZA entertained the conversation, but I don't know, for some reason, I guess he felt like he was committed to doing what he wanted to do with Hulu. He might already have a deal. Yeah. And like I said, the claim. Look at that. Yeah, Jamie Faster. Jamie's the best. He was that dude, and I remember. Wow. I wish we could make this thing because the way I had him looking at it, it was almost like I told him. I said, this would be like a slasher of Goodfellas and Minister Society. Yes. Yeah. And I kind of talk about our story. He was super open. He was like, yo, it's not what we got to do. Who do we need to talk to? But at that time, RZA was already in pocket for what he wanted to do. So I said, you know what, one day, maybe I might get a chance to share my version. Because come on, how many Pablo Escobar movies we looked at? Right. I mean, you got these guys telling you, oh, for sure, it can still be made. So it can still be made. 100%. Just because there's a release, that doesn't mean shit. Right. But I think that at the end of the day, God willing, he will really give you guys another taste of really how we really see it. I think it would be hugely successful. I think from a movie rather perspective. Would you rather see it as a movie? A movie. Well, or you do it like on Netflix where you can get wild. Yeah. Do it like Netflix has shit like Ozark. They get wild on Netflix. You get wild. That's how it has to be. It has to be grimy. It has to be. That's how you want it, right? It can't be in any way BBC after school specialified. You know what I'm saying? Like it can't be cleaned up through a filter. It has to be good too. It has to be like good narrative. It has to be set up. The scenes have to be set because it's very hard to take an insane career of 9 of the best MCs get together genius talents, and they formed this movement. Are they going to condense that to 2 hours?
Yeah.
You
See,
have
that
to
was one of
really
his
good
views.
writer.
He was like, yo, wait.
But I think it can be done. I think
That's what I said. I said, yo, come on, man. I said, people do it all the time. I said, yo, look at, prime example, look at NWA. I thought NWA movie was dope. You know what I mean? Straight out of Compton. I thought they did a good job with that. It was Dre and Cube and, you know, I'm sure you always gonna have somebody on that be like, yo, nah, but it was so realistic that when I seen ours, it was like, all right, I get it. You know, this even said, this is more for the younger generation to kind of gravitate to. And once everybody loved it, they loved it. So it was like, okay, y'all love it. We love y'all for love.
It's great. It's great. But hear me out. Opening of the movie, Rikers. Opening of the movie, you guys show up at Rikers to do a concert. We're old Eddie Bastards inside. That's the opening of the movie. That's the opening of the movie.
You were gritty. You know,
That just get everybody on the hook right away. And then you bring them back to the beginning. Right after that. You put the year.
and that's how you make movies. You take all the greatest moments.
Yeah.
Then you
Yeah.
start something.
Yeah, that's a no-brainer for a Wu-Tang movie. You start with Rikers. Which is what year is that? 95? What year is that?
Maybe.
What year was the Old Dirty Bastard and Rikers concert?
Yeah, I'm about to say, look at that.
And what year did you guys start? Who was the very first year?
We started in late 92.
So you start the movie with Rikers, and then you bring it back in 92. Back to 92. That's what it is. That's what it is. I mean, just think about the incredible amount of talent, not just rap. Really, Jizz is like a world champion caliber chess player. 99, 2000. It doesn't Jizz have some degree in physics?
Smart.
Doesn't he have some crazy degree?
Smart.
Look that up, please. So you just that alone in the movie is like, come on, this is real. It's just that. Yeah, think of a movie like that. Think of a movie that starts up with the gates opening, and you guys going in, put all your belongings in the basket, the whole shit, getting frisked, checking everybody down. The guy reading you the rules, the warden telling you do not go into the crowd, do not do that. Yeah. Okay, cool.
Yeah, we got you.
Yeah. Think about it. That's the beginning of the movie. That's an incredible opening for a movie. And it really happened. This isn't bullshit. This isn't a bunch of dorks sitting around a table coming up with some nonsense. This is some shit that you lived through. That would be an incredible opening for a movie.
And it's just so incredible, even more on how we connected, because, like I said, everybody comes from almost the same comedy bullshit, but everybody has different philosophies on how they felt their lives is going. So, I tell people all the time, my neighborhood was about making money. Ghost neighborhood was about taking money, taking shit from them. Jizza being one of the MCs that could have been down with the Juice Crew. You know what the fuck the Juice Crew is. He turned it down.
Real.
It's like, they were doing all shit. And that's the Biz Cam, Gucci Rap. All these dope MCs, they ask, yo, we want you to come and get down with us. He's like, nah. All these things I remember like yesterday, like, wow. So the Juice Crew. He's like, I love the Juice Crew, but I just recently this chick, us 30 or us with old 30, like, old 30 always wanted to be like this. It's like, you have that personality, that charisma, that energy. So, like you said, these are the things that I wanted to see. Each individual, and like I said, shout out to you for doing a great job. But I do agree with you. We need another where it really defines who we are. Yeah. Was it, that was his side of how he wanted to tell.
It's a great story. It's great story. It's fun. The whole thing's fun. But I think there's something missing. And I think the something missing is a movie. It's gotta be a movie. It's gotta be a big screen, big thing. And it could be done.
I mean, first, you have to talk with my brothers about it.
I mean, just imagine when ODB does "Baby I Got Your Money." Come on, imagine that, and that becomes this massive hit. Massive hit.
Yeah, we only had the most hits moments. Huh?
He was so fucking talented and so real. You know when he was on MTV and they started talking about like, what are you gonna give? Where are you gonna give your money? He's like, I'm giving my money to nobody.
He's like, yo, you gonna give it back? He was like, yo, yeah, I remember this. Yeah. And everybody was crying. Yeah.
Everybody was so real because it was so real. Yeah. It wasn't like, well, I think it's really important that we establish some sort of community fund. Shut the fuck up. He was just having fun.
But we always gave back in our way.
Of course. Well, by existing, you give back. By existing, you inspire others. By existing, how many rap careers, how many hip hop careers were inspired by Wu-Tang? All of them. Countless.
Yeah.
So many.
I say that we definitely had a piece of watching the new generation grow and, kind of, build their art the way we built ours. That's important, to reflect on it. Back then, like you said, nobody was giving motherfuckers this kind of money. We was the first group that ever had that amazing video. Wow. Remember that day when it was coming up with the story.
What video was that?
Train. Wow, look at the train shit. We came doing this shit. This shit gonna cost $1 million. What the fuck? It's $1 million. Like, do it. At that time,
Is this it?
Yeah. This is what my guy brought back. The first job. See the bees coming through and shit.
We'll be bringing you up-to-the-minute information. This just in. Police are reporting that there's a man on the road ready to jump. We're told that he's possibly old dirty. The Wu-Tang Clan. The police suspect that there could be some connection between this old dirty man.
Wu-Tang. Shanoy, who the fuck knows what they is? Wu-Tang.
Is it weird looking back now? Does it feel almost surreal that you guys did it? It has to.
I mean, I always believed in my group, and these guys is, like you said, very talented. Sometimes we don't know our power when we come together, but we might be the only group that stick together so long, because we all feed each other every time. So to be able to reflect back on who's our own, it was like we still don't even give our best. It was almost like, okay, yeah, we're going to do it because we have to. Not do it because we're all in a happy vibe, a happy moment. A lot of times we make great things happen out of nothing. The pressure, turbulence, and all that day, but we still managed to come out with something great out of that whole time of that
That's what's incredible is that through all the disputes, they still there.
Yeah.
That's because there's no way you're gonna have 9 dudes and not have disputes.
Exactly.
Especially 9 alphas, 9 killers.
It's hard. And it's hard because, everybody has an opinion. And you want to respect everybody's opinion, But it made me think about sports. It made me think about how coaches and people, outside of the group are so important. See, how we were designed, we huddled up. We never really had people around us kind of like push them out and show us our true power. So we made our mistakes, of being great, but still handling the business a little bit different from if we had some coaches, some guidance.
The problem was back then, no one knew what was going on because it was so fresh. It was so new. The whole genre had only existed for 6 or 7 years. So it was emerging. It was chaotic. It was so exciting, but there wasn't a lot of experts in how to manage it.
Yeah.
It's like today, you could, a young artist could come to a guy like you and say, "Hey, what should I do? Help me out. Like, what's the path that you think that I should take?"
Yeah.
And you could give them real advice. Where back then, like, who knew? Who knew one time was going to work?
Yeah.
They would have told you that's not going to work. You can't get 9 dudes. That's crazy. How do you do that?
Yeah.
But it worked. It didn't just work. It accelerated everybody. It amplified all the voices. That's what was so crazy about it. Is it didn't just work. It worked better than being by yourself.
I tell people all the time, the clan, I think the hero got better based on us as a collective.
100%.
Has to. Nobody could do it by themselves and be great.
Iron sharpens iron.
Sure.
And that's what it is.
Still.
Yeah, you guys had so many killers together. There's no way it could be great. That's what's incredible. It's so hard for people to do that. That's why it's never been done before, which is amazing. If you think about the history of hip hop, how many artists have come out? And not one group has come together and made they're just like we can. Not one. Not one.
Even when it comes to sales and each one of us was blessed to be able to go platinum and gold. But we talk about that. Sometimes when we all together, we laugh and we say, "Damn, no other groups did what we did." Like 100 guys that everybody in the group went gold and platinum and this and that. And I couldn't name one person. Name one group that did what we did at that level back then. I couldn't name it. You know what I mean? Because
the Killer Boys branched out. Scarface obviously went on to have a massive career.
Yeah.
Did you see his little tiny desk performance?
Yeah.
Fucking incredible. Fucking incredible.
Yeah.
Incredible.
That's one of my greatest friends too, man.
And so different than anything else. The way he did it, he adapted the lyrics to the environment. Yeah. Oh, it's incredible. Incredible.
Scarface is a great guy.
He's just one of the all-timers. One of the all-timers.
All-time greats. Can you show you?
I have, yeah. No, I'd love that. Love it. I got to do it. I think that, there's so many amazing talents that came out of that 90s hip-hop era that, for a young guy coming up, someone who's, interested in a career in it now, it's imperative that you go back. Go back. You have to. You got to explore the classics. You got to see what started this whole thing. Because, and you got to put yourself in this mindset, and it's hard to imagine my experience of it because you're not going to be able to have it. It's always been around. But for me, it's when it came around, it was this totally new thing. It's totally new sound. Totally new, avenue of music that existed. And everybody was like, wow. All the young people were excited. Everybody was excited. This is crazy.
Yeah.
This is so different than everything else. So for the people that are making a career in it now, ooh, I know there's a tendency to think you're the fucking man and everything else sucks. I'm telling you, you got a band. A band is not thinking. Go back and educate yourself, because it's free. Just get on YouTube, get on Spotify, educate yourself. There's so much classic shit from the 90s that you're missing.
And all we were doing really was just like you said, just expression. You know?
Yeah.
Being in the studio, smoking a lot of weed, you know, and a lot of times when we were smoking and just vibing, it's like we were mentioning things that, you know, like today, like for example, you know, I own a cannabis business on the middle called Hash Road. I see you represent us. You know, we said that like cannabis or something else. I'm gonna have me a fat lot and enough land to plant my own sex crops. But for now, it's just a big dream. You know, so we kind of like spoke things into existence that at the end of the day, like, you know, now, as I sit here and own a cannabis business, I'm like, wow, we was talking about things. Yeah, my first job, everywhere go. I put on my mother's, you know, my mother's living room. You know, we did that. So we were kind of like saying things that meant so much to us back then, but still dreaming of it being a reality the next time it happens. You know, like how you said, you know, just being so intelligent and talking about science and, you know, meth, you know, talking about certain things. And, you know, now today he's in the movie world and Liz is a director. And, you know, these are the things that were going through our minds. And we were just smoking and listening to production and just saying, you know, what the right next move? Where do we want to go? You know? And I think that that is important as an artist, is to dream, be creative. Don't sit in your box. Like, that's the shit that just be driving me crazy a lot. Hip hop today is like, yo, it's just signing too fucking repetition. Like, let's make it bigger. Let's take it over here, over here, over here.
Yeah.
But it's just sometimes it's just sitting in one fucking box. Where it's like, yo, come on, we gotta. It's not just that. It's about opening up the doors for everybody to be able to see some of the sides. Like now, it just seems like the hip hop shit is just being controlled by one person that's saying, you know, we want y'all to stay right there. We want you to talk ignorant. We want you to not go wrong. We want you to just.
What other things gonna suck?
Why is that not the case?
Because the same reason why they were trying to take the RZA and change him and turn him into something he's not. People always do that. They do that in comedy, they do that in podcasting, they do that in music. There's always some executive that thinks they know better and they're gonna mold you and shape you and change you, and this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna hire an image team, we're gonna do it's all just bullshit. It's not artists interfering with art. That's what it is. It's when you have middlemen. You know, you have these people that profit off of your talent, and they think they're going to steer it in a way that's going to be the most profitable. They don't give a fuck if you're like earnestly and honestly expressing yourself. That doesn't mean anything. They just want you to stay in that box because that's the box they're selling. And once it sells once, they don't want you to change it up. Remember when Ice-T started a fucking heavy metal band? Ice-T, who played a cop on TV for like fucking 30 years, he had a song called Cop Killer, Body Count. And everybody wanted him to be a rapper. And Ice-T was like, man, I'm going to do a hardcore album. It was like, what? It's like, what is this? What is this? This is crazy. But it's like, he just didn't listen. He's like, I don't give a fuck what you say. I'm going to do what I want to do. This is what I want to do. Exactly. And you have to give an artist that ability to do that. They have to be able to change it up anytime they want. Because whatever got them to the dance is going to keep them dancing. And they might dance to the beat of a different song, but it's going to be the same person, that same creative force that created whatever you liked in the beginning. You probably like this new direction they're going to go into because it's going to be just as good. It's like we all like it. Like you said, you like Billy Joel. We both like Cool G Rap. It's very different. You wouldn't want to see the two of them at a concert together, you know. But that's what you have to give room for an artist. And these executives and these people that are profiting off of art without being creative, their input's always terrible. It's always terrible because they don't have a vision. They don't really, unless you're like a Rick Rubin, like one of those cats that's just like super eccentric, weirdo, genius dude who just knows what he likes and go, hold on, do that again. Stop, do it again, do it that way. Okay, can you make it echo? Do it, give me an echo.
So, but he's working with you because he's
right. He's barefoot and shit and fucking doing yoga. One of the geniuses, super weirdo, a Scott Storch type character. Yeah, those guys
be great in there.
They're artists though. It's like, that's different. But when you get these suits and the suits get involved and they know that, oh, we made, Raekwon sold 1,700,000 CDs doing it like this. So this is what we want from this one too. We want it to be the exact same way. We want to do it like that. Do it like that again. Like, no, what's this new thing you're doing? What's this new thing where you talk about discipline? No. But that's one of the most important things about hip hop too. Is like songs inspire people to change their lives. Like Gangstar song "Discipline." Like that song inspires you to have discipline. It's a great fucking song. Great lyrics.
The shit became knowledge to us.
Yes.
That's what I miss about hip hop is the knowledge factor of raising our kids to be smart and not hard enough. Like I said, once you put that warning sticker on it, don't look at it. They're gonna look at it anyway. So why not let them see it for what it is, and then say, yeah, you can make these choices. Man. You go that way, you know what you get. You go this way, you know what you get.
I think all it takes is someone today to do what you guys were doing and blow it. And then everybody will about it. If someone today became like this genius lyricist, was like pointing out things in society and became a huge artist,
but you think that music is still, you think the radio we play it?
I don't think the radio means jack shit anymore. I think what means something now is people sharing. That's what means something.
I want to get it out there.
Someone put it on Spotify, put it on SoundCloud, put it on YouTube. Someone sees it, someone hears it, you send it to somebody, they send it to 10 people, and then it goes viral. That's what it's all about. I think it's just be undeniable. Be undeniable. Have some shit where you listen to it and go, oh, yeah. And you have your friends like, yeah, listen to first lines.
Yeah,
Listen to that shit.
That's how we always sold it
Oh
anyway.
my God. Yeah, come out of the gate with a fucking haymaker. Boom.
That's really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, you talking like how I feel about my album about the job.
Where's it going?
Anyway, well, shit. I just been working on this documentary, like for the purpose. Just to be honest with you, take that. I've been working on, Only Book for Cuban Links is my what's going on now, my thriller that I made 30 years ago. This year, 2025, will be 30 years. So what we've done is we went back and decided to do a documentary about a real life. So it's called The Public Tape Files because remind you, Only Book for Cuban Links was the name of the album. But being that I came in as a cassette, everybody started to call this album The Public Tape. So now, we came back and we decided to do, me and my team, my camp, the plan, of course, the plan. But this is something that was my intellectual property that I said, you know what? Me and my guys sat down, my team sat down and said, you can make a documentary about this album. You can make 50 hours. People still going to talk about Only Book for Cuban Links. I said, you know what? You're right. So what I did was, I said, you know what? I'm going to invest in it and kind of tell a story of what helped us inspire that album, what helped us be a part of the culture, and how it still allows me to still exist today. Like, if you see a lot of these guys today, they're still wearing Cuban Link shoes.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So who would ever thought that I'm calling my album Only Built for Cuban Link things? Now everybody in their mother is wearing Cuban Link chains today, 30 years later. So, that's been something that I've been working on, and believe it or not, we've been working on for 10 years. Wow. So I got over 50 influential people that was in my life that was affected by that album to be a part of this documentary. So now, this is all we're making. We actually go out there and start pitching it. We're finally getting ready to do it right now, as we speak. Once the new year kicks in and all that, we will be ready to go out there and position ourselves to go do a deal with a network with this project. It's going to be there. To say that, you know what I mean? So my thing is to talk about it in a way to where the way we live, all the experiences, all the things that we went through, and eventually that would wind up becoming a movie. Because the storyboard of how I talk about it is going to blow people. It's like, damn, this is what you was going to do. This is how your mindset mindset was, because I just want people to know that that album was made because I love hip hop, man. You know, we were in a position to make something golden that at that time I was over the biggest thing. I was already in Martin Scorsese's mindset, because when I came to the clan, I was like, I don't do all the karate shit. I don't know how to rhyme like that. I don't even know about hustlers and trying to get from here to there and turn my life around for the positive, you know. So we talk about this in the documentary, and we go through some of the songs. And like I said, you know, I got some of my guys that, you know, we had conflictions with some artists out there like Biggie back then. Everybody thought we had a beef. And, you know, just it becomes interesting. But the bottom line is that's what I've been working on alongside with working on some other music. So I just said, well, let me get this done the right way first, and then I'm gonna, you know, drop some new music. So I'm definitely a new album gonna come out.
Who was that?
I think the new album, I say probably like 10 something. Yeah, and I never even mentioned the name of the album, but I'll mention it on your show. The name of the album is going to be called The Emperor's New Clothes. You ever heard that Dutch folk tale?
Yeah, the Emperor wears no clothes.
Yeah, so that's going to be the name of it, because I feel like the status quo today, everybody follows bullshit. Nobody wants to be genuine. Nobody wants to call out shit that makes sense. It's like, oh, you believe it? Oh, I'm supposed to believe it. I'm supposed to believe nothing that don't feel like what it's supposed to be to me. Goes back to like you said. And listen to everything you said about it. You have to do it for this way. Fuck that. Fuck radio. Whatever is going to stop you from being you. You know what I mean? Yes. So this is the same mindset that I'm thinking with my new album that's coming. Like, yo, I'm not going to let you tell me that this is not what people still love. You know what I mean? I don't care. Just I know what I know from coming up as a kid who loved hip hop and what inspired me. So I'm gonna have fun this shit, man. I got a lot of great things that I want to give to the world. But yeah, that's gonna be
people still love, and I'm telling you, these like young kids that I have at the Comedy Mothership, when I play them 1990s hip hop, they they just don't know yet.
Yeah.
They just don't know.
Yeah, we can't afford them because they wasn't around.
Also,
at that time.
They got so much shit coming their way. They're getting inundated by all these new artists.
Yeah. There's so much shit going on.
So much shit going on.
There's so much going on. But, you know, I always say that it's always a lane for people that love music. You know, I don't care. It's like you could be 50. You know, today I'm sitting here as a 55-year-old that still think that kid would love what helped me be who I am today. So I'm still at my best when it comes to making music. You know, like today the chef is more of an architect artist now. You know, I don't consider myself a gangster rapper, funny rapper. I'm an architect now. You know, because I like to reflect on things about growth and development. You know, and when people hear this album, damn, I still fucking got it. I tell people all the time, don't ever think you're gonna lose that shit. That's like sitting there saying that Tyson can fight. But you know at the end of the day, he ain't losing fucking big when it comes to how he feels that passion for boxing and whatever. I feel the same way with my music. So give up. But then, like I said, the name of the album is called The Emperor's New Clothes. Check it out.
I'm ready. Listen, brother, thank you very much for being here. It was a real honor. It's a real pleasure. Thank you for everything you guys have done over the years. I've been endlessly entertained by Wu-Tang Clan for a long time. And I hope somebody listens to this and makes that fucking movie. Make that movie.
Dude, we're going to make it happen. We're going to figure it out.
I wish I made movies. I wish I was a movie maker, because that's what I would do. I would make it that way. I'd open up with that fucking Riker scene.
Listen, Joe, it's never too late for us to do the flipping.
Never too late.
Never too late.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. My pleasure.
Good job. Program. Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by day. All day.
Kelsey Bobby.
Are we up?
Hello.
This time, this very first time ever.
Okay.
How are you? How are you? You got 80 followers.
Yeah.
You're welcome. So are you eligible to make money on TikTok? Yeah, no, I understand. Have you thought about multi-streaming? That's a lot of multi-streaming. It's the next wave of streaming. Basically, instead of just being live on Kick only, you go live on Kick and YouTube and Rumble and Twitch all at the same time. Yes, you can. It's the same amount of work. You don't have to do anything different. It all goes in the same chat. So it's just from one piece of software. It's not even software. It's on the browser. It's called Rumble. Go to rumble.com. Rumble, RUMBLE. RUMBLE.com. Create an account. Sure, absolutely. It'll take you 20 minutes to set up, and then it's all done. It's very nice. Yes. Do you see rumble.com? Rumble, yes. Create an account with your username, Akamasha. Am I saying that correctly, Akamasha? Okay. That's how it's comfortable to me, Akamasha. It should be. Okay. Now, just hold on. You'll be happy that you at least explored this. So you see in the upper right corner, it says create, upload, and then Rumble Studio. Go to rumble.com. Excellent. On the upper right corner, you should see like a little plus symbol that says like go live, upload, and then Rumble Studio. Press Rumble Studio. Okay. So this is the piece of it's software, but it's a browser that is basically the main stream, and then you can multi-stream off of this. So what you do you have a Twitch account? You can use your old one. If you have your old one, just log in. Do you have a YouTube account? Excellent. So let's do YouTube first. Okay. Oh yeah, perfect. Thank you. Oh, we're gonna make it. You're gonna be really happy. And you start earning money immediately. Not a whole lot. And I know money's not important, but it's something. At least it shows that they care. Okay. Loading. Okay, account verification. You have to put in your telephone number. Hold on. Upper right corner where your avatar is, your profile, your circle. Yep. Click that. And you go to settings. No. There. Yeah. Exactly. And then go to account settings. Like the second one down. No. Okay, that works too. Account information. And then you should see verification. Yeah. I have some sales. There you go. Okay. So you put in your telephone number there, and you'll get a code, and then you'll be verified, and you can use it right away. Excellent. Verified. Okay. Now, you see where the camera is in the upper right corner? Upper right corner. Left. There you go. Yep. Rumble Studio. The bottom one. That one. Yep. Perfect. Okay. So this is like the home page. Um, on the left, you see the gear. On the left, yeah, the fourth one down. That. Yep. Nope. The fourth last one. Fourth one. Keep up that. Yeah. The gear. Excellent. Now, do you see where it says manage destinations? Yep, right there. Yep. Okay, perfect. So now you press add new destination, and then you log in with your YouTube. We'll go to YouTube. You click YouTube. Try it again. Well, there you go. Oh, they're connected. Perfect. Already got it. Just like that. Okay, now click the plus again. And Twitch. Hold on, just let it be. Just let it be. Or did it open that for you? That's okay. Yeah, just log in with. That's okay. Log in with your Twitch. Yeah. Excellent. Good job. And then go back to Rumble and then press the switch button. Go to Rumble. Yeah. Yeah. And just give it a second. And it should connect it. There you go. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. The last one for now that you're going to do is kick. Okay? Um, in order to do this, you have to do, there's like one extra step. Okay? So just one moment, and we will get it done. Just one moment. I've done it before, and I helped Caspian see do it. So if I want to connect Kick to Rumble Studio, I think I need to use a third-party application. What is it called? It's like Streamlabs or something like that. Yeah, but here's the thing. Every time you do a stream, you're gonna have to upload a new code. And it's a pain. You want it to just be as easy as possible. So you're gonna want just for a moment. Yeah, I think it's this. Okay. Okay. Go to new tab. I mean, you can do this. You can do this, but it's only going to work one time that you stream it. You have to get a new code every time. If you want to do it, you can. So yeah, you go to create a dashboard. Okay, take it. I understand. Absolutely. this up. Okay, so I want to make sure that you're aware of something. We'll just go to create a dashboard. It's called create your dashboard. Create a dashboard. No. Okay. Yeah, it should say dashboard or settings, maybe settings. Perfect. Okay. Yeah, that's what you need. But listen to me. This is kind of complicated. Do you mind if I translate it? Do you mind if I translate it? So just remember. This part is a little complicated. If you don't mind, I'm just going to translate.
Ta część jest trochę skomplikowana. Jeśli nie masz nic przeciwko, po prostu ją przetłumaczę.
If you put the numbers in there, it will only work on the first time that you stream. You want it to work every time that you stream so that you don't have to keep putting the numbers in. If you want, I can show you how you can get that done. But maybe for right now, you just do it that way.
Jeśli wpiszesz tam liczbę, zadziała to tylko za pierwszym razem, gdy będziesz streamować. Chciałbyś, żeby działało za każdym razem, gdy będziesz streamować, więc nie musisz ciągle wpisywać liczb, jeśli chcesz. Mogę ci pokazać, jak to zrobić, ale może na razie po prostu zrób to w ten sposób.
Right. So you put. Yes. And that's what I want to show you.
Dobrze, więc umieściłeś.
You go to new tab. No, new tab, like a new one. Yep. And I think, I could be wrong, but you want to go to Restream. It's RESTREAM.io. I think so. That. Okay. Now, create an account. You might have to create an account. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. You see where it says continue with Google? Oh, wait, hold on. That can work. That's fine. There you go. Okay. You don't. There's a free version. Scroll down. Do you see where it says free version? It's okay if you don't. I may have made a mistake. Just one moment. Okay. Okay, you got it. All right. Now, go to the main page, like home, main page. There you go. Yeah, I think it's this. Okay. New stream? Yeah. No, it's not this one. Okay. Apologies. It's been a while since I've done it. Let me find which one it is. Stream to kick using multi-stream. Okay. Mhm. Okay, yeah, it is restream that way. Okay. Um, okay, go to um, the homepage, restream. Yeah. Whatever the homepage is. I don't think so. Let's see. Okay. Um, RTMP7, the second one. Let me see if I can see it. Let me just hold on. Let's see. Yeah, it is this one. Okay. Um, let me, oh, I know, just one moment. Let me try it like once so I can zoom in and see. Okay. Oh, sorry. Okay. Um, okay, that, copy that, and put it into number. So just delete that. Yep. And then paste. Yep. And paste. And then name it Restream. Yes. Excellent. Okay. Now go to Restream. Press done. And um, oh yeah, there you go. Okay. Connect your encoder. Hold on. There you go. Good job. Yeah. You'll find kick in there. Or your stroke. There you go. And you put your kick information. Yeah. And then it's going to be kick.com/Akamasha. There you go. Add channel. Good. Very, very good. Okay. I think now we're going to work on all of them. So you can test it by going to Rumble. You can close that. You can close everything now except Rumble. There you go. Okay, keep that open. And then, do you want to test it now? Is that okay? I'll take 5 minutes. Okay. Do you see the house? Upper left corner? Yep. Okay. Now you want to press stream now. Yes. And just put in anything in for the name test or whatever. Yeah. Just test. Perfect. And then that's fine. You have to choose a category. Choose anything. Podcast is fine. That's fine. You only have to do it for one of them. You don't have to do the second one. There you go. Okay. Scroll down. Oh, actually, scroll up. Apologies. And on the right, there are like little buttons. Yeah. Click the buttons. There you go. Yep. And then scroll down. And let's see here. It should say next. Let's see. Maybe you have to add a, just to make sure, just add a secondary category. Oh, yeah. Now do it. Yeah. There you go. So it's going to stream on 4 things at once. It's going to stream on YouTube, Rumble, Kick, and Twitch. You say, no, you don't need OBS. No, you're fine. Just that. Oh, you can if you want. If you want OBS, you can, but you don't have to. You can just press got it. Yep. Now at the top, you click. Hold on. Go back. The second one in. Go to the top. All the way to the top. Okay, the second one. That one. That one. Yep. And then scroll down. Okay. And do you see there's a microphone with like a cross through or like a slash through? Yep. So it's going to turn on your microphone, and then that will turn on your camera. And if you want to choose what camera it is, click the little bottom, the down arrow. The arrow. There you go. Perfect. Okay, you can switch that in OBS. It's no big deal. Okay, and then in the upper left corner it says go live. Yep. And then you press go live. Okay. So YouTube failed for some reason. Have you ever streamed on YouTube before? Okay. Press end stream. No big deal. You just have to verify your account with YouTube. It'll take 24 hours for YouTube only. Okay, so go to YouTube in a new tab. Yep. You're very smart. Okay. Do you see? Nope. Click out of there. Yeah. Do you see the plus? Yeah. That one. You have to verify. Yeah. You just just got to get it cooked and stuff. And then it will take 24 hours. Okay, well, you don't have to do it there. You can just turn that one off. Excellent. Oh, good, good, good. That's good. Okay. So then it takes 24 hours for YouTube to verify. So you can close YouTube now, and you can test YouTube tomorrow. But now you're going to just test Twitch, Rumble, and Kick. So you can. Oh, that's okay. Wrap up and leave. That's fine. It's because we stopped it, and just we're going to do it again. But don't turn on YouTube. So just Twitch and Restream. Nope, nope, nope. That's right. That's okay. You can do it from here. That's right. Hold on. No. Turn off YouTube. There you go. Yep. Okay. Yeah, it's kind of nice. And then you want to turn on your camera. There you go. And then at the top, you want to press the second. There you go. Okay, so we'll test it now, and I'll tell you if you're live. Right. So it's working in Kick. You're live in Kick, which is very good. That's the hard one. And then we'll try your Twitch. Are you Aframacia on Twitch? No, you're live on Twitch. You're live on Kick too. You're live on Kick too. I just saw you. I'll show you. I just saw you. Excellent. Hello. And then you want to check Rumble. So, are you Aframacia on Rumble? Yes. What is your name on Rumble? Perfect. You're, yes, you're live on all of it. Good job. It worked. Excellent. All right. That's all I wanted to show you. You can end the stream in the upper left corner. You just press end stream or wrap up. Yes. And then it will also record that for you. And it records it indefinitely, so for as long as it needs. So you can delete it if you don't want it, but now you want touchscreen. So now you'll have a much bigger um, audience, and then when they type to you, it all shows up in Rumble Studio. That's all. Oh yeah. So if you want to do OBS, then what you do is you open OBS. Okay. So what you do is, do you see where it says turn on virtual camera on the bottom right? Okay. So this, you don't necessarily need to use it. Rumble kind of does this all for you. But if you want to make it so that people see your screen like you're doing, it says it's turn on virtual camera. And so in the bottom right, under a panel, you should see turn on virtual camera. Yeah. You see turn on virtual camera? Yes. Excellent. So turn it on, and then yes. Okay. So now when you go to Rumble, go to Rumble. Yes. And set up a new one. Yep. You don't have to go live, but I'll just show you how to get that camera. So yes, press that screen, and then turn on, give it a name, whatever, whatever. And then do Twitch. No, go back. That's okay. You can. That's okay. You have to click the two things. That's fine. You can leave it there. Now go to the second one in. Yep. And then you see the microphone. Yeah, but don't press the camera yet. Do the arrow. The arrow. Yes. Now do you see OBS? Okay, press the OBS one. Yes. Click it. Did you press the OBS one? Okay. Click it. Okay, so you are. Turn on camera. Yep. There you go. So now anything you do in OBS will show up like that. Does that make sense? Yes. You're welcome. And then tomorrow, after 24 hours, try YouTube and then it'll all work. You're welcome, my friend. If you need anything else, I'm here for you. You know that. If you need anything else, I'm here for you. So just let me know if you need anything else. Okay, I'm good. Yeah, I know what you can do. You can keep streaming it here. You don't have to go. You used to stream it here all night and all day, and I loved it. Be like SBNC. Yeah, he's still here. He streams all a lot. He must be. I know you need it. Bro. So just you can leave your account in here though. It's just more people, and but I understand. But yeah. Oh well, thank you so much. Oh well, thank you. I'm not saying you always have to be on camera. You keep your camera off, but just keep your account in here. You meet new people, you meet new friends, you get good advice, so you can close everything down. And you do what you need to do now. You don't have to share your screen anymore. And you do whatever you need to do now. But I want you to know I appreciate you being my friend. And if you need anything else, you let me know, okay? You're welcome. All right, so what do I want from you? I want nothing in return, but if you ever have time, just make sure to keep your account in here. It makes it look like more things are happening. And then when you're bored, come in and talk. But you don't have to keep your camera on. You can keep your camera off all the time. You don't have to do what I do. But what I'm saying is, then there's a connection to the world. Then there's a portal into someone's life. And it's like if we were friends, we're all holding hands and we're just, creating a good community. Very well. You go do what you need to do. Go play with your dog. Go surf the internet. I'm going to do what I need to do. And if you have any questions, I'm here for you, okay? Excellent. I'm going to watch this podcast if you want to watch it. Do you want to watch it? You do you. You meditate in a strange way if you want. Just shut your camera off if you want so that you have all the peace of mind that you need. And then when you're done, come back and talk with them. Okay. You. Well, I understand not everybody can do it all the time, but do it as much as you can. And you meet me out here and enjoy your meditation, okay? Excellent. Sounds good. And we'll be here if you need.
Is it here? 40. How did you manage to get this far with no cigars? I don't know how to do any really guy shit like that. Like I don't know how to play pool, cigars. I don't really know how to do that, but I do know every state tap. Okay. Yeah. Like is this the right way? Yeah.
He's gonna vomit. I want to see vomit.
He's gonna vomit. Don't inhale it on the fire.
You got
Lower your. Yeah. Are you doing this on purpose?
I swear on my kids I've never done it.
No. I mean the way you're being retarded. Like get the fire on the.
Yeah, they're just comedians.
Get it on there. Get it on there. Get it in there. There you go. All right, you're good. Just start pouring. No, you're not good. How did you fuck that up?
I think they're just smoking cigars. Absolutely. But if you're going to watch, I mean, we can watch this, but it's not very educational. If you're going to watch, we should watch something educational. For just one moment.
If we don't ask how long they last, but instead ask what's the probability that there's been any civilization at all, no matter how long they last. I'm not asking whether they exist now or not. I'm just asking in general about probabilities to make a technological civilization anywhere and at any time in the history of the universe. And that we were able to constrain. And so what we found was basically that there have been 10 billion trillion habitable zone planets in the universe. What that means is those are 10 billion trillion experiments that have been run. And the only time that this is, this whole process from, abiogenesis to a civilization has occurred is if every one of those experiments failed, right? So therefore, you could put a probability. We called it the pessimism, right? We don't really know what nature sets for the probability of making intelligent civilization, right? But we could set a limit. We could say, look, if the probability per habitable zone planet is less than 10 to the minus 22, 1 in 10 billion, then yeah, we're alone. If it's anywhere larger than that, then we're not the first. It's happened somewhere else. To me, that was mind blowing. It doesn't tell me there's anybody nearby. The galaxy could be sterile. It just told me that, unless nature's really it has some bias against civilizations, we're not the first time this has happened elsewhere over the course of history.
Following this conversation with Adam Frank, an astrophysicist interested in the evolution of star systems and the search for alien civilizations in our universe. This is the Lex Friedman podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Adam Frank. You wrote a book about aliens. So the big question, how many alien civilizations are out there?
Yeah, that's the question, right? The amazing thing is that after 2.5 millennia of people yelling at each other or setting each other on fire occasionally over the answer, we now actually have the capacity to answer that. So in the next 10, 20, 30 years, we're going to have data relevant to the answer to that question. We're going to have hard data, finally, that will, one way or the other, even if we don't find anything immediately, we will have gone through a number of planets. We'll be able to start putting limits on how common life is. The one answer I can tell you, which was an important part of the problem, is how many planets are there, right? And just like people have been arguing about the existence of life elsewhere for 2,500 years, people have been arguing about planets for the exact same amount of time, right? You can see Aristotle yelling at Democritus about this. You can see they have very wildly different opinions about how common planets were going to be and how unique Earth was. And that question got answered, right? Which is pretty remarkable that in a lifetime you can have a 2,500-year-old question. The answer is they're everywhere. There are planets everywhere. And it was possible that planets were really rare. We didn't really understand how planets formed. And so if you go back to, say, the turn of the 20th century, there was a theory that said planets formed when two stars passed by each other closely, and then material was gravitationally squeezed out. In which case, those kinds of collisions are so rare that you would expect 1 in a trillion stars to happen. Instead, every star in the sky.
But one of the things you've done is simulated the formation of stars. How difficult do you think it is to simulate the formation of planets, like simulate a solar system, through the entire evolution of the solar system? This is kind of a numerical simulation sneaking up to the question of how many planets are there.
That actually we're able to do now. You can run simulations of the formation of planetary systems. So if you run the simulation, really where you want to start is a cloud of gas, these giant interstellar clouds of gas that may have 1 million times the mass of the sun. And so you run a simulation of that. It's turbulent, the gas is roiling and tumbling, and every now and then you get a place where the gas is dense enough that gravity gets hold of it and it can pull it down. So you start to form a protostar. And a protostar is basically the young star of this ball of gas where nuclear reactions are getting started. But it's also a disk. So as the material falls inward, because everything's rotating, as it falls inward, it'll spin up, and then it'll form a disk. Material will collect in what's called an accretion disk or a protoplanetary disk. And you can simulate all of that. Once you get into the disk itself and you want to do planets, things get a little bit more complicated.
complicated because the physics gets more complicated. Now you got to start learning about dust, because actually dust, which is just, dust is the wrong word, smoke. These are the tiniest bits of solids. They will coagulate in the disk to form pebbles, right? And then the pebbles will collide to form rocks, and then the rocks will form boulders, etc., etc. That process is super complicated. But we've been able to simulate enough of it to begin to get a handle on how planets form, how you accrete enough material to get the first proto-planets or planetary embryos, as we call it. And then the next step is those things start slamming into each other to form, planetary bodies. And then the planetary bodies start. Earth, the moon, came about because there was a Mars-sized body that slammed into the Earth and basically blew off all the material that eventually formed.
And all of them have different chemical compositions, different temperatures.
Yeah, so the temperature of the material in the disk depends on how far away you are from the star. So it decreases. And so there's a really interesting point. So, close to the star, temperatures are really high. And the only thing that can condense, that can kind of freeze out, is going to be stuff like metals. So that's why you find mercury is this giant ball of iron, basically. And then as you go further out, the other gas gets cooler, and now you can start getting things like water that freeze, right? So there's something we call the snow line, which is somewhere in our solar system out around between Mars and Jupiter. And that's the reason why the giant planets in the solar system, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune, all have huge amounts of ice in them, or water and ice. Actually, Jupiter and Saturn don't have so much, but the moons do. The moons have so much water in them that there's oceans, right? We've got a number of those moons that have more water in them than there's water.
Do you think it's possible to do that kind of simulation to have a stronger and stronger estimate of how likely an Earth-like planet is? Can we get the physics simulation done well enough to where we can start estimating what are the possible Earth-like things that we can do?
Yeah, I think we can. I think we're learning how to do that now. So, one part is like trying to just figure out how planets form themselves and doing the simulations. Like that cascade from dust grains up to planetary embryos, that's hard to simulate because it's both. You got to do both the gas and you got to do the dust, and the dust is once you get up to a planet-sized body, then you kind of have to switch over to almost like a different kind of simulation. There, often what you're doing is you're assuming the planet is this sort of spherical ball, and then you're doing a 1D, a radial calculation. You're just asking like, all right, how is this thing going to? What is the structure of it going to be like? Am I going to have a solid iron core? Or am I going to get a solid iron core with that liquid iron core out around it, like we have on the corner? And then you get a silicate, kind of a rocky mantle, and then across all those details, those are kind of beyond being able to do full 3D simulations from ab initio, from scratch. We're not there yet.
How important are those details, like the crust and the atmosphere, do you think?
Hugely important. So I'm part of a collaboration at the University of Rochester where we're using the giant laser. So, this is called the Laboratory for Laser Energetics. We got a huge grant from the NSF to use that laser to slam tiny pieces of silica to understand what the conditions are like at, the center of the Earth, or even more importantly, the center of super Earths. Like this is what's wild. The most common kind of planet in the universe, we don't have in our solar system, which is amazing, right? So we've been able to study enough, or observe enough planets now to get a sense of it. We kind of have an idea of who's average, who's weird. And our solar system's weird because the average planet has a mass somewhere between a few times the mass of the Earth to maybe 10 times the mass of the Earth, and that's exactly where there are no planets in our solar system. So the smaller ones of those we call super Earths. The larger ones we call sub-Neptunes. And they're anybody's guess. We don't really know what happens to material when you're squeezed to those pressures, which is like millions, tens of millions of times the pressure on the surface of the Earth. So those details really will matter of what's going on in there, because that will determine whether or not you have, say, for example, plate tectonics. We think plate tectonics may have been really important for life on Earth, for the evolution of complex life. So it turns out, and this is sort of the next generation where we're going with the understanding the evolution of planets and life. It turns out that you actually have to think hard about planetary context for life. You can't just be like, oh, there's a warm pond, you know, and then some interesting, you know, chemistry happens in the warm pond. You actually have to think about the planet as a whole and what it's gone through in order to really understand whether the planet is a good place for life or not.
Why do you think plate tectonics might be useful for the formation of complex life?
There's a bunch of different things. One is that, you know, the Earth went through a couple of phases of being a snowball planet. Like, we went into a period of glaciation where pretty much the entire planet was under ice. The oceans were frozen. You know, early on in Earth's history, there was barely any land. We were actually a water world. You know, it's just a couple of Australia-sized cratons, they call them, protoplanets. So those, we went through these snowball Earth phases. And if it wasn't for the fact that we had kind of an active plate tectonics, which had a lot of volcanism on it, we could have been locked in that forever. Like, once you get into a snowball state, a planet can be trapped there forever, which is, you know, maybe you already had life form, but then because it's so cold, you may never get anything more than just microbes. So what plate tectonics does is, because it fosters more volcanism, is that you're going to get carbon dioxide comes into the atmosphere, which warms the planet up and gets you out of the snowball Earth. But even more, there's even more really important things. I just finished a paper where we were looking at something called the hard steps model, which is this model that's been out there for a long time that purports to say intelligent life in the universe will be really rare. And it made all these assumptions about the Earth's history, particularly the history of life and the history of the planet, have nothing to do with each other. And it turns out, as I was doing the reading for this, that Earth probably early on had a more mild form of plate tectonics, and then somewhere about 1 billion years ago, it ramped up. And that ramping up changed everything on the planet. Because here's a problem: the Earth used to be flat. What I mean by that, right? So all the flat earthers out there can get excited for one stack flip it. What I mean by that is that there really weren't many mountain regions, right? The beginning of, I think the term is orogenesis, mountain building, the true Himalayan-style giant mountains, didn't happen until this more robust form of plate tectonics, where the plates are really being driven around the planet. And that is when you get the crusts hitting each other, and they start pushing, you know, into these Himalayan-style mountains. The weathering, the erosion of that, puts huge amounts of nutrients, you know, things that microbes want to use, into the oceans, and then what we call the net primary productivity, you know, the bottom of the food chain, how much sugars they are producing, how much photosynthesis they're doing, shot up by a factor of almost 1,000, right? So that the fact that you had plate tectonics supercharged evolution in some sense. You know, like, we're not exactly sure how it happened, but it's clear that the amount of life, the amount of living activity that was happening, really got a boost from the fact that something that was like this new vigorous form of plate tectonics.
So it's nice to have turmoil in terms of temperature, in terms of surface geometries, in terms of the chemistry of the planet, turmoil.
Yeah, that's actually really true, because what happens is, if you look at the history of life, it's an excellent point you're bringing up. If you look at the history of life on Earth, we get abiogenesis somewhere around at least 3.8 billion years ago. And that's the first microbe. They kind of take over enough that they really do, you get a biosphere. You get a biosphere that's actively changing the planet. But then you go through this period they call the boring billion, where, like, it's 1 billion years and it's just microbes. Nothing's happening. It's just microbes. I mean, they're good. Microbes are doing amazing things. They're inventing fermentation. Thank you very much. We appreciate that. But it's not until sort of you get probably these continents slamming into each other, you really get the beginning of continents forming and driving changes that evolution has to respond to. On a planetary scale, this turmoil, this chaos, is creating new niches as well as closing other ones. And biology, evolution has to respond to that. And somewhere around there is when you get the Cambrian explosions, when suddenly everybody planned, evolution goes on an orgy section. So yeah, it does look like that chaos or that turmoil was actually very helpful to evolution.
I wonder if there's some extremely elevated levels of chaos, almost like catastrophes, behind every leap of evolution. Like, you're not going to have leaps. Like in human societies, you have like an Einstein that comes up with a good idea, but it feels like on an evolutionary time scale, you need some real big drama going on for the evolutionary system to have to come up with a solution to that drama. like an extra complex solution to that.
Well, I think I'm not sure if that's true. I don't know if it needs to be like an almost extinction, right? Because it's certainly true that we have gone through almost extinction events, right? We have 5 mass extinctions, but you don't necessarily see that like there was this giant evolutionary leap happening after those. So with the comet impact, the KT boundary, certainly lots of niches opened up, and that's why we're here, right? Because our ancestors were basically rodents, rats, living under the footsteps of the dinosaurs. And it was that comet impact that opened the route for us. But it wasn't, it still took another, 65 million years. It wasn't like this thing immediately. But what we found with this hard step, because the whole idea of the hard step was, it was one of these anthropic reasoning kinds of things, where Brandon Carter said, oh, look, the intelligence doesn't show up on Earth until about, almost close to when the end of the sun's lifetime. And so he's like, well, there should be no reason why the sun's lifetime and the time for evolution to produce intelligence should be the same. And so therefore, he goes through all this reasoning, anthropic reasoning, and he ends up with the idea that like, oh, it must be that the odds of getting intelligence are super low. And so that's the hard steps, right? So there was a series of steps in evolution that were very, very hard. And because of that, you can calculate some probability distribution and see.
How are you? What up, Volkan? That's good. Well, I hope you're having a good day. We're just watching the podcast. Feel free to enjoy. That happened.
And everybody loves a good probability distribution, and they went a long way.
Not from last year. Do you want me to turn on Polish subtitles? Okay. All right. You do your job.
Way with this. But it turns out that the whole thing is flawed because on one, when you look at it, of course the time scale for the sun's evolution and the time scale for the evolution of life are coupled because life and the time scale for evolution of the Earth is coupled, is about the same time scale of the evolution as the sun. It's billions of years. The Earth evolves over billions of years. And life and the Earth co-evolve. That's what Brandon Carter can see, is that actually the fate of the Earth and the fate of life are inextricably combined. And this is really important for astrobiology too. Life doesn't happen on a planet; it happens to a planet. So this is something that David Princeton and Sarah Walker both say. And, I agree with this. It's a really nice way of putting it. Plate tectonics, the evolution of oxygen, of an oxygen atmosphere, which only happened because of life. These things, these are things that are happening where life and the planet are sort of sloshing back and forth. And so rather than, to your point about do you need giant catastrophes, maybe not giant catastrophes, but what happens is as the Earth and life are evolving together, windows are opening, evolutionary windows. Like, for example, life put oxygen into the atmosphere. When life invented this new form of photosynthesis about 2.5 billion years ago, that broke water apart to, work, to do its chemical shenanigans. It broke water apart and pushed oxygen into the atmosphere. That's why there's oxygen in the atmosphere. It's only because of life. That opened up huge possibilities, new spaces for evolution to happen. But it also changed the chemistry of the planet. So the introduction of oxygen photosynthesis changed the planet forever. And it opened up a bunch of windows for evolution that wouldn't have happened otherwise. Like, for example, you and I, we need that amount of oxygen. Big-brained creatures need an oxygen-rich atmosphere because oxygen is so potent for metabolism. So you couldn't get intelligent creatures 100 million years after the planet.
So really, on a scale of a planet, those billions, trillions of organisms on the planet, they can actually have planetary scale impact.
Yes.
So the chemical shenanigans of an individual organism, when scaled out to trillions, can actually change a planet.
Yeah, we know this for a fact. Right? So there was this thing, Gaia theory, that with James Lovelock introduced in the 70s, and then Lynn Margulis, the biologist Lynn Margulis. So this Gaia theory was the idea that planets pretty much life takes over, right? It hijacks the planet in a way that the sum total of life creates these feedbacks between the planet and the land, such that it keeps the planet habitable. It's kind of a homeostasis, right? I can go out, like, okay, now outside it's 100 degrees, right? And I go outside, but my internal temperature is going to stay. And I can go back to, Rochester, New York in the winter, and it's going to be, 0 degrees, but my internal temperature is going to be the same. That's homeostasis. The idea of Gaia theory was that life, the biosphere, exerts this pressure on the planet for these feedbacks on the planet, that even as other things are changing, the planet will always stay in the right kinds of conditions for life. Now, when this theory came out, it was very controversial. People were, oh my God, smoking weed, and there were all these Gaian festivals with Gaian dances. And so, it became very popular in the New Age community. But Lovelock, actually, they were able to show that, no, this has nothing to do with, like, the planet being conscious or anything. It was about these feedbacks, that the biology, the biosphere can exert these feedbacks. And now that's become, whether or not, we're still unclear whether there are true Gaian feedbacks, in the sense that the planet can really exert complete control. But it is absolutely true that the biosphere is a major player in Earth's history.
So the biosphere fights for homeostasis on Earth.
What I would say right now is, I don't know if I can say that scientifically. I can certainly say that the biosphere does a huge amount of the regulation of the planetary scale, and over billions of years has strongly modified the evolution of the planet. So whether or not a true Gaian feedback would be exactly what I'm saying, right? The biosphere is this somehow. And Sarah Walker and David Princeton and I actually did a paper on this about the idea of planetary intelligence or cognition across a planetary scale. And I think that actually is possible, not conscious, but there is a kind of cognitive activity going on. The biosphere, in some sense, knows what is happening because of these feedbacks. So it's still unclear whether we have these full Gaian feedbacks, but we certainly have semi-Gaian feedbacks. If there's a perturbation on the planetary scale, temperature, insolation, when sunlight's coming in, the biosphere will start to have feedbacks that will damp that perturbation. Temperature goes up, the biosphere starts doing something.
Now, I wonder if the technosphere also has a Gaian feedback, or elements of Gaian feedback, such that the technosphere will also fight to some degree for homeostasis. Open question, I guess.
Well, I'm glad you asked, because that paper that David and Sarah and I wrote, what we were arguing with is that over the history of a planet, right, when life first forms, 3.8 billion years ago, it's kind of thin on the ground, right? You've got the first species, these are all microbes. And they have not yet, they're not going to, enough of them to exert any kind of these Gaian feedbacks. So we call that an immature biosphere. Mm-hmm. But then as time goes on, as life becomes more robust and it begins to exert these feedbacks, keeping the planet in the place where it needs to be for life, we call that a mature biosphere. Right? And the important thing, and I'm sure later on we're going to talk about definitions of life and such. There's this great term called autopoiesis, that Francisco Varela, the neurobiologist Francisco Varela, came up with. And he said, one of the defining things about life is this property of autopoiesis, which means self-creating and self-maintaining. Life does not create the conditions which will destroy itself. Right? It's always trying to keep itself in a place where it can stay alive. So the biosphere, from this Gaian perspective, has been auto-created for billions of years. Now, we just invented this technosphere in the last, couple of hundred years. And what we were arguing in that paper is that it's an immature technosphere, right? Because right now, with climate change and the other things we're doing, the technosphere right now is sort of destroying the conditions under which it needs to maintain itself. So the real job for us, if we're going to last over, geologic timescales, we want a technosphere that's going to last tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of years, then we've got to become mature, which means to not undermine the conditions, to not subvert the conditions that you need to stay alive. So as of right now, I'd say we're not auto-food.
Well, I wonder if we look across thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of years, that perturbations, the technosphere should create perturbations as a way for developing greater and greater defenses against perturbations, which sounds like a ridiculous statement, but basically go out and play in the yard and hurt yourself to strengthen the, or like drink water from the pond.
From the pond, yeah, right.
To
Get sick
strengthen,
a few times.
to strengthen the immune system.
Yeah. Well, what's interesting with the technosphere, we can talk about this more, but we're just emerging as a technosphere in terms of as an interplanetary technosphere, right? That's really the next step for us. Is to, David Grinspoon talks about this idea of anti-accretion, like this amazing thing that for the first time, over the entire history of the planet, stuff is coming off the planet, right? It used to be everything just fell down, all the meteorites fell down. But now we're starting to push stuff out. And the idea of planetary defense or such, we are actually going to start exerting perturbations on the solar system as a whole. We're going to start engineering if we make it, right? I always like to say that if we can get through climate change, the prize at the end is the solar system, right? So we will we'll be literally engineering the solar system. But what you can think of right now with what's happening with the Anthropocene, the great acceleration that is the technosphere, is the creation. That is a giant perturbation on the biosphere. Right? And what you can't do is, the technosphere sits on top of the biosphere, and the technosphere undermines the biosphere for its own conditions of habitat. Then you're in trouble. Right? I mean, the biosphere is not going away. There's nothing we could do. Like the idea that we have to save the Earth is a little ridiculous. The Earth is not a furry little bunny. But it's the conditions for us, right? Humanity emerged out of the Holocene, the last 10,000 years interglacial period. We can't tolerate very different kinds of Earths. So that's what I mean by a perturbation.
Before we forget, I got to ask you about this paper. It's pretty interesting. There's an interesting table here about hard steps. Abiogenesis, glucose fermentation to pyruvic acid, all kinds of steps, all the way to Homo sapiens, animal intelligence, land ecosystems, endoskeletons, eye precursor, so formation of the eye.
Yep.
Complex multicellularity. Yeah, so interesting. I mean, what can you say about this chart? There are all kinds of papers talking about what the difficulty of these steps.
Right, and so this was the idea. So what Carter said was, using entropic reasoning, he said there must be a few very hard steps for evolution to get through to make it to intelligence. Right, so there's some steps are going to be easy. So every generation, you roll the dice, and it won't take long for you to get that step. But there must be a few of them, and he said you could even calculate how many there were, 5, 6, in order to get to intelligence. And so this paper here, this plot, is all these different people who've written all these papers, and this is the point. Actually, you can see all these papers that were written on the hard steps, each one proposing a different set of what those steps should do. And there's this other idea from biology of the major transitions in evolution, MTEs, that those were the hard steps. But what we actually found was that none of those are actually hard. The whole idea of hard steps, that there are hard steps, is actually suspect. So, what's amazing about this model is it shows how important it is to actually work with people who are in the field, right? So, Brandon Carter was a brilliant physicist about things. And then lots of physicists and astrophysicists like me have used this. But the people who actually study evolution and the planet were never involved. Right? And if you went and talked to an evolutionary biologist or a biogeophysicist, they'd look at you when you explain this to them, and they'd be like, what? Like, what are you guys doing? Turns out none of the details or none of the conceptual structure of this matches with what the people actually study the planet evolution.
Is it mostly about the fact that there's not really discrete big steps? It's a gradual, continuum kind of process?
Well, there's two things. The first most important one was that the planet and the biosphere have evolved together. That's something that every thing that Carter kind of rejected. He said, like, no, that's probably not necessary. And yet, like if he'd only sort of had more discussions with this other community, it would seem like, no, there are actually windows up there. And then the next thing is this idea of whether a step is hard or not. Because for a hard, what we mean by a hard step is that, like I said, every time there's a generation, you're rolling the dice on whether this mutation will happen. And the idea of something being a hard step, there's two ways in which something might even appear as a hard step and not be, or actually not be a hard step at all. One is that you see something that has occurred in evolution and only happened, right? So let's take the opposite. We see something that's happened multiple times, like wings. Lots of examples of wings over lots of different evolutionary lineages. That's clearly not making wings is not a hard step. There are certain other things that people say, no, that's a hard step. Oxygen, the oxygen photosynthesis. But they tend to be so long ago that we've lost all the information. There could be other things in the fossil record that made this innovation, but they're just gone now. You can't tell for this information. The other thing is the idea of pulling up the ladder, that somebody, some species makes the innovation, but then it fills the niche and nobody else can do it again. So yeah, it only happened once, but it happened once because basically the creature was so successful, it took over and there was no space for anybody else to do it. So yeah, so the interesting thing about this was seeing how much, once you look at the details of life's history on Earth, how it really shifts you away from this hard stuff. And it shows you that those details, as we're talking about, like, do you have to know about the planets? Do you have to know about the planets? Yeah, you're going to have to.
I mean, to be fair to Carter, on the first point, it makes it much more complicated if life and the planet are co-evolving. Because it would be nice to consider the planet as a static thing that sets the initial conditions.
Yeah.
And then we can sort of, from an outside perspective, analyze planets based on the initial conditions they create. And then there's a binary yes or no, will it create life? But if they co-evolve, it's just it's a really complex dynamic system. Everything is becomes much more difficult from the perspective of SETI, looking out there and trying to figure out which ones are actually producing life.
But I think we're at the point now, so now there may be other kinds of principles that actually, because co-evolution actually has its own, not deterministic, you're done with determinism, right? But complex systems have patterns. Complex systems have constraints. And that's actually what we're going to be looking for constraints on. And so, and again, nothing against Carter, it was a brilliant idea, but it just goes to show, there's this great XTC. I'm a theoretical physicist, right? And so I love give me a simplified model with a dynamical equation, some initial conditions. I'm very happy. But there's this great XTC comment where, like, somebody's working something out on the board, and this physicist is looking over and saying, I just wrote down an equation for that. I solved your problem. Do you guys even have a journal for this? And subtitles of why everybody hates physicists.
Yeah.
So sometimes that approach totally works. Sometimes physicists can be very good at, like, zooming in on what is important and casting the details aside so you can get to the heart of an issue. And that's very useful sometimes. Other times it obfuscates, right? Other times it clouds over actually what you needed to focus on, especially when it comes to complexity.
Speaking of simplifying everything down to an equation, let's return back to the question of how many alien civilizations are out there and talk about the Drake equation here. Can you explain the Drake equation?
People have various feelings about the Drake equation. It can be abused, but basically it was the story actually is really interesting. So Frank Drake in 1960 does the first ever astrobiological experiment. He gets a radio telescope, points it at a couple of stars, and listens for signals. That was the first time anybody done any experiment about any kind of life in the history of humanity. And he does it, and he's kind of waiting for everybody to make fun of him. Instead, he gets a phone call from the government that says, hey, we want you to help do a meeting on interstellar communications. He's like, okay. So they organize a meeting with just 8 people. The young Carl Sagan is going to be there as well. And like the night before, Drake has to come up with an agenda. How do you come up with an agenda for a meeting on a topic that no one's ever talked about before? And so he breaks, what he does what's so brilliant about the Drake equation is he breaks the problem of how many civilizations are out there into a bunch of sub-problems, right? And he breaks it into 7 sub-problems. Each one of them is a factor in an equation that when you multiply them all together, you get a number of civilizations out there that we could communicate. So the first term is the rate at which stars form. The second term is the fraction of those stars that have planets, F16. The next term is the number of planets in the habitable zone, the place where we think life could form. The next term after that is the fraction of those planets where actually an abiogenesis event, like forms, occurs. The next one is the fraction of planets on which you start to get intelligence. After that, it's the fraction of planets where that intelligence goes on to create a civilization. And then finally, the last term, which is the one that we really care about, is the lifetime. How long you have a civilization, how long is it?
What do you say we humans?
We humans, right? Because we're staring at multiple guns pointing at us, nuclear war, climate change, AI. So, how long in general does civilizations last? Now, each one of these terms, what was brilliant about what he did was, what he was doing was he was quantifying our ignorance, right? By breaking the problem up into these 7 sub-problems, he gave astronomers something to do, right? And so, this is always with a new research field. You need a research program, or else you just have a bunch of vague questions. You don't even know really what you're trying to do. So, the star people could figure out how many stars were forming per year. The people who were interested in planets could go and find techniques to discover planets, et cetera, et cetera.
I mean, these are their own fields. Essentially, by creating this equation, he's launching new fields.
That's exactly. He gave the astrobiology, which wasn't even a term, a roadmap. Like, okay, you guys go do this, you go do that, you go do that. And it had such far-reaching effect on astrobiology because it did break the problem up in a way that gave useful, sort of marching orders for all these different groups. Like, for example, it's because of the Drake equation, in some sense, that people who were involved in SETI pushed NASA to develop the technologies for climate change. There was this amazing meeting in 1978, maybe 2 meetings, 1978 and 1979, that were driven in some part by the people who were involved in SETI, getting NASA together to say, look, how, what's the roadmap for us to develop technologies to find climate change? So, the Drake equation is absolutely foundational for astrobiology, but we should remember that it's not a law of nature, right? It's not something it's not E equals MC squared. So you can see it being abused in some sense. People, it's generated 1 trillion papers. Some of those papers are good, some of those, and some of those papers are bad. I'm not sure where my paper fits in on those. I'm saying, one should be careful about what you're using it for. But in terms of understanding that astrobiology basis, this really broke it up into this.
We could talk about each one of these, but let's just look at exoplanets.
Yeah.
So that's a really interesting one. I think when you look back, hundreds of years from now, was it in the 90s when they first detected it?
92 and 95. 95 to me was really, that was the discovery of the first planet orbiting a sun-like star. To me, that was the water.
I think that's like one of the greatest discoveries in the history of science.
I agree.
Right now, I guess nobody's celebrating it too much because you don't know what it really means. But I think once we almost certainly will find life out there, you'll obviously allow us to generalize across the entire galaxy, the entire universe. So if you can find life on a planet, even in the solar system, you can now start generalizing across the entire universe.
You can. All you need is one. Like right now, it's an any. Our understanding of life. We have one example. We have n equals 1 example of life. So that means we could be an accident, right? It could be that we're the only place in the entire universe where this weird thing called life has occurred. Get one more example, and now you're. Because if you have one more example, now you're not to find all the other examples. You just know that it's happened more than once, and now you are, from a Bayesian perspective, you can start thinking like, this life is not something that's hard to know.
Well, let me get your sense of estimates for the Drake equation. You've also written a paper expanding on the Drake equation. What do you think? What do you think is the answer?
So the paper, there was this paper we wrote, Woody Sullivan, in 2016, where we said, look, we have all this exoplanet, right? So the thing that exoplanet science and the exoplanet census have nailed is F sub p, the fraction of stars that have planets. It's 1. Every freaking star that you see in the sky hosts a family of worlds. I mean, mind-boggling. Because every one of those are all places, right? They're either, gas giants, probably with moons, so the moons are places you can stand and look out. Or they're like terrestrial worlds, where even if there's not life, there's still snow falling, and there's oceans washing up on, on shorelines. It's incredible to think how many places and stories there are out there. So right, the first term was F sub P, which is how many stars have planets. The next term is how many planets are in the habitable zone, right, on average. And it turns out to be 1/5. Right? So, around 0.2. So that means you just count 5 of them, go out at night and go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One of them has an Earth-like planet, in the habitable zone. Like, wow.
So what defines a
Habitable zone is an idea that was developed in 1958 by the Chinese American astronomer Xu Sheng, and it was a brilliant idea. It said, look, this is I can do this simple calculation if I take a planet, just stick it at some distance from a star, of what's the temperature of the planet, what's the temperature of the surface. So now all you're going to ask, you give it a standard kind of Earth-like atmosphere, and ask, could there be liquid water on the surface? Right? We believe that liquid water is really important. There could be other things that's happening fine, but if you were to start out trying to make life, you'd probably choose water as your solvent. So basically, the habitable zone is the band of orbits around a star where you can have liquid water on the surface. You could take a glass of water, pour it on the surface, and it would just cool up. It would freeze immediately, which would happen if your planet is too far out, and it would just boil away if your planet is too close in. So that's the formal definition of the habitable zone. So it's a nice, strict definition. There's probably way more going on than that, but this is a place to start.
What we should say is the place to start. I do think it's too strict. We're talking about temperature where water can be on the surface. There's so many other ways to get the aforementioned turmoil, where the temperature varies, where there's volcanic interaction of volcanoes and ice, all of this on the moons, the planets are much farther away. All this kind of stuff.
Well, for example, we know in our own solar system, we have, say, Europa, the moon of Jupiter, which has got a 100-mile deep ocean under 10 miles of ice. Right? That's not in the habitable zone. That is outside the habitable zone. And that may be the best place. It's got more water than Earth does. All of its oceans are, it's twice as much water on Europa than there is on Earth. So, that would be a really great place for life. And it's outside the habitable zone. So, the habitable zone is a good place to start, and it helps us. And there's reasons why you do want to focus on habitable zone, because like Europa, I won't be able to see from across telescopic distances, across light years. I wouldn't be able to see life on Europa because it's under 10 miles of ice, right? So with the important thing about planets in the habitable zone is that we're thinking they have atmospheres. Atmospheres are the things we can characterize across 10, 50 light years, and we can see biosignatures as we're going to talk about. So there is a reason why the habitable zone becomes important for the detection of extrasolar.
But for me, when I look up at the stars, it's very likely that there's a habitable planet or moon in each of the stars. Habitable defined broadly.
Yeah, I think that's not unreasonable to say. I mean, especially since the formal definition, you get 1 in 5, right? 1 in 5 is a lot. There's a lot of stars in the sky. So yeah, saying that in general, when I look at a star, there's a pretty good chance that there's something habitable orbiting it is not a unreasonable sign.
To me, it seems like there should be alien civilizations everywhere. Why the Fermi paradox? Why haven't we seen it?
Okay. The Fermi paradox. Because there is no Fermi paradox. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, so the Fermi paradox, let's talk about the Fermi paradox and the history of it. Enrico Fermi, in 1950, is walking with his friends at Los Alamos Nuclear Weapons Lab to the cantina, and there had been this cartoon in the New Yorker. They all read the New Yorker. And the cartoon was trying to explain why there had been this rash of garbage cans being disappearing from New York. And this cartoon said, oh, it's UFO. Because this already, it's 1950s, the first big UFO craze happening. So they were laughing about this as they're walking. They started being physicists, started talking about interstellar travel, interstellar propulsion. Conversation goes on for a while. Conversation turns to something else, go on to other things. About 40 minutes later, over lunch, Fermi blurts out, well, where is everybody? Right? Typical Fermi sort of thing. He'd done the calculation in his head. He suddenly realized that, look, if intelligence is common, that even traveling at sublight speeds, a civilization could cross, kind of hop from one star system to the other and spread it out across the entire galaxy in a few 100,000 years. And he realized this, and so he was like, why aren't they here now? And that was the beginning of the Fermi paradox. It actually got picked up as a formal thing in 1975 by Art, where he actually kind of went through this calculation and showed and said, well, there's nobody here now, therefore there's nobody anywhere. Okay, so that is what we will call the direct Fermi paradox. Why aren't they here now? But something happened where people, after SETI began, where people started to, there was this idea of the great silence. People got this idea in their head that, like, oh, we've been looking for decades now for signals of extraterrestrial intelligence, and we haven't found any. Therefore, there's nothing out there. But so we'll call that the indirect Fermi paradox. And there absolutely is no indirect Fermi paradox for the most mundane of reasons, which is money. There's never been any money to look. SETI was always done by researchers who were kind of like scabbing some time, some extra time from their other projects to, look a little bit, at the sky with a telescope. Telescopes are expensive. So Jason Wright, one of my collaborators, he and his students did a study where they looked at the entire search space for SETI. And imagine that's an ocean. All the different stars you have to look at, the radio frequencies you have to look at, when you look, how often you look. And they looked, then they summed up all the SETI searches that had ever been done. They went through the literature. And what they found was if that search space, if the sky is an ocean and you're looking for fish, how much of the ocean have we looked at? And it turns out to be a hot tub. That's how much of the ocean that we looked at. We dragged a hot tub's worth of ocean water up, and there was no fish in it. And so now are we going to say, oh, well, there's no fish in the ocean? So there is absolutely, positively no indirect. We just haven't looked. But we're starting to look. So that's finally we're starting to look. So the direct Fermi paradox, there are so many ways out of it, right? There's a book called 77 Solutions to the Fermi Paradox that it just, you can pick your favorite one. It just doesn't carry a lot of weight because there's so many ways around. We did an actual simulation, my group, Jonathan Carroll, on the collaborators. We actually simulated the galaxy, and we simulated probes moving at sublight speed from one star to the other, gathering resources, heading to the next one. And so we could actually track the expansion wave across the galaxy, have one abiogenesis event, and then watch the whole galaxy get colonized or settled. And it is absolutely true that wave crosses, Hart was right, Fermi was right, that wave crosses very quickly. But civilizations don't last forever, right? So one question is, when did they come to Earth, right? So if you give civilizations a finite lifetime, let them last 10,000, 100,000 years, what you find is you now have a steady state. Civilizations are dying, they're coming back, they're traveling between the stars. What you find then is you can have big holes opened up. You can have regions of space where there is nobody for millions of years. And so if we're living in these bubbles right now, then maybe we were visited, but we were visited 100 million years ago. And there was a paper that Gavin Schmidt and I did that showed that if there was a civilization, whether it was like dinosaurs or aliens that was here 100 million years ago, there's no way to tell. There's no record left over. The fossil record is too sparse. The only way maybe you could tell is by looking at the isotopic strata to see if there was anything reminiscent of an industrial civilization. But the idea that you'd be able to find iPhones or toppled buildings after 100 million years, there's no way.
So if there was an alien camp here, an alien village, a small civilization, maybe even a large civilization.
Even a large civilization, you can push
100 million years.
And it lasted 10,000 years, fossil record time. Yeah. The fossil record is too sparse, right? Most things don't fossilize. And 10,000 years is a blink in the eye of geological time. So Gavin called this the Silurian hypothesis after the Doctor Who episode with the lizard creatures, the Silurians. And so that put that paper. But it was an important idea. Those things really Gavin's. I was just helping with the astrobiology. That to recognize that, we could have been visited a long time ago. There just would be no record. Yeah, it's kind of mind-blowing.
It's really mind-blowing.
Yeah.
And it's also a good reminder that been intelligent species have been here for very short time.
This is not to say that there was. Whenever I gave I was on Joe Rogan for exactly this paper, and I have to always emphasize, we're not saying there was a Silurian, but we're just saying that if there was, that's why I love Gavin's question. Gavin's question was just like, how could you tell? Right? It was a very beautifully scientific question. That's what we were really showing. That you really, unless you did a very specific kind of search, which nobody's done so far, that, there's not an obvious way to tell that there could have been civilizations earlier.
I've actually been reading a lot about ancient civilizations, and it just makes me sad how much of the wisdom of that time is lost. Yeah. And how much guessing is going on, whether it's in South America, like what happened in the jungle.
Yeah, like the Amazon. Like with the Amazon, that was, the conquistadors came and wiped everybody out, especially just even the plague, man, decimated. So yeah,
and there's a lot of theories, and because of archaeology only looks at cities, they don't really know the origins of humans. And there's a lot of really interesting theories in there. Of course, controversial. There's a lot of controversial people in every discipline, but archaeology is a fascinating one because we know so little. We're basically storytellers. You're assembling the picture from just very few puzzle pieces. It's fascinating. It makes me. It's humbling and it's sad that there could be entire civilizations, ancient civilizations, that are either almost entirely or entirely.
Yeah, well, like the indigenous peoples of North America, there's been like millions and millions. We get this idea that like, this Europeans came and it was empty, but it may have only been empty because the plague gets swept up from the North America. So yeah, they didn't build cities, but they didn't build wooden or stone cities. They built wooden cities.
Everyone seems to be building pyramids, and they're really damn good at it. I don't know
what exactly with a pyramid. Why does that apply? What archetype is that?
It is also really interesting. Speaking of archetypes, is that independent civilizations formed, and they had a lot of similar kind of dynamics. Human nature, when it builds up hierarchies in a certain way, it builds up myths and religions in a certain way, builds pyramids in a certain way, goes to war, all this kind of stuff. Yeah. Independently, which is fascinating.
Santa Fe Institute, the stuff the Santa Fe Institute does on this, as complex systems, the origin of hierarchies and such. Very cool.
Folks, complexity in general is really cool. What phenomena emerge when a bunch of things get together and interact. Going back to this paper, new empirical constraint on the prevalence of technological species in the universe, this paper that expands on the Drake equation. What are some interesting things in this paper?
Well, so the main thing we were trying to do in this paper is say, look, we have all of this exoplanet data, right? It's got to be good for something, especially since two of the terms that have been nailed down empirically are two terms in the Drake equation. So F sub P, that's the second term, fraction of stars that have planets, and then N sub E, the average number of planets in the habitable zone. Those are the second and third term in the Drake equation. So what that means is all the astronomical terms have been. And so we said, like, okay, how do we use this to do something with the Drake equation? And so we realized so we got to get rid of time. The lifetime thing, we can't say anything about that. But if we don't ask how long they last, but instead ask, what's the probability that there have been any civilizations at all, no matter how long they lasted? I'm not asking whether they exist now or not. I'm just asking in general about probabilities to make a technological civilization anywhere and at any time. And that we were able to constrain. And so what we found was basically that there have been 10 billion trillion habitable zone planets in the universe. What that means is those are 10 billion trillion experiments that have been done. And the only way the only time that this is, this whole process from, abiogenesis to a civilization has occurred is if every one of those experiments fails. Right? So therefore you could put a probability, we call it the pessimism, right? We don't really know what nature sets for the probability of making intelligent civilization, right? But we could set a limit. We could say, look, if the probability per habitable zone planet is less than 10 to the minus 22, 1 in 10 billion, then yeah, we're alone. If it's anywhere larger than that, then we're not the first. It's happened somewhere else. To me, that was mind-blowing. It doesn't tell me there's anybody nearby. The galaxy could be sterile. It just told me that, unless nature's really against some bias against civilizations, we're not the first time this has happened. This has happened elsewhere over the course of cosmic history.
10 billion trillion experiments.
That's a lot of experiments.
That's a lot.
Right.
1,000 is a lot.
Yeah.
100 is a lot. If we normal humans saw 100 experiments, and we knew that at least one time there was a successful human civilization built, I mean, we would say for sure in 100 we would get another.
Yeah. So that's what I mean. That's why. So this, these kinds of arguments have to be careful with what they can do. But what it really, I felt like what this paper showed was that, the burden of proof is now on pessimists, right? So that's why we call it the pessimist. There's been, throughout history, there's been, alien pessimists and alien optimists, and they've been yelling at each other. That's all they had to go with, right? And like with Giordano Bruno in 1600, they burned the guy at the stake for being an alien optimist. But nobody really knew what pessimism or optimism meant. This, we sort of thought this was like the Planck length. This was sort of the Planck length of astrobiology. It gave you an actual number that, if you could somehow calculate what the probability, of forming a technological civilization was, this thing sort of shows you where the limit is. As long as you're above the -22, then you absolutely it is occurring in other civilizations that occur in history.
So to me, at least, the big question is FE, which is basically abiogenesis. How hard is it for life to originate on the planet? Because all the other ones seem very likely. Everything seems very likely. The only open question to me is like, how hard is it for life to originate?
There's lots of ways to, again, you don't know unless we look. And you had Sarah walk around not too long ago. She's very interested in origins of life. So lots of people are working on this, but I think it's hard looking at the history of the Earth. Again, this is a Bayesian argument on this. But yeah, forming life, I don't think it's hard. Getting like basic biology started, I don't think it's hard. It's still wild. It's an amazing process that actually I think requires some deep rethinking about how we conceptualize what life is and what life isn't. When we think about Sarah's work, we're pursuing on a different level about life as that. The only system that uses information. But still, regardless of all those kinds of details, life is happening. That's my gut feeling.
Yeah, I mean, day by day this changes for me, but I just see once you create bacteria, it's off to the races.
Yeah.
You're going to get complex life. As long as you have enough time, maybe that 1 billion. But I just can't imagine a habitable planet not having a couple of billion to spare.
Yeah, a couple of years to spare. There is a mystery there about why did it take so long, like with the Cambrian explosion, but that may be, again, about these windows. But like it couldn't happen until the window, the planet and the life had evolved together enough that they together kind of opened the window for the next thing. Intelligent life and how long intelligent is still a technological civilization. I think there's a big question about how long. I'm hopeful, but in terms of just like, I think life is absolutely going to be common. We're pretty common.
Yeah, I think it's absolutely. I think again, if I look at everything, even in advanced civilizations are common. So to me, then the real explanation is that our galaxy is a graveyard of civilizations.
Yeah, because you think about it, we've only been around. I mean, as a lot, truly, when you think about it, in Drake's definition, you have to have radio telescopes. It's been 100 years. And if we got another 10,000, 100,000 years of history, that would be, for us, it'd be pretty amazing, right? But that wouldn't be long enough to really top up the number of civilizations in the galaxy. So you really need it to be hundreds of millions of years. And that raises a question which I'm very interested in, which is how do we even talk about, I call it the billion-year civilization, right? How do we even begin to hypothesize or think about in any kind of systematic way what happens to a technological civilization across hundreds of millions to a billion?
Yeah, look, how do you even simulate the trajectories that civilizations can take across that kind of time scale? When all the data we have is just for the 10,000 years or so, 20,000 years that humans have been building civilizations. And just, I don't know what you put it at, maybe 100 years that we've been technological.
Yeah, we're ready to blow ourselves to bits or, drive ourselves off the planet. Yeah, no, it's really interesting. But there's got to be a way. I think that's really a frontier. So you had David Kipp working on not too long ago. And David and I did a paper, and David really drove this, where we, it was a Bayesian calculation to sort of ask the question: if you were to find a detection, if you were to find a signal or techno signature, would that come from a civilization that was younger, your age, or older? And you could see, I mean, this is not hard to do, but it was great. The formalism was hard, kind of intuitive, but the formalism was hard to show that, they're old, probably much older. So that means you really do need to think about, like, okay, how do billion-year civilizations manifest themselves? What signatures will they use? And what's so cool about it? It's so much fun because you have to imagine the unimaginable. And, would you still? I mean, obviously, biological evolution.
How are you? It's good, KG. Excellent. We're watching a podcast. Feel free to enjoy, my friend.
On those kinds of things. So you wouldn't even really be the same thing you started on. But social forms, what kind of social forms can you imagine that would be continuous over that? Or maybe they wouldn't be continuous. They drop out, they destroy themselves and they come back. Or maybe it's a punctuated evolution. But we gotta this is the fun part, we have to sort of work this out.
Well, and one way to approach that question is like, what are the different ways to achieve homeostasis as you get greater and greater technological innovation? So like if you expand out into the universe, you have up to Rothschild scale, what are the ways you can avoid destroying yourself? Just achieve stability while still growing. And I mean, that's an interesting question. I think it's probably simulated.
Could be. I mean, agent-based modeling, you could do it with. So our group has used agent-based modeling to do something like the Fermi paradox. That was agent-based modeling. But you can also do this. People are saying they have done this. Other groups have done this to use agent-based modeling to track the formation of hierarchies, the formation of stable hierarchies. So I think it's actually very doable. But understanding the kind of assumptions and principles that are going into it, to extract from those, that is what.
Do you think if humans colonize Mars, the dynamic between the civilization on Earth and Mars will be fundamentally different than the dynamic between individual nations on Earth right now? That's the thing to load into the agent-based simulation I'm talking about.
If we settle it, Mars will very quickly want to become its own nation.
Well, no, there's already going to be nations on Mars. That's guaranteed.
Yeah,
the moment we have 2 million people, the moment we have 1 million people, there's going to be 2 tribes.
Right.
And then they're going to start fighting.
Right.
And the question is interplanetary fighting. How quickly does that happen? And does it have a different nature to it? Because of the distances,
Are you a fan of The Expanse? Did you watch The Expanse? Great show. Because it's all about I highly recommend to everybody. It's based on a series of books that are actually, it's on Prime. 6 seasons, and it's basically about the settled solar system. It takes place about 300 years from now, and the entire solar system is settled. And it is the best show about interplanetary politics. The first season, actually, the journal, Foreign Affairs, said the best show on TV about politics. It's interplanetary. So yeah, I think human beings being human beings, yes, there will be warfare. I don't think it'll be necessarily all that different. Because really, I think within a few hundred years, we will have lots of people in the solar system. And it doesn't even have to be on Mars. We did a paper where we looked at basically, I wanted to know about whether an idea in The Expanse was really possible. In The Expanse, the asteroid belt, what they've done is they have colonized the asteroid belt by hollowing out the asteroids and spinning them up and living on the inside, right? They have the Coriolis. And I thought, wow, that's a good idea. And when I ran the blog for NPR, I actually talked to the guys and said, hey, calculate this, see whether it's possible. Sadly, it's not possible. The rock is just not strong enough that if you tried to spin it up to the speeds you need to get 1/3 gravity, which is what I think the minimum you need for human beings, the rock would just fall apart and break. But I came up with another idea, which was that if you take small asteroids, put a giant bag around them, a nanofiber bag, and spin those up, it would inflate the bag. And then even a small couple of kilometer wide asteroid would stand out to you could get like a Manhattan's worth of material inside. So forget about even colonizing Mars, space stations, right? Or space habitats with millions of people in them. So anyway, the point is that I think, within a few hundred years, it is not unimaginable that there will be millions, if not billions, of people living in space.
It's usually most of them will be in space habitats versus on Mars on the planetary surface.
You know, it's a lot easier on some level, right? Depends on how, like, with nano fabrication and such. But, you know, getting down to gravity well is hard, right? So, you know, there's a certain way in which there's a lot of it's a lot easier to build real estate after that. But we'll probably do both. I mean, I think what will happen is, you know, the next, should we make it through climate change and nuclear war and AI, the next 1,000 years of human history is the solar system, right? And so, you know, I think we'll settle every nook and cranny we possibly can. And it's, you know, it's a beautiful, what I love about what's hopeful about it is this idea you're going to have all of these pockets. And, you know, I'm sure there's going to be a modern space habitat, like, you know, there's going to be whatever you want, a libertarian space habitat. Everybody's going to be able to kind of create, there's going to be lots of experiments in human flourishing. And those kinds of experiments will be really useful for us to sort of figure out better ways for us to interact and have maximum flourishing, maximum wellness, maximum democracy, maximum freedom.
Do you think that's a good backup solution to go on to space, sort of to avoid the possibility of humans destroying themselves completely here?
Well, I think, you know, I want to be always careful with that because, like I said, it's centuries that we're talking.
Yes.
Right? So, you know, the problem with climate change, you know, I would say it's breathing down our necks now. So it's not a, you know, trying to establish a base on Mars is going to be so hard that it is not even going to be close to being self-sufficient for a couple of, you know, a century at least. So it's not like a backup plan now. You know, we have to solve the problem of climate change. We have to deal with it. There's still enough nuclear weapons to really do horrific things to the planet for human beings. So I don't think it's like a backup plan in that way. But I do think, like I said, it's the premise. It's, you know, if we get through this, then we get the entire solar system to sort of play around in and experiment with and do really cool things with.
Well, I think it could be a lot less than a couple of centuries if there's a urgency, like a real urgency, like a catastrophe, like maybe a small nuclear war breaks out where it's like, holy shit, for sure a bigger one is looming.
Yeah.
Maybe geopolitically the war between China and the United States escalates, but there's this tension that builds and builds and builds, and it becomes more obvious that we need to really.
Yeah. I think my only dilemma with that is that I just think that a self-sufficient base is so far away that, like, say, you start doing that, and then there is a full-scale nuclear exchange. That base, you know, it's not going to last. It's just, you know, self-sufficiency requires kind of an economy, like literally a material economy, that we are so far from with Mars, that we are centuries from. Like I said, you know, 3 centuries, which is not that long, 2 to 3 centuries. You know, look at 1820. Nobody had traveled faster than 60 miles an hour unless they were falling off a cliff, right? And now we routinely travel 500 miles an hour. But it is sort of centuries long. So that's why I think we'd be better off trying to solve these problems than, you know, I just think the odds that we're going to be able to create a self-sufficient colony on Mars before that threat comes to head is small. So we'd have to deal with the threat.
That's an interesting scientific and engineering question of how to create a self-sufficient colony on Mars or out in space as a space habitat, like where Earth entirely could be destroyed.
Yeah, because it's really what about, you know, thinking of complex systems, right? A space habitat, you know, would have to be as robust as an ecosystem, as the kind of thing that you have to see a pond, all the different webs of interactions. You know, that's why I always think that, you know, this process of going out into space is actually will help us with climate change and with thinking about making a long-term sustainable version of human civilization. Because you really have to think about these webs, the complexity of these webs, and recognize the biosphere has been doing this forever. The biosphere knows how to do this, right? And so, how do we build a vibrant, powerful technosphere that also doesn't, you know, mess with the biosphere's capacity to support our technosphere? So, you know, by doing this, by trying to build space habitats, in some sense, you're thinking about building a small-scale version of this. I think the two problems are going to kind of feedback on each other.
Well, there's also the other possibility of, like the movie Darren Aronofsky's Postcard from Earth, where we can create this kind of life gun that just shoots, as opposed to engineering everything.
Yeah.
Basically seeding life on a bunch of places and letting life do its thing, which is really good at doing, it seems like. So as opposed to like with the space habitat, you basically have to build the entire biosphere, entire biosphere, the whole thing. If you just take the aforementioned cockroach with some bacteria, place it in Europa, I think you'd be surprised. Yeah. Like honestly, if you put a huge amount of bacteria, like a giant number of organisms from Mars into on Mars, on some of these moons of the other planets in the solar system, you think like I feel like some of them would actually find a way.
The moon is hard because the moon is just like there's no, the moon may be really hard. But that'd be. I wonder if somebody's done these experiments, right? Like how? Because we know they're extremophile, right? We know that you can go down, 10 miles below the Earth's surface, and there are things where there's no sunlight. There's, the conditions are so extreme, and there's lots of microbes having a great time living off the radioactivity, in the rocks. But they have lots of time to evolve to those conditions. So I'm not sure if you dumped a bunch of bacteria, so somebody must have done these experiments. Like, how fast could microbial evolution occur under harsh conditions that you maybe get somebody who figures out, okay, I can do this. I think the moon's too much because it's so sterile. But, Mars, I don't know, maybe. I don't know. But it's an interesting idea.
I wonder if somebody has done that.
Yeah, you think somebody would. Like, let's take a bunch of microbes.
We take the harshest possible conditions, all different kinds, temperature, all this kind of stuff.
Right, pressure, salinity, and then just like dump a bunch of things that are not used to it, and then just see, does everybody just die? That's it.
The thing about life, it flourishes in a non-sterile environment where there's a bunch of options for resources, even if the condition is super harsh. In the lab, I don't know if you can read this, harsh conditions plus options for survival. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you have to have the huge variety of resources that are always available on a planet somehow, even when it's in super harsh conditions. So that's actually not a trivial experiment. And I wouldn't even, if somebody did that experiment, I'd be really disgusted. It's like, because I could see bacteria doesn't survive in this kind of temperature. No, I'm like,
is there enough, right? Are there other options? Like, is the condition rich enough?
Yeah.
There's an alternative view though, which is there's this great book by Kim Stanley called Laura. So there's been a million century ship stories, like where Earth sends out a generation ship or century ship, and it goes to another planet, they land and colonize. And on this one, they get all the way there, and they think the planet's going to be habitable, and it turns out that it's not habitable for Earth life. Like that, there's like bacteria or prions actually that just like kill people in the simplest way. And the important thing about this book was the idea that life is actually very tied to its planet. It may not be so easy. I just thought it was a really interesting idea. I'm not necessarily supporting it, but that actually life reflects the planetary conditions. They're not the planetary, the planet itself, the whole lineage, the whole history of the biosphere. And it may not be so easy to just sort of be like, oh, just drop it over here, because the bacteria, even though they're individual examples of life, and I kind of believe this, the true unit of life, it's not DNA, not a cell, it's the biosphere, it's the whole community. Yeah,
that's actually an interesting field of study. Is how when you arrive from one planet to another. So we humans arrive to a planet that has a biosphere, maybe an atmosphere. What is the way to integrate without killing yourself or
the other ball?
Let's just stick to biology like that. That's an interesting question. I don't know if we have a rigorous way of investigating that.
Because everything on life is has the same lineage. We all come from Luca, the last universal common ancestor. And we see is often in science fiction people do things like, oh well, it's okay because like that that metabolism, that biochemistry is so different from ours that we can coexist because they don't even know each other, right? And then the other version is you get there, you land with the nose bleeds and you're dead.
Unfortunately, I think it's the latter.
Yeah, it sort of feels it's a more alien.
So as we look out there, according to the Drake equations we just discussed, it seems impossible to me that there's not civilizations everywhere. So how do we look at that? This process of setting.
My science can just say, my gut feeling is that dumb life, so to speak, is common. I am a little agnostic about it. can see ways in which intelligent civilization can exist. But until we got to go look. It's all armchair.
That's from a sort of rigorous scientific. Like from my pro science perspective, it seems, again, smoking the aforementioned weed. It's
after the bond.
I mean, honestly, it's really just it's impossible to me that there's not potentially dead but advanced civilizations everywhere in our galaxy.
Yeah, they're potentially dead for it. It's right. It could be that like making civilizations, they just don't know. So when we went out there, we find a lot of extinct civilizations.
Yeah, apex predators don't survive. They get bit by predator and then die, kill themselves off. Anyway, so just how do we find it?
Yeah. So SETI, Search for Extraterrestrial Technology, is a term that I am not fond of using anymore. I mean, some people in my field are, so I'm sorry, folks. But what I really like is the idea of techno-signatures. I think, to me, SETI is first of all, intelligence. We're not really looking for intelligence. We're looking for technology, And SETI, the classic idea of SETI is the radio telescopes, Contact, Jodie Foster with the headphones. That whole thing is still still active. There's still great things going on with it, but suddenly this whole new window. When we discovered exoplanets, we now found a new way to look for intelligent civilizations, for life in general, in a way that doesn't have any of the assumptions that have to go into the classic radio signal. And specifically what I mean is, we're not looking for somebody sending us a beacon. You really needed that with the classic model for a bunch of different reasons. You have to assume they wanted to be found and they were sending you a super powerful beacon. Now, because we know exactly where to look, we know exactly how to look, we can just go about looking for passive signatures of the civilization, going about its civilization in business, without asking whether they want to be contacted. So this is what we call a biosignature or a technosignature. It is an imprint in the light from the planet of the activity of a biosphere or technosphere. And that's really important. That is why kind of the whole Gaia idea ends up being astrobiological. That biospheres and technospheres are so potent, they change the entire planet. And you can see that from 2020. So let's give an example of a biosignature. So a signature of a biosphere. Oxygen, right? On Earth, at least, we know that oxygen is only in the atmosphere because life put it there. If life went away, the oxygen, particularly oxygen and methane, that pair, they would disappear, very quickly. They'd react away. If you find a planet with oxygen and methane, that's a good bet that there's a biosphere there. Okay, what about technospheres? Technospheres, this is what, so I'm the principal investigator on the first grant NASA has ever given to do these kind of exoplanet technosignatures. NASA was kind of, for reasons we can talk about, NASA had gotten shy about funding anything about intelligent life. But okay, what's an example of a technosignature? Well, one could be atmospheric pollution. I'm going to put pollution in quotes here because it doesn't have to be pollution, but gases like chlorofluorocarbons. So we dumped a huge amount of chlorofluorocarbons into the atmosphere by mistake. It was affecting the ozone. But we put so much in there that actually, this is one of the things we did. We did a paper where we showed you could detect it across interstellar distances. You could look at the atmosphere, look at the light coming from a distant planet, pass the light through a spectrograph, and see the spectral lines, the spectral fingerprint of chlorofluorocarbons in an atmosphere. And that would for sure tell you that there was a technological civilization. Because there's no other way to make chlorofluorocarbons except through some kind of industrial process.
So you're looking for, in the case of the biosphere, you're looking for anomalies in the spectrograph.
I wouldn't necessarily call these anomalies. I'm looking for things that, for biosignature, I'm looking for things that a geosphere, right? That just rock and air wouldn't produce on its own.
What kind of chemicals would life produce?
Right, and that's part of that's the interesting thing, right? So that's what so we can use Earth as an example, right? We say, look, oxygen. We know there would be no oxygen in the atmosphere for dimethyl sulfide, which is a compound that phytoplankton dump into the atmosphere. A lot of it that's sometimes mentioned. And there was a paper that somebody wrote where it was like, well, we're not saying we see it, but there was a bunch of noise in the spectrum right there. So there's a whole list of things that Earth has done that are in the atmosphere that might be biosignatures. But now we're reaching an interesting point. The field has matured to the point where we can start asking about agnostic biosignatures. things that have nothing to do with Earth's history, but we think that would still be indications of this weirdness we call life, right? What is it in general that life does that leaves an imprint? So one of these things could be the structure of the network of chemical reactions. That biology always produces very different chemical networks, usually acting with food, than just rock and water, right? So there's been some proposals for network, biosignatures. Information theory. You can try and look at the information that is in the different compounds that you find in the atmosphere. And maybe that information shows you like, oh, if there's too much information here, there must have been biology happening. It's not just rock. Same thing for techno. That's what we're working on right now. That for techno signatures as well.
So how do you detect techno signatures?
Okay, so with techno signatures, I gave the example of chlorophyll, and so that would be an example. And again, that one is a non-agnostic one because we sort of like, oh, we produce chlorofluorocarbons, maybe they will, right? And there's solar panels, right? You can actually get glint off of solar panels. Will produce the way the light is reflected off of solar panels, but no matter what it's made of. There was a paper that Nancy Lynn and Rabbi did in, I think, 2017. We've just followed up on it. That actually could act as a techno signature. You'd be able to see in the reflected light this sort of big jump that would occur. City lights, artificial illumination. If there's really like, large scale cities like, Coruscant and Star Wars or Transfer in the Foundation, those city lights would be detectable, the spectral imprint of those across 20, 30 years. So, our job in this grant is to develop the first ever library of techno signatures. Nobody's really ever thought about this. So we're trying to come up with all the possible ideas for what a civilization might produce that could be visible across, interstellar distances. And are these good ones, or is these ones going to be hard to detect?
City lights. So if a planet is all lit up with artificial light across 20 to 30 light years, we can see it.
Yeah, we looked at Earth at night from a distance where, looked at the spectra, and you had sensitive enough instruments, you'd be able to see all the sodium lights and the reflected light off of, they bounce off the ground. The light bounces off the ground. So you convolve the sodium lamps with the reflected spectra from the ground, and yeah, you'd be able to see that there's city lights. Now, increase that by a factor of 1,000, if you had a trantor, and you'd be able to detect that across interstellar distances. Thomas Beatty did this work, who's now working with us.
What do you think is the most detectable thing about Earth?
Wow, this is fun. We just have Sophia Sheik did some of our collaborations. Did a paper. We did Earth from Earth. If you were looking at Earth with Earth technology for a bunch of different techno signatures, how close would you have to be for it to detect them? And most of them turn out to be, you'd have to be pretty close, at least out to the Oort cloud. But actually, it is our radio signature still that is still most detectable.
By the way, you said you had to be pretty close and then you said the Oort cloud. That's not very close, but you mean like from an interstellar.
Interstellar. Because the real question, we really want to know is like, I'm sitting here on Earth, I'm looking at these exoplanets, and your star is 4 light years. So that's like the distance. So if I'm looking at exoplanets, what kind of signal?
What is detectable about Earth, the current technology from the nearest solar system?
Oh my God, there's all kinds of stuff. Well, like the chlorofluorocarbons. You can see Earth's pollution, and I think city lights you have to be within the solar system.
If they do direct imaging of Earth,
they're going to be much more powerful. But let me tell you, let's talk about direct imaging. This is such a cool video, right? So what we really want in the next generation of space telescopes, we're trying to do direct imaging. We're trying to get an image of a planet separated from its star, to be able to see the reflected light or the actual emission from the planet itself.
Yeah, but just to clarify, direct imaging means literally a picture.
A picture. But the problem is that even with the signal that's going to come after JWST, it's going to be a pixel, right? You're not going to get any kind of resolution. You'll be able to get the light from it, which you'll be able to pass through a spectrograph, but you're not going to be able to take a picture. But there is this called the Solar Gravity Lens Telescope. I think that's what it is. And the idea is insane, right? So the general relativity says, look, massive bodies distort space. They actually curve space-time. So the sun is a massive body. And so that means that the light passing through the sun gets focused like a lens. Right? So the idea is to send a bunch of telescopes out kind of into the Oort cloud and then look back towards the sun, towards an exoplanet that is behind, not directly behind the sun, but is in the direction of the sun, and then let the sun act like a lens and collect, focus the light onto the telescope. And you'll be able to get, and they've done, it's amazing what they've already, this idea is insane. They'd be able to get, if everything works out, 24-kilometer resolution. You'd be able to see Manhattan on an exoplanet. And this thing, it sounds insane, but actually, NASA, they've already gotten, the team has already gotten through like sort of 3 levels of NASA. There's the NASA program for like, give us your wackiest idea, right? And then the ones that survive that are like, okay, tell us whether that wacky idea, is even feasible. And they're marching along. And the idea is that, like, and they even have plans for how you'd be able to get these probes out into the Oort cloud on relatively fast timescales. You need to be about 500 times as far from the sun as Earth is. But right now, everything looks like the idea seems to hold together. So probably when I'll be dead, when you're an old man, it's possible that something like this, could you imagine having, like, that kind of resolution, a picture of an exoplanet down to, kilometers. So I'm very excited about that.
I can only imagine having a picture like that, and then there's some mysterious artifacts here somewhere. I mean, it's both inspiring and almost heartbreaking that we can see. Like, I think we will be able to see a civilization where there's like a lot of scientists agree that this is very likely something, and then we can't get there.
Well, I mean, again, this is the thing about being long-lived. We've got to get to the point where we're long-lived in that. So let's say we found, like, this is always like that. Let's imagine that we find, say, 10 light years away. We find a, right? It doesn't end there. Like, that would be the most important discovery in the history of humanity. And it wouldn't be like, well, okay, we're done. First thing we do is we dig bigger telescopes to try and do those imaging, right? And then the next thing after that, we plan a mission, right? We would figure out, like with breakthrough Starshot, there was this idea of trying to use, giant lasers to propel small spacecraft, light sails, almost to the speed of light. So they would get there in 10 years and take pictures. So, if we actually made this discovery, there would be the impulse, there would be the effort to actually try and send something to get there. We probably couldn't land, but so maybe we take 30 years to build, 10 years to get there, 10 years to get the picture back. Okay, you're dead, but your kids are, so it comes down to this multi-generational project. How long did it take to build the pyramids? How long did it take to build the giant cathedrals, right? These were multi-generational projects. And I think we're on the cusp of that kind of project.
I think that would probably
I think it would be helpful. I mean, human beings are a mess, let's face it. But I think having that record, that's why I always say to people, discovery of life, or any kind of life, even if it was microbial life, that to know that we're not an accident, to know that there is probably, if we found one example of life, we know that we're not an accident and probably lots of life, and that we're a community. We're part of a cosmic kind of community of life, and who knows what life has done, right? We don't really, all bets are off with life.
Since we're talking about the future of telescopes, let's talk about our current super sexy, awesome telescope, the James Webb Space Telescope, that I still can't believe it actually worked.
I can't believe it. I was really skeptical. I was like, okay, guys,
Really?
all right, sure.
We only got one shot. This incredibly complicated piece of hardware going forward. So what kind of stuff can we see with it? I've been just looking through different kinds of anomalies that have been detected. There's some direct imaging.
Yeah, like a single pixel.
The kinds of exoplanets we're able to direct image, I guess, would have to be hot.
Usually far away from, reasonably far away from the star. I think JWST is really kind of at the hairy edge of being able to do much with this. What's more important, I think, for JWST is the spectra. And the problem with spectra is that there's not such a thing. It's like, hey, look at this wiggly line. But be able to find and characterize atmospheres around terrestrial exoplanets is the critical next step. That's where we are right now. In order to look for life, we need to find planets with atmospheres, right? Then we need to be able to do this thing called characterization, where we look at the spectral fingerprints for what's in the atmosphere. Is there carbon? Is there carbon dioxide? Is there oxygen? Is there methane? And that's the most exciting thing. For example, there was this planet K2-18b, which they did a beautiful job getting the spectra. And the spectra indicated it may be an entirely new kind of habitable world called a Icean world. Icean meaning hydrogen ocean world. And that is a kind of planet that would be kind of in the super Earth sub-Neptune domain we're talking about, the 8 times that mass of Earth. But it's got a layer of hydrogen, an atmosphere of hydrogen. Hydrogen is an amazing greenhouse gas. So hydrogen will keep the planet underneath it warm enough that you can get liquid water. You can get a giant ocean of liquid water. And that's an entirely different kind of planet. That could be habitable planet. It could be a 60-degree warm ocean. So the data that came out of JWST for that planet was good enough to be able to indicate, like, oh yeah, you know what? The models, from what we understand about the models, this looks like could be a Icean world.
And it's 120 light years away from Earth.
And so isn't that amazing? 120 light years away, we can see into the atmosphere. We can see into the atmosphere so well, we can be like, oh, look, methane. Methane was a 5 sigma detection. You knew that the data were so good that it was like the gold standard of science.
What about detecting maybe with direct imaging, or in other ways, megastructures that this civilization could?
You know what's great about megastructures is, first of all, it's fun to say. Who doesn't want to say megastructure? Alien megastructure. Every morning you confirm that. So the example of this is the Dyson Sphere, right? Which is amazing because, it was literally 1960 that this idea came up.
Can you explain it, Dyson?
Yeah, the Dyson Sphere. So Freeman Dyson, one of the greatest physicists ever, was very broad-minded, thought about a lot of different things. He recognized that, when as civilizations progress, what they're going to need is ever more energy to do ever more, amazing things. And what's the best energy source in the solar system? It's the star, right? So if you surrounded the star with solar collecting machines, sunlight collecting machines, and the limit of this would be you actually build a sphere, an actual sphere around your star that had all solar panels on the inside. You could capture every photon the star produced, which is an insane amount of light. You would have enough power now to do anything, to re-engineer your solar system. So that was a Dyson sphere. It turns out that a Dyson sphere doesn't really work. It's unstable. But a Dyson swarm, and that's really what it means. This large collection of large orbiting structures that were able to collect light.
Yeah, so he didn't actually mean a rigid sphere structure. He basically meant a swarm. So that, like you said, the limit basically starts to
people started to say, yeah. And we actually almost thought we might have found these back with Bajoyan's star. We saw, the way we detect planets is through the transit method, where the planet passes in front of the star, and there's a dip in the starlight. It's a little eclipse. And we know exactly what they should look like. And then with this one star, there were these really weird transits where, it's like this little dragon's tooth. And then there'd be another one, and another one, and another one, and then nothing, and then 3 more. And in the paper that was written about this, they suggested they went through the list of comets, could come to the planet. And it could also be an alien megastructure. And of course, the news picked up on this. Like everybody's, news feed the next day, alien megastructures. Turns out, sadly, they were not alien megastructures. They were probably gas or dust clouds. But it raised the possibility, these are observable. People worked out the details of what they would look like. You don't really need direct imaging. You could do transits, right? They're big enough that when they pass in front of the star, they're going to produce a little blip of light. Because that's what they're supposed to do, right? They're absorbing starlight. So people have worked out, a square one or a triangular one.
But that wouldn't be a Dyson sphere. That would be one object.
One object, right? Which is what if it's a swarm, you'd expect the light to be blinking in and out as these things pass in front of you. If you've got thousands of these, much of the time they'll be blotting out the star. Sometimes they won't be, right? And so you're going to get an irregular sort of signal, transit signal.
One you wouldn't expect from a star that doesn't have any.
Exactly. Or just on a planet, right? Or a couple. There'd be so many of these that would be like beep, 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 beep.
And that usually doesn't happen in a star system because there's only just a handful of planets.
That's exactly what it is. Everything's coagulated. In a stable solar system, you get a handful of planets, 5, 10. That's it, probably. So if now suddenly you see lots of these little micro transits, you're telling me there's something else that's big enough to create a transit, but too many of them, and also within a regular shape, the transit itself. That
how many people are looking for megastructures?
Well, the main groups looking for megastructures are, again, Jason Wright at Penn State and collaborators. The way they're looking for it is for infrared. because the second law of thermodynamics says, look, if you capture all of this starlight, you're going to warm up your thing's going to warm up and emit an infrared. It's going to be waste heat and waste light from this.
It feels like a louder, clearer way to try.
And that's actually, Dyson. That's actually why Dyson proposed it. He wasn't really proposing it because, like you were saying, this is what civilizations are going to do. He proposed it because he was like, oh, we want to start looking for alien civilizations. Here's something that would have a detectable signature. So Jason and the company have done pretty good searches. And recently they made news because, they were able to eliminate a lot of places. No, these are not places, but they did have a couple that were like anomalous enough. They're like, well, it's not a detection. And they were saying, they would never say it's a detection, but they were not non-detectable.
They're potential candidates.
Yeah.
Other people have megastructure candidates. That's inspiring. What other megastructures do you think that could be? So that's the spheres about capturing energy and stuff. But there could be other.
Well, there's something called the Clark belt, right? So we have a bunch of satellites that are in geosynchronous orbit. Nothing naturally is going to end up in geosynchronous orbit, right? Geosynchronous orbit is one particular orbit that's really useful if you want to beam things straight down, or if you want to put a space elevator, right? So there's this idea that if a civilization becomes advanced enough that it's really using geosynchronous orbit, that you actually get a belt, something that would actually be detectable from a distance via a transit. There's been a couple papers written about the possibility of these Clark belts, densely occupied Clark belts, being a mega structure. It's not as mega as a Dyson swarm, but it's kind of planetary scale.
You think it's detectable? Clark belt?
It could be. I mean, like in our list of techno signatures, it would be down there. But it would be, again, if you had an advanced enough civilization that did enough, it would certainly have a Clark belt.
Yeah, probably Dyson spheres. That's the more exciting.
I think so.
Yeah. Should we go to the Dyson sphere? Let's talk from the Kardashev scale. Yeah. What is the Kardashev scale, and where are humans on it?
Right. So the Kardashev scale was the same time. This is this golden age of SETI, like kind of like 60, 59 to 65 when it just starts. Like this is, Frank Drake has done his first experiment. People are like, oh my God, this is even possible. And so people are just throwing out these ideas. And as I, said in the book, science is conservative. And what I mean by that is it holds on to its best ideas. So Kardashev comes up with this idea that, look, if we're, again, it's always about detectability. If we're looking for civilizations, we should think about what are the natural stages, natural in quotes, that a civilization goes through. And he was thinking in terms of energy use, which is a good physicist. So he said, look, the first hurdle in terms of energy or threshold that a civilization will go through is using all the starlight that falls onto a planet. We call that type 1 civilization. In whatever way you're doing it, some large fraction of the starlight that falls on your planet, you use it for your needs. The next would be to use all the starlight there is from that star, right? So that's the Dyson. So Dyson had already proposed his idea of swarm and Kardashev was speaking. So that's a type 2 civilization. Type 3 is galactic scale, a civilization that could use all the starlight in a galaxy. Right? So where are we now? Remarkably, on a log scale, we're at 0.7 for the type 1.
So we're not even type 1.
No, we're not even type 1. But according to, there was a paper written by a group that said, if we continue on our path, we'll be at a type 1 around 2300.
2300. Yeah. So this is a log scale. Yeah. So 0.7. So type 1 is about 10 to the 16th watts. Type 2 is 10 orders of magnitude larger than that, 10 to the 26th watts. And I think the estimate for the galaxy is another 10 orders of magnitude.
Yeah, because there's 100 billion stars, 100 billion stars.
So that's a lot.
That's a lot.
Do you think humans ever get to type 1?
I think, that there's a problem with type 1, which is that, we already know about climate change, right? The effects of our harvesting energy to do the work of civilization is already changing the climate change, right? And that's something that, Kardashev couldn't have recognized. When there's the first law of thermodynamics, right, which is just about energy, the different forms of energy. Then there's the second law, which is about when you use that energy. And Kardashev wasn't thinking about the second law. If you get all that energy and you use it, there's waste heat. You don't get to use it all, right? You can only, second law tells you that if I have a tank of gasoline, I can only use a certain fraction of the energy in that tank, and the rest is going to go to heating up the engine. So that second law tells you that you can only use so much energy before the climate state is like, sorry, it's going to change on you. So there's a way in which we probably can't get to it without like devastating the Earth's climate. So we're probably going to have to figure out. The most important thing actually here is probably, this is why space becomes such a colonization or settlement of space. We have an idea that we've been working on for a while called service worlds, right? That at some point you probably move a lot of your industry off world, right? We've got Mercury, for example. There's nothing on Mercury, there's no life on Mercury. Why don't you put your energy harvesting there, right? Because you can't mess with the biosphere. The biosphere is more powerful than you are, right? And so there's limits to how much energy we can harvest to do work on the Earth without really adversely affecting the biosphere.
It does seem that the best response to climate change is not to use less technology, but to invent better technology and to invent technology that avoids the destructive effects.
This is the frontier we are, and that was the topic of my last book, Lighting the Stars. It's like you have to do the astrobiology of the Anthropocene. You have to see the transition that we're going through now of Anthropocene on a kind of planetary astrobiological framework. And that paper we were talking about with the 10 billion trillion worlds, that was actually in service of the work I was doing for this other book, where I wanted to know how often do you go through an answer? How often does every technological civilization trigger its own planetary crisis, its own climate Anthropocene crisis? And the answer we actually came up from doing models was like, yeah, probably. And then the question is, are you smart enough to figure out how to readjust what you're doing technologically so that you're not, that all boats rise, right? You want to figure out how to do this so that the biosphere becomes even more productive and healthy and resilient. So, yeah, right. It's the kind of technology. I think there's probably absolutely limits on how much energy you use, but how do you use that energy? And then also, getting off planet eventually. If you want to use 10 times more energy than that, you're not going to do it on Earth.
So how do we detect alien type 1, 2, and 3 civilizations? So we've been kind of talking about basically type 1 civilization.
Yeah.
But maybe with the Dyson sphere, you start to get like a little bit more type 2. But it feels like if you have a type 2 civilization, it won't be just the Dyson sphere.
Right.
It feels like that just for the same reason you mentioned. Climate change will now at the star system level, they'll probably expand. Right. So how would you detect type 2?
How about propulsion tools, right? If you're expanding, I literally just put in a NASA report now. Thomas Beatty, who's joined us from the University of Wisconsin, has an idea to look for plumes, right? If you have a solar system-wide civilization, right? And you got space truckers going back and forth, right? From Mars, they're doing the Enceladus around. They're accelerating and decelerating the whole way there, right? If you want to get to Mars in a couple weeks, you have your fusion drive on the entire way out there. You flip and burn and have it on. So you're also always have gravity. So would those plumes be detectable? Because now you've got spaceships going all over the place, and the odds that the plume is going to cross your field of view could become pretty high. So I think that's a good way of looking for. That's one idea of looking for large scale interplanetary, which is kind of like when you're getting to a type 2. Another possibility is looking for the tailings of asteroid mining. This was an idea this group at Harvard Smithsonian that be able to look for, if you're really chewing up asteroids to build space habitats, can there be dust particles left around? And would they look different from just say the dust from just regular collisions?
Like pollution of all different kinds. And trash.
Okay, so trash is an interesting idea when you come to the actual solar system, right? We are actually, there's a whole other field of technosignatures, which are things in the solar system. What if somebody came by 1 billion years ago, and left some stuff, right? So the Earth has been showing biosignatures for billions of years. A species like us, looking at our level, looking at Earth, would have been able to know that Earth had life on it, had a biosphere for billions of years. So maybe somebody sent something by, of looking, say, at the moon for artifacts is that have been there for a long time. It's something that a number of people are doing. We're just working on a paper where we just calculate, this was super fun. We calculated how long would the lunar lander exist before micrometeorites just shoot it down, right? How long would you be able to land on the moon and go, oh, look, there's somebody was here and left some debris. So there's this process called gardening, which is just a micrometeorite, constant rain of micrometeorites. And that's where you get the lunar regolith, the fine powder on the moon, is because of this gardening. And it turns out it is literally hundreds of millions to billions of years.
Oh, nice.
That the lunar lander will be visible.
Oh, so we should be able to find artifacts.
Yeah, if there are artifacts, and people have proposed doing this with artificial intelligence. We have, the moon has been mapped down to like a couple of meters with various probes, and all that data is sitting there. So why not use machine learning to look through all those things and look for anything that looks not like the lunar surface? And they did a test program where they gave the computer, sort of like, I don't know, 50 miles around the Apollo 11, Apollo 17 site, and it instantly was able to pull out.
I mean, the whole task of looking for anomalies, something that looks not like the lunar surface, you make it sound obvious, but it's not exactly obvious. Like, anomalies is really not. I mean, detect something that doesn't look right about the surface.
Yeah.
It's actually really difficult.
Really difficult. And it's, what's cool, it's a really information theoretic kind of proposal. You really have to use information theory to say, what's the background? How do I define something that I can say that looks weird?
Yeah, maybe when you're looking at a spectrograph or something, it's still like, it's gonna look really weird potentially. Like we're kind of hypothesizing all the things that humans are doing, right? And how to detect that, right? But it can be really weird stuff.
That's why there's this emphasis now on these agnostic signatures, right? So actually, disequilibrium is a nice one. One way to define life is it is a system that is far from equilibrium. Right? It's alive, right? As soon as it dies, it turns into equilibrium. And so you can look at all chemicals in the atmosphere, even if you don't know whether these could be chemicals that you have no idea whether or not they have anything to do with life. But the degree of disequilibrium, the degree to which they show that atmosphere has not, the chemicals have not all kind of just gotten down to, they've all reacted away to an equilibrium state. You can actually tell that in very general ways using what's called the Gibbs free energy. And that's kind of a signature. Like if you see an atmosphere that is wildly out of equilibrium, that indicates that there's something happening on that planet, biosphere or technosphere, that is pumping gases, into the atmosphere, that is keeping the whole system relaxed.
So is it possible we can detect anomalies in space-time?
Well, you could detect, and there's been some work on this, like with the Gray drive, these proposals for warp drives. And we can talk about that later. I'm skeptical of those, but because it may really be possible to use chemical tests. But people have done work on, what would be the signature of a Gray drive? What would be the signature? Could you detect if you're using light like that? Then you certainly are distorting space-time, which means any light that's passing by has gotten, its trajectory has gotten altered because it had to pass through the distorted space-time. So yeah, there are possibilities along with that. One of the funny things, I don't know if they've gotten past this, but somebody calculated the probability of Ray drive or this warp drive was that if you dropped out of warp, there would be this spray of gamma rays that would sterilize any planet in front of you. So it's well, yeah, you probably don't want to do that, but that would be a great bio or techno signature. Another planet obliterated.
So you think it's not possible to travel past this?
I wouldn't think. But what I think, if you look at the physics we understand, right, every possibility for faster than light travel really relies on something that doesn't exist, right? So the cool thing is Einstein's field equations. You can actually play with them. The equations are right there. You can add things to the right or left hand side that allow you to get something like the Ray drive. That was a metric that showed you it's a warped bubble. It's a warping of space-time that moves through space-time faster than the speed of light. Right? Nothing moves across space-time faster than the speed of light, but space-time itself can move faster than the speed. But here's the problem with all of those proposals is they all need something. The thing you added, the little fictional term you added into the equations, is something called exotic matter, and it doesn't exist. It's really just something we dreamed up to make the equation to do what we wanted them to do. So, it's a nice fiction, but really right now, we live in this weird moment in history of the Great Acceleration, where like the technology we use now is completely different from the technology we used 10 years ago. Is remarkably different from the technology. But I remember playing Assassin's Creed, where everybody's like, what is it, 1200, everybody's like, scat. And I was like, yeah, it's a great game. And then I got Assassin's Creed 2, and it was 300 years later, and everybody's like, stat. And it was like 300 years, and the technology hadn't changed. And it's actually true for most people in history, right? You used your great-grandfather's tools because there was no need to have any other new tools. And he probably did his job. So, we can be fooled into thinking like, technology is going to go on forever. We're always going to find new advances. As opposed to sometimes things just flatten out for a long time. So you have to be careful about that bias that we have living in this time of great acceleration.
Yeah, but also it is a great acceleration, and we also are not good at predicting what that entails if it does keep accelerating. But for example, somebody like Eric Weinstein often talks about we underinvest in theoretical physics research. Basically, like we're trying too hard for traditional chemical propulsion on rockets versus like trying to hack physics, sort of warp drives and so on. Yeah. Because it's really hard to do space travel. And it seems like in the long arc of history, if we survive, the way to really travel across long distances is going to be some new, totally new.
Right.
So it's not going to be an engineering problem. It's going to be physics.
A fundamental physics problem. Yeah, I mean, I agree with that in principle, but I think there's been, there's a lot of ideas out there. People, string theory, people have been playing with string theory now for 40 years. It's not like people have been, not like there hasn't been a lot of effort. And, and again, I'm not going to predict. I think it's entirely possible that we have, there's, incredible boundaries of physics that have yet to be go through. In which case, then, all bets are off, right? Once you get sort of, vast interstellar travel, who knows what. But I tend to be drawn to like science fiction stories that take the speed of light seriously. Like, what kind of civilization can you build where like it takes 50 years to get to where you're going, and a 50 years back? Like, so I don't know. I mean, there's no way I'm going to say that we won't get through. But as of right now, it's all fiction. It's barely even a coherent concept.
Well, it's also a really exciting possibility of hacking this whole thing by extending human lifespan, or extending our notion of time, and maybe as dark as to say, but the value of an individual human life versus the value of life from the perspective of generations. So you can have something like a generational ship that travels for hundreds of thousands of years, and you're not sad. You'll never see the destination because you gotta have the value for the prolonged survival of humanity versus your own individual life.
It's a wild ethical question, isn't it? One of that book I told you about, Aurora, I love the book because it was such a sort of inversion of the usual. Because I love science fiction, so many generations stories. And they get to that planet. The planet turns out to be uninhabitable. It's inhabited, but it's uninhabitable for Earth because again, it has this idea of like life is particularly from the planets. So they turn around and they come back, and then when they land, the main character goes, but there's still people who are arguing for more generation shit. She goes and she pushes the guy out. And she spent her whole life in a tube, with this. I thought that was a really interesting inversion. The interesting thing about when we're talking about these space habitats, but if you really had a space habitat, not some super cramped, crappy, usual version of a century ship, but if you had these like space habitats that were really, like the O'Neill cylinder, they're actually pretty nice places to live. Just left around those, like why keep them in those places? Maybe space is full of like these sort of traveling space habitats that are in some sense they're worlds in and of themselves.
There's the show Silo, which raises the question of basically if you're putting a generational ship, what do you tell the inhabitants of that ship? You might want to lie to them.
Yeah.
You might want to tell them a story,
right?
They believe,
right?
Because there is a society, there's human nature that's like, how do you maintain homeostasis of that little society? I mean, that's a fascinating technical question, a social question, a psychology question.
The generation shift too, and which I talked about in the book, the idea of also you talk about the extended human lifetimes, or the stasis, the cryostasis, which is a mainstay of science fiction. None of these things we know are possible. But it's so interesting. This is why I love science fiction, the way it seeds ideas, right? All these ideas we're going to talk about because they've been staples of science fiction for 50 years.
I mean, the whole field of cryogenics.
Where are we at with that?
I wonder what the state of the art is for complex organisms. How long can you freeze and unfreeze? Right. Maybe like with bacteria, you could freeze.
Well, bacteria could have. This is the thing about panspermia, right? How long can a bacteria survive in a rock that's been blasted? If there's a common impact across interstellar distances, that does seem to actually be possible. People have done those kind of calculations. It's not out of the realm of possibility. But a complex organism, multicellular, multi-systemic, or multi-systems, right? Organs and such. Also, what makes it?
I mean, it could. Which part do you want to preserve? Maybe for humans, it seems like what makes a personality. It feels like you want to preserve some memories. If I woke up in a different body with the same memories, I would feel like I would be the same person.
Altered Carbon. That's a great series. I think it's on Netflix. That's a really great series. So that's exactly the idea of sleeves. Everybody's able to can re-sleeve in another body, and it raises exactly sort of this question. It's not the greatest cyberpunk, but it's pretty good. It's got some great actions.
As we get better and better advancements in large language models, they're able to be fine-tuned. It raises a question because to me they've already passed the Turing test as we traditionally defined it. So if there's going to be an LLM that's able to copy you in terms of language extremely well, it's going to raise ethical and philosophical questions about what makes you you. Like what if there's a thing that can talk exactly like what is the thing that makes you you? Is it it's going to speak about your memories very effectively.
This leads us that we're going to get to the blind spot. I'm of the opinion, heretical, that the brain is not the minimal structure for consciousness. It's the whole body. It's embodied in many in some sense. It's community actually. So I don't. I mean, I could be wrong, but this is with this whole work that I did with Marcelo Gleiser and philosophy of science, which is interesting because it leads to this question about maybe we should just download ourselves into computers, right? That's another story that one tells. I'm super skeptical about those, but that's one of the narratives about interstellar travel, and that anybody we meet is going to be a machine anyway. Whether it's downloaded bodies or it's just going to be artificial intelligence. Like there's the whole idea of how long does biological evolution last? Maybe it's a very short period before everybody goes to, or the machines take over and kill you, or it's some hybrid.
What do you think aliens look like? So we talked about all the different kinds of biosignatures they might leave, or technosignatures, but what would they look like when we show up? Are they gonna have arms and legs? Are they going to be recognizable at all? Are they going to be carbon-based?
Yeah, great question. This question gets to the heart of thinking about life, right? About what life is. And this is the physical part of it. There's also sort of the informational part of it. But let's just talk about the physical part of it, which is, life, anything that we're going to call life is probably going to work on Darwinian evolution. That's the nice thing about Darwinian evolution. Just like we know the laws of physics are general, the laws of Darwinian evolution are kind of this logic, this basic logic, that, anything we'd reasonably call life probably has to operate under these kinds of principles. And so, evolution is about solving problems that, to survive, that the environment presents. And the environment is always going to present these problems in physical and chemical terms, so that you'd expect a kind of balance between what we call convergence, evolutionary convergence, and evolutionary contingency. So, if you got to move along a surface, a surface between a hard surface of air, then the idea of some kind of jointed stick, right, legs, makes sense that you're probably going to trigger that. And, if you look at Earth's history, multiple times, multiple lineages that have nothing to do with each other are going to solve the problem of getting towards energy sources using some kind of, stick like that.
So that's about movement.
Yeah, so that's one problem that has to be solved. One problem that has to be solved is they got to get to food, right? Another problem is they got to get away from predators. You've seen wings. You've seen wings. The line that went through dinosaurs to birds evolved wings. Insects evolved wings. Mammals evolved wings. If the gas is dense enough that a curved surface, if you move through the curved surface, it's going to produce lift. Yeah, there you go. Evolution will trip on that. So I think you can expect certain classes of solutions to the basic problems that life is going to be presented with. Stay alive, reproduce. But one of the weird things about with the UFO things is that you always feel like, oh, they all look like humans. They're just like basically humans with triangular heads, and that's where we get to contingency, right? So what we've been talking about is convergence. So you expect that evolution will converge on wings multiple times when presented with the problems that wings can solve. But contingency is accidents, right? That you've got something that's evolving a certain kind of wing, a leathery wing, right? And then the climate changes and they all die out. Or an asteroid, total asteroid. And so contingency, accidents play also a huge role in evolution. And one of the things that lots of evolutionary biologists have talked about is the idea that if you ran the tape of Earth's history over again, would you get same? Now, Stephen Jay Gould was of the opinion that no way, you wouldn't find anything on Earth that resembled any species today. They've done experiments actually on this with E. coli. You take a bunch of E. coli, you let them evolve for a while, you take a bunch of them out, freeze them, let that population continue to evolve, the other one's frozen, now start it over again with the frozen. And it seems that contingency tends to win, right? Contingency, at least from what we can tell. I mean, that's not a hard result, but in those experiments, what you find is it actually shows. So the idea, and this is important, so yes, you should expect legs or jointed sticks. How many joints they're going to be? Anybody's guess. Do you expect humanoids, things with a sensing apparatus on top of a shoulder with 2 arms and 2 legs? That's probably a pretty random set of occurrences that work.
I guess what is a brain versus the nervous system? Like where is most of the cognition competition going on?
Yeah.
You can see that in organisms. I don't know how the brain, why does it have to be in one place?
It doesn't have to be. So my favorite word of the day is liquid brains, right? This idea of distributed cognition, which fascinating idea. We've come to understand how much distributed cognition there is. Obviously, social animals, termites, etc., and ants, that's an example of distributed cognition. The organism is the whole colony. This is one thing that's been really interesting in the state of the study for aliens, is that when we come to recognize that human intelligence, it's not actually, it's been distributed, the kinds of things that go into intelligence are distributed all across the biosphere. Lots of different examples that show various pieces of what we have. Jason Wright will describe it as like a deck of cards. The cards are all there. We got the hand that actually led to the kind of technological progress that we see. But the kinds of, the basic idea of using tools, the basic idea of recognizing each other eye to eye, all the things that we define as intelligence, you can find many places in many other places across, many other lineages across the earth. So they could be very, very different with something like, maybe the hive mind idea, or bacterial colonies that actually manage to, come to their own version of high cognition.
Well, I wonder if we stretch out 5, 10, 20 billion years, whether there's a Darwinian evolution stops working at some point in terms of the biology or the chemistry of the organisms, and switches to ideas.
Yeah.
For example, it's much more rapidly. You're operating, maybe, I guess, the kind of Darwinian evolution on the space of memes or whatever. As
technology seems to operate on, certainly markets can operate in ways that look very Darwinian.
So basically, a planet is working hard to get to the first kind of organism that's able to be a nice platform for ideas to compete. Yeah. And then it kind of stops evolving there. And then these ideas that take off.
Right. Because cultural, it's true. It's amazing that cultural evolution totally disconnects from the Darwinian process. to say that like a planet is working hard to do this because it's really looking at us. Like what we think of as ideas and culture, and it's quite possible we're going to make it another 200 years and this is gone, right? Because it actually wasn't a very good idea in the long term. We just don't know.
So maybe the idea generation organism is actually destroys.
Not the biosphere, but it destroys itself. It may not be very long term. It may be very potent for a short period of time, but that it's not sustainable. It doesn't become, like we were talking about before, mature. It's very hard to make it integrate it into a mature bio/technosphere. And of course, evolution is not working for anything. Well, here's actually an interesting thing, right? So people are very much, evolutionary biologists will get very terrible things on that if you start talking about evolution having a purpose. But the very interesting thing about purpose is that once you do get to a idea-generated species or collective organism, then kind of all bets are off, and there is goals, there is teleology, there is now suddenly, absolutely there's a direction implied. So that's kind of the cool, interesting thing that once you get to that, evolution stops being goalless and directionless, and suddenly, we're the ones who supply, or any kind of creature like us has an absolute direction.
Although you could argue that from the perspective of the entire human civilization, we're also directionless. We have a sense that there's a direction in this cluster of humans.
Yeah.
And then there's another cluster that has a different sense of direction. There's all kinds of religions that are competing. There's different ideologies that are competing.
Yeah.
And when you just zoom out across, if we survive, across thousands of years, it will seem directionless. It will seem like a pinballs.
It's an unfolding. But at some point, like the expansion into the solar system, like that would be both direction. I mean, depending on how you look at it, it was directional. There was a decision that the collective of human beings made to like anti-accrete, to start spreading out into the solar system. So there was definitely a goal there that may have been reached in some crazy sort of non-linear way, but it was still right. It's still a goal was set and it was achieved.
If there's advanced civilizations out there, what do you think is the proper protocol for interacting with them? Do you think they would be peaceful? Do you think they would be warlike? Like, what do we do next? We detect the civilization with all the technical issues we're talking about. Maybe direct imaging, maybe there's really strong signal. We come up with a strategy of how to actually get there. But what's then the generals, as they always do, the military, industrial complex,
We watched that movie.
where what kind of rockets, what kind of, and do we bring rockets?
Well, I think so this general question also leads to messaging extraterrestrial intelligence, and I am definitely of the opinion that we should be very careful. Like I don't think it's necessarily a bad idea to have your head below the grass. The people who advocate like, oh yeah, we should be sending powerful messages that are easily detectable into interstellar space. I'm like, why would you? Because we just don't know. Like, I'm not going to say they are warlike. I'm not going to say they're not warlike. I have no idea. But we sure as hell. Well, first of all, who gets to decide that? The idea that a bunch of astronomers who happen to have a radio telescope, I don't, who speaks for Earth? Which I think is a great point. So I definitely we should be cautious. I would say because we just have zero information. And the idea, you used to have this idea of, well, if they're advanced, they've managed to survive, so of course they're going to be wearing togas, and be singing Kumbaya. But I just wouldn't assume. It's also possible, though, that like their cognitive structure is so different that we're not even living in the same universe in a certain way. I think we have to be prepared for that. We may not even be able to recognize each other in some way as cognizing. One of my favorite movies is Rival. I don't know if you've seen that one. I really love that one because they have a different language, they have a different cognitive structure in terms of language, and they're literally kind of living in a different physics, different language, different everything. Yeah.
But in the case of Arrival, we have to at least recognize that they're there.
They managed to cross the language barrier.
Yeah. So, but that's both sides of an interest, which we kind of suppose that an advanced civilization would have a curiosity, because how do you become advanced without a kind of curiosity about the mysterious about the other?
But also, if they're long-lived, they may just be like we've done this. We're like 10 10 billion years, or sorry, say 10 million years ago, we were really interested in that, in this, in communicating with you, youngins, but now we're not at all. And that's just, one of the beauties of this, again, is how to think about this systematically, because you're so far past the area, right, of our experience of what we know, that you want to think about, right? You don't want to be like, oh no, can't say anything, because that's not fun. But you also have to sort of systematically go after your own biases, right? So one of the things I loved about Arrival too was, Carl Sagan always had this idea, let's teach them math. We'll teach them our math, then they'll teach us their math, and then, we'll be telling each other knock-knock jokes, and swapping cures for cancer. And, in the movie, like, they send a Carl Sagan guy in and a linguist, and the Carl Sagan guy fails immediately, right? And it's the linguist who understands that language is actually embodied. Language is not just something that happens in your head, it's actually the whole experience. And she's the one who breaks through. And it just points to the idea that how utterly different the cognitive structures of a different species should be. So somehow we have to figure out how to think about it, but be so careful of our biases. So figure out a systematic way to break through our biases, and not just make science fiction movies. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Speaking of biases, do you think aliens have visited Earth? You mentioned that they could have visited and started civilizations, and we wouldn't even know about it. It was 100 million years ago. How can we even begin to answer this question?
Gotta figure out ways to look. So I don't put it, it's not high on my list of, things that I think are probable, but it needs to be explored, and unless you look, you never know. So looking on the moon, look at where would we find, if aliens had passed through the solar system any time in the last 3 billion years, where might we find artifacts? Where might artifacts still be around? Earth, probably not, because weathering and resurfacing. The moon's a good place. Certain kinds of orbits, maybe they parked a probe in an orbit that was stable. So you got to figure out which orbits actually could put something there and it'll last for a billion years. So those are the kind of questions. I don't, like I said, it's not high on my list of thinking this could happen, but it could happen. I certainly can't, unless you look, you don't know.
What about, speaking of biases, what about if aliens visiting Earth is the elephant in the room? Meaning, like, the potential of aliens, say, seeing life.
You mean like directed panspermia?
Directed panspermia,
yeah,
or seeding some aspect of the evolution.
Like 2000. Great story, but always with Occam's razor or whatever with science. If I can answer that question without that extra, very detailed hypothesis, then I should. And the idea that evolution is a natural process, that's why I would go for it first. Right? That just seems, it's so much easier to do it that way than adding, because it's kind of do a thing of like, oh, then the alien came down and they solved that problem you're trying to solve by just coming down and putting it.
So to you, the origin of life is a pretty simple thing that doesn't require.
I wouldn't say that it's not a simple thing, but it doesn't. I think because all you're doing is kicking the can, right? The aliens formed. Right, so you're just saying like, all right, I'm just kicking the can down the road to the aliens. What was their abiogenesis?
Well, so from a different perspective, I'm just saying, it seems to me that there's obviously advanced civilizations everywhere throughout the galaxy and through the universe, from the Drake equation perspective. And then, if I was an alien, what would I do? I've gotten a chance to learn about the uncontacted tribes in the Amazon. Because they went to the Amazon, you get to understand how they function and how the humans in the Amazon, they're in contact with the civilized world, how they interact with the uncontacted tribes. First of all, the uncontacted tribes are very violent towards the outside world. Mm-hmm. But everybody else tries to stay away from them. They try to kind of protect them, don't talk about that, and don't talk about their location and all this kind of stuff. And I've begun to internalize and understand that perspective of why you're doing it. If I was an alien civilization, I probably would be doing a similar kind of thing. And of course, there's always the teenager or the troll who's going to start messing with stuff, or the scientist,
right.
And so, it's not, from our perspective, yes, if you're in the Truman Show, like Occam's razor, but like also Occam's razor from the perspective of the alien civilization, we have to have the humility to understand that interaction will be extremely difficult to protect. That will not be obvious.
Right. I understand the logic of what you're saying, but the problem for me with that is that, right there. The first chapter assumes that alien civilizations are common, which I'm not sure about. That most of them may be dead, or they're not yet full. Like while I think that life is common, and again, this is just my bias, right? So now the problem is, how do we sort out sort of, the the biases we're bringing or the assumptions we're bringing from, from the sort of causal chain that comes out of it. I would first want to try and do this without, if we're looking at the origin of life or the evolution of life on Earth, I'd want to do it just on its own without asking for this other layer. Because it requires a bunch of these other assumptions, which also have their own sort of breaking of causal chains. I don't really like the idea that when you ask, what would you do if you were an alien? But again, like alien minds could be so unbelievably different, right? That they wouldn't even recognize the question, right? Because it's just like, we have a very particular kind of cognitive structure, and we're very governed by, even if you went and talked to, this is an interesting thing to think about, if I could suddenly magically appear 100,000 years ago and talk to hunter-gatherers about their worldview and their motivations, I might find something like there were no resemblance to things that I think are sort of, that's what naturally is.
Well, let me ask you this question. So let's together do the thought.
Yeah.
If we either create a time machine that allows us to travel back and talk to them, or we discover maybe a primitive alien civilization on a nearby star system, what would we do?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I mean, so it's interesting how that even brings up the ethical questions. Right? Let's say, would we'd have to first sort of sort out what are the consequences for them and what do we feel our ethical responsibilities are to them.
And also, sorry, from a capitalist perspective, what do we gain?
Yeah, right. You look at the missionaries. Missionaries had these interactions because they thought converting them to whatever religion they were, was the most important. That's what the game was. So from our perspective, I think we have to sort that out. I think given, if we're doing this thought experiment, we are curious. And I think eventually we want to reach out to them.
I think when you say we, let's start with the people in this room.
Yeah.
I wonder who the dominant forces are in the world, because I think there's a lot of people, the military, they will probably move first so they can steal whatever advantage they can from this new discovery so they can hurt China or China can hurt America. That's one perspective. Then there's the capitalists who will see like how the benefit of the costs here and how can I make money off of this? There's opportunity here. There's gold in the hills. And I wonder, and I think the scientists is just not, unlike the movies.
We're not going to get much say. Hey guys,
they would engage probably. It's just as human society as we are now, we would engage, and we would be detectable. I think. In our engagement.
Yeah, probably.
So using that trivial biased logic, it just feels like aliens would need to be engaging in a very obvious way.
Yeah.
Which brings up that direct funding paradox for me. What do you make of all the UFO sightings?
I am all in favor of an open, agnostic, transparent, scientific investigation of UFOs and UFOs. But the idea that there's any data that we have that links UFOs and UAPs to non-human technology, the standards, none of what is claimed to be the data lives up to the standards of evidence. So let's just take a moment on the idea of standards of evidence, because I've made a big deal about this both in the book and elsewhere whenever I talk about this. So what people have to understand about science is we are really scientists. We are really good at each other. We are really good at each other. Because we have this thing that we call standards of evidence. And it's the idea of like, you have a piece of evidence that you want to link to a claim. And, under what conditions can you say, oh, look, I've got evidence of, this claim. And in science, we are so mean to each other about whether or not that piece of evidence lives up to the standards that we have. And we spent 400 years determining what those standards are. And that is why cell phones work, right? If you didn't have super rigorous standards about, what you think that, this little antenna, I've invented a new kind of antenna that can slip into the cell phone and, show you that it works. If you didn't have these standards, every cell phone would be a brick. And when it comes to UFOs and UAPs, the evidence you have and the claim that this shows that we are being visited by non-human advanced civilization just doesn't even come close to the same standards I'm going to have to obey or whatever live under. If my team, the group I work with, is one of them says, look, we've discovered, wants to announce that, oh, we've discovered techno-signature on an alien planet. We're going to get shredded, as we expect to be. We expect to be beaten up. And, the UAP, UFO community should expect the same thing. You don't get a pass because it's a really cool topic. So that's where I am right now. I just don't think any of the evidence is even close to anything that could support that.
Well, I generally assign a lot of value to anecdotal evidence from pilots. Not scientific value, but just like, it's always nice to get anecdotal evidence as a first step. There's like, I wonder if there's something there. But unfortunately, with this topic, there's so much excitement around it. There's a lot of people that are basically trying to make money off of it. There's hoaxes, all this kind of stuff. So even if there's some signal, there's just so much noise. It's very difficult to operate. So how do we get better signal? We talked about if you wanted to really search for UFOs on Earth,
Right.
and maybe detect things like weird physics, what kind of instruments would you be using?
Yeah, so, in the book I talked about, it's stupid, but, you want to look up, you want to look down, and you want to look
I think that's brilliant. I mean, it's simple, not stupid. It's like literally.
right? So you want to do ground-based detectors, upward-looking ground-based detectors, the kind we're already building for meteors, right, for tracking meteors. You want to have space-based detectors, put them on satellites. This is what the NASA UAP panel is doing. And then probably on, we have lots of people in the sky. There should be detectors on the planes, or at least some kind of alert system that if some pilot says, "Oh, look, I'm seeing something I don't understand," cool, presses the red button, and that triggers the ground-based and the space-based data collectors. And the data collectors themselves, this is something that people really don't understand. It's so important. In order to actually do science, the data you have to understand where it came from, like down to the nth degree. You have to know how that camera behaves in a bunch of different wavelengths. You have to characterize that. You have to know what the software does, what the limits of the software are. You have to know what happened to the camera. Was it refurbished recently? In every spectral wavelength, in all of its data collection and processing, you have to know all of those steps. You have to know all of that. Because especially if you want to claim like, oh my God, I saw something take a right-hand turn in my car, right? You better have all of that nailed down. So we have to have characterized detectors looking up, down, and maybe on the planes themselves. We need a rational search strategy. So let's say you want to lay out these ground-based detectors. Where do you put them? Right? There's only so much money in the world. So, do you want to put them near places where you've seen a lot of things beforehand, or do you want to, have them try and do a sparse coverage of the entire country? And then you need the data analysis, right? You're going to have so much data, so many false positives, or false triggering, that you need a way of sorting through enormous amounts of data, figuring out what you're going to throw out and what you're going to keep. And all these things we're used to doing in other scientific enterprises. And without that, if we don't do that, we're going to be having the same damn argument about these things for the next 100 years.
But if I asked you, I give you $1 trillion and asked you to allocate to one place, looking out, SETI, or looking at Earth, which should you allocate to?
Okay. Because that's as I always like to say, here's my codification. If you said, hey, Adam, I'd like to find some Nebraskans, and I said, oh, good, let's go to the Himalayas. You're like, well, why am I going there? I'm like, well, maybe there's some Himalayas, some Nebraskans. And say, no, let's go to Nebraska. If we're looking for aliens, why do we look on alien planets where they live? Because we have that technology now, as opposed to the bucket of assumptions that you have to come up with in order to say, oh, they're here right now. They just happen to be here right now. And also, the very important thing, I call this the high beam argument. To deal with the UFO stuff, you have to deal with you have to answer these weird, irrational things that are happening. Like, okay, there's an advanced civilization that is visiting Earth regularly. They don't want to be detected. They've got super powerful technology, but they really suck at using it because they keep seeing them. We keep seeing them, that they disappear, right? I mean, explain to me what rational world that works under. It's like, so so there's that whole sort of argument you've got to explain, like, why, if they want to stay hidden, are they so bad? So, that's why I take that level of difficulty and then I put it on top of where should I look? I should look at where they're from. That makes me want to look at do the telescopic stuff.
Yeah, the molecular explanation is either the sensors are not working correctly or it's secret military technology being tested.
Absolutely. I mean, if you had, listen, that's what, again, I think UAP, absolutely UAP should be studied scientifically. But if I had to make a bet, and it's just a bet, I would say this is pure state adversary stuff. When I did a New York Times op-ed for this in 2021, which blew up, and so I had a lot of people talking to me. While I was doing it, I sort of looked at the signals intelligence people, the SIGINT and EINT electronic intelligence communities, and what they were saying about the New York Times articles and the videos. And really, none of them were talking about UFOs. They were all talking about pure state. That's where I learned the word pure state adversary. How, like, even simple drone technologies, you can, and you purposely want to do this. You want to fake, signals into the electronics of your adversary, so they crank it up. So then you can just soak up all the electromagnetic radiation and know exactly what those advanced radars can do.
That said, I'm not saying that what this is. If I was the head of an alien civilization and I chose to minimize the amount of contact, I would try to figure out what would these aliens like to see. That's why, like, the big heads in the humanoid form.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, that's kind of like how I would approach communication. If I was much more intelligent, I would observe them enough. It's like, all right, if I wanted to communicate with a male colony, like, I would observe it long enough to see what are the basic elements of communication.
Yeah.
And maybe I would do a trivial thing like this, like fake ant.
Right, a robot ant.
Ant. But then it's not enough to just do a robot ant. You have to do a robot ant that, like, moves the way they do. And maybe I was just shitty at doing the robot ant. But no, I just wanted to make a case for that.
This is the plot, actually, of a great science fiction book called Eon by Greg Bear. And the idea was like these sort of, this is actually where I became sort of more than agnostic, anti-medi. Because the idea is that, so aliens come, they sort of make their arrival. And really their point is to get rid of us. It's the dark forest hypothesis. And what they do is they sort of literally, the way they present themselves is in this sort of classic UFO thing. And they do it, and they arrive at the Soviet Union, they arrive at the USSR, they arrive in China, and they're kind of faking us out so that we never can organize ourselves against. So it was really, they did exactly kind of what you're talking about, but for nefarious purposes.
Okay, let me ask the pothead question. Yet another pothead.
The whole conversation.
I'm sorry.
Before breakfast.
It's science and pothead question back and forth. Okay, what if aliens take a form that's unlike what we kind of traditionally envision in analyzing physical objects? What if they take the form of, say, ideas? What if real pothead is the consciousness itself, like the subjective experience, is an alien being? Maybe ideas is the easier one to visualize because we can think of ideas as entities traveling from human.
When I made the claim that the most important, that finding life, any kind of life, would be the most important discovery in human history. And one of the reasons is, again, as I said, that life, if we're not an accident and there's other life, then there's probably lots of other life. And because the most significant thing about life is it can innovate, right? If I give you a star and tell you the mass and composition, you can basically pretty much use the laws of physics, tell exactly what's going to happen to that star over its entire lifetime. Maybe not the little tiny details, but overall, it's going to be a white dwarf, for example. If I gave you a single cell and said what's going to happen in the future, you'd never be able to predict a giant rabbit that can punch you in the face, right? So life has this possibility of innovating, of being creative. So what it means is, and that's kind of a fundamental definition of what it means to be alive. It goes past itself. So give life enough time, and what are the end results? Like, there's like, that's why I love science fiction so much. At some point, does life reach a point where it climbs into the laws of physics itself? It becomes the laws of physics. these sort of lie at the extreme limits of thinking about what we mean by reality, what we mean by experience. But I'm not sure there's much we can do with them scientifically. But they're open-ended questions about the open-ended nature of what it means to be alive and what life can do.
Since you said it's the biggest question, which is an interesting thought experiment. What is the biggest scientific question you can possibly answer? Some people might say, well, what happened before the Big Bang, or some big physics questions about the universe. I can see the argument for, how many alien civilizations, or if there's other life out there. You want to speak to that a little bit? Like, why is it the biggest question when why is it number one in your top five?
I've evolved in this, right? I started off as a theoretical physicist. I went into computational astrophysics and magnetohydrodynamics and star formation. But I always, I was a philosophy mind. I always had these sort of bigger questions sort of floating around the back of my mind. And what I come to now is the most important question for physics is, what is life? What the hell is the difference between a rock and a cell, fundamentally? And what I really mean by this is where I'm going to go non-traditional, is that really the fundamental question that is agency. What does it mean to be an autonomous agent? How the hell does that happen? I'm not a reductionist. I'm not somebody who's just like, well, you just put together enough chemicals and bing bang close the universe. It's something that really is going to demand a reconception of what nature itself is. And so, black holes are super cool, cosmology is super cool, but really this question of what is life, especially by viewing it from the inside, because it's really about the verb to be, right? Really, what is the most pressing philosophical question beyond science is the verb to be. What is being, right? This is what Stephen Hawking said when he talked about what puts the fire in the equation. The fire, right? The fire is this presence. And this is where it touches things like, whatever you want to say, the sacred, spirituality, whatever you want to talk about. My first book was about science and human spirituality. So it's like, so this question of life, what makes life as a physical system, so different is to me much, because it's, that's where being appears. Being doesn't appear out there, right? The only place it ever appears to any of us is us. So, I can do this kind of projection into this third person thing, but nobody ever has that God's eye view. That's a story we tell. This is where, this between us is where the verb to be.
So this is something that you write about in The Blind Spot, why science cannot ignore human experience. Sort of trying to pull the fire into the process of science. And it's a kind of critique of materialism. Can you explain the main thesis of this book?
Yeah, so the idea of the blind spot is that there is this thing that is central to science. So we're using the blind spot as a metaphor, right? So the eye has an optic nerve, and the optic nerve is what allows vision to happen. So you can't have vision without the optic nerve. But actually, you're blind to the optic nerve. There's a little hole in your vision where the optic nerve is. And what we're saying is that science has something like this. There's something that without which science would not be possible. But that science, the way it's been configured, and actually what we mean the blind spot, I'll get into exactly what I mean, what it is, but it's not really science. It is a set of ideas that got glued onto science. It's a metaphysics that got glued onto science. And so what is that thing what is the blind spot? It's experience. It is presence. And by experience, I feel I have to be very careful because I'm not talking about being an observer. It's there's lots of words. There's direct experience. There is presence, being, the life world within the philosophy called phenomenology. There's the life world. It's this sort of raw presence that you can't get away from until you die. As long as you're around, it's there. And what we're saying is that is the way to say this. That is the precondition for the possibility of science. And the whole nature of science, the way it has evolved, is that it purposely pushed that out. It pushed that out so it could make progress. And that's fine for a certain class of problems. But when we try and go deeper, there's a whole other class of problems. The nature of consciousness, the nature of time, quantum mechanics, that comes back to light. And that if we don't learn how to understand that is always the background, that experience is always the background, then we just end up with these paradoxes and properties yoga that require this intellectual yoga to get out of.
I think you give a bunch of examples of that. looking at temperature as a number. There's a very sort of objective scientific way of looking at that, and then there's experience and temperature.
And how you build the parable of temperature that would be called. So what is the blind spot? We use the term, it's a constellation. It's not just materialism. It's a constellation of ideas that are all really sort of philosophical issues. They're not what science says. But because of the evolution of the history of science and culture, they got like pinned the tail on the donkey. They were sort of pinned on to tell us that this is what science says. So what do I say? One is reductionism, that you are nothing but your nerve cells, which are nothing but the chemistry, which is nothing but, all the way down to quarks. That's it. So that's reductionism. The objective frame, that science gives us this God's eye view, this third-person view of the world, to view the world from the outside. That's what science, points to us, that view. Physicalism, that everything in the world is basically made of stuff. There's nothing else to talk about, right? That's all there is, and everything's being reduced to that. And then also the reification of mathematics, that mathematics is somehow more real than this. And there's a bunch of other things, but all these together, what they all do is they end up pushing experience out and saying experience isn't everything. Consciousness. I tend not to use the word consciousness because I think it leads us in the wrong direction. We should focus on experience because it's a verb. In a way, it's verb. So yeah, and by being blind to that, we end up with these paradoxes and problems that really not only block science, but also have been detrimental to society as a whole, especially where.
So you actually say that from a perspective of detrimental society, that there's a crisis of meaning, and then we respond to that in a way that's counterproductive to these bigger questions, scientific questions. So the three responses you mentioned is scientific triumphalism, and then on the other side is rejecting science completely, both on the left and the right. I think the postmodernists on the left and the establishment people on the right, and then just pseudoscience that kind of does this in between thing. Can you just speak to those responses and to the crisis of meaning?
Right. So the crisis of meaning is that, on the one hand, science wants to tell us that we're insignificant, we're not important, we're just, biological machines, so we're basically an insignificant part of the universe. On the other hand, we also find ourselves being completely significant. In cosmology, we have to figure out how to look from the inside at cosmology. We're always the observers. We're at the center of this, collapsing wavefront of light. Quantum mechanics, it really comes in. The measurement problem just puts us front and center. We spend some people spend 100 years trying to ignore the measurement problem. So on the one hand, we're insignificant, and on the other hand, we're central. So which one is, right? And so this all comes from not understanding actually the foundation of our experience. This inability, we can't do science without already being present in the world. We can't reduce what happens in science to some sort of formal. It's a lot of it is about we love our formal systems, our mathematics, and we're substituting. That's one of the things that there's two philosophers we really like, or heroes. One is Rothschild, who's a mathematician who invented phenomenology. And the other is Whitehead, who's one of the greatest mathematicians of the 20th century. And Rothschild came up with this idea of the surreptitious substitution. Part of the blind spot is substituting a formal system of calculus, of the data, for actual experience. That's more important. And so let me just do, before I go to those three responses, let's just do the parable of temperature so people can it'll help them understand what we mean. So think about degrees Celsius, right? We kind of have in the modern scientific culture we live in, we think like, oh yeah, degrees Celsius, they're out there. The universe, it's, the molecular cloud in space is 10 degrees, Kelvin. The way we got there is we've forgotten how that idea is rooted in experience, right? We started off with science we had the subjective experience of hot and cold. I feel hot, you feel cold, you feel hot, you feel cold. Science was this process of trying to extract from those experiences what Michel Foucault, philosopher, calls the structural invariants, things that we could both kind of agree on. So, we figured out we could make a gradiated little cylinder that's got mercury in it, and that, hot things would be higher in that, on that gradiated cylinder, and lower, and we can both kind of figure out what we're going to agree on, our standards for that. And then we have thermometry. Yay, we have a way of sort of having a structural invariant of this sort of very personal experience of hot or cold. And then from that we can come up with thermodynamics, bottom of, at the end of that, with this idea of like every day I wake up and I check my phone and I'm like, oh, it's going to be, 60 degrees out, great. And we start thinking that 60 degrees is more real than hot and cold. That thermodynamics, the whole formal structure of thermodynamics, is more real than the basic experience of hot and cold that it came from. It required that bodily experience. That also, not just me, you. It's part of my communication with you. Cold today, isn't it? That from that basic, irreducible experience of being in the world, with everything that involves, I developed degrees Celsius. But then I forgot the experience. That's called the amnesia experience. So that's what we mean by how the blind spot emerges, how we end up, how science purposely pushes experience out of the way so it can make progress. But then it forgets that experience was important. So where does this show up? Why is this, what are the responses to trying to get this back in? Where did this crisis of meaning emerge? So scientific triumphalism is the idea that the only thing that's true for us are scientific truths, right? Unless it can be codified in a formal system and represented as data, captured in some kind of scientific causal network, it doesn't even exist, right? And anything else that's not part of it, that can be formalized in that way, is an epiphenomenon. It's not real. So, scientific triumphalism is this response to the the weirdness of, if you call it the mystery, the weirdness of experience, by kind of just ignoring it completely. So there's no other truth, art, music, human spirituality, it's all actually reducible just to neural code. So that's one way that it's been done. The other way is this sort of, right, you've got on the little postmodern, the left, academic left, you get this thing of science is just a game. It's just a game by the power come up with. Which is also not true. Science is totally potent and requires an account for what is happening. So that's another way to push sort of science away or respond to it. The science denial that happens, that's also another way of sort of, not understanding the balance that science is trying, that we need to establish for the experience. And then there's just pseudoscience, which wants to sort of say, the New Age movement or whatever, which wants to have, wants to deal with experience by kind of elevating it in this weird pseudo-spiritual way, so that doesn't have the rigor of science. So, all these ways, all these responses, we have this difficulty about experience. You need to understand how experience fits into the web of meaning. And we don't really have we don't have a good way of doing it yet. And the point of the book was to identify very clearly how the problem manifests, what the problem is, and what its effects are in the various sciences.
And by the way, we should mention that at least the first two responses, they kind of feed each other. There's just to observe the scientific community, those who gravitate a little bit towards the scientific triumphalism, there's an arrogance that builds in the human soul. It has to do with PhDs, it has to do with sitting on academic, all those things, match human nature with the egos and stuff, it builds. And of course, that nobody likes arrogance, and so those that reject science, that's the arrogance is fuel for the people that reject science. It's this divide that builds.
Yeah, and that was a problem. Like when you saw, so I'll tell you, my first book was about science and human spirituality. So I was trying to say that, science is actually, if we look at what happens in human spirituality, not religion. Religion's about politics, right? But about, for the entire history of the species, we've had this experience of, for lack of a better word, the sacredness. I'm not connecting this to God or anything. I'm just saying this experience of the more. And then, with the new atheist movement, you got people saying that anybody who feels that is an idiot. They just can't handle the hardcore science. But in fact, their views of the world are so denuded of it, they can't even see the role that experience plays and how they came up with their formal system. And experience fundamentally is weird, mysterious. It's like it's kind of goes down forever. There is always more. So yeah, that arrogance that just you're telling everybody who's not hardcore enough to do the standard model of cosmology that they're idiots, that's not going to bode well for the advance of the process.
So you're proposing at least to consider the idea that experience is fundamental. Experience is not just an illusion that emerges from the set of quarks. There could be something about the conscious experience of the world that is at the core of reality.
Yeah, but I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't, because there's panpsychism, right? Which wants
Right,
to
so
say
that's
that
all the way there.
yeah,
Panpsychism is like, that's literally one of the laws of physics.
right.
It's
But just all those two is like just the idea of say like physicalism versus idealism. They're kind of the two philosophical schools. Physicalism says all that exists is physical. Idealism says all that exists is mind. We're actually saying, look, both of these, to take either of those positions is already to project out into that third person view, right? And that third person view, we want to really emphasize, is a fiction. It's a useful fiction when you're doing science, right? If I want to do like, the Newtonian physics, billiard balls on the pool table, great. I don't want to have to think about experiences, right? But if I'm asking deeper questions, I can't ignore the fact that there really is no third person view, and that any story I tell about the world is coming from, it's not just first person, but it's literally, because I'm going to argue that experience always involves all of us. Our experience always originates out of it. That, you're always telling those stories from the perspective of already existing, of already being an experience. So whatever account we want to give is of the world is going to have to take that as experience as being irreducible and the irreducible starting point. So ultimately, like, we don't have an answer. Like, that's when people are like, well, what are you suggesting is the alternative? But look, that's the good work of the next science to come. But our job is to point out the problem with this. But what we would argue is, and we're thinking about the next book, is this is really going to require a new conception of nature, right? That doesn't sort of jump right to that third person, that fictional third person view, and somehow figures out how to do science, recognizing that it always starts from experience. It always starts from this field of experience or in phenomenology or this life world that you're embedded in. You can't unembed yourself from it. So how do you do? So one of the things that Whitehead said was you have to avoid the bifurcation of nature. What he meant by that is the bifurcation into like sort of scientific concepts, wavelengths. Think about like seeing a sunset. You can say like, oh, look, it's just wavelengths, and scattering particles, and your experience of the redness, the actual experience of the redness, and all the other things. It's not just red. There's no quality. There's no pure redness. Everything that's happening in the experiential part is just an epiphenomenon. It's just brain state. He said you can't do that. They're both real.
How you live in camp?
No, they both need to be integrated. And so that's
what I've been awake, wide fucking awake since my 5 championship victory. I've done my other girl. No, no, it's one of those things. No, definitely not. All right. So let's give you a little update on the happenings. We had some people come in throughout the night. I'm still waiting on my elusive Twitch person. But once that happens, it's going to start rolling. And I know why. I'm still learning the Twitch system. Alpha Masha came in, and I walked her through multi-streaming. So we hooked up her YouTube, her Kick, which is a pain in the ass because you have to use restream down there. And then Twitch, Kick, YouTube, and Rumble. So that took like an hour, but she streams so much that it's just in her best interest, especially if she's not getting the kind of participation that she wants, but seemingly she is, so that's good. All right, so Twitch has been interesting. So I created a bot, and I kind of anticipated that the bot would not necessarily work perfectly. Like Kick, I figured they're a new platform. Like they're not going to have that many defense mechanisms against me, and they didn't. I figured Twitch is going to definitely have a lot more. So what I end up finding is that I'll create the bot and it'll start spamming people. Now keep in mind I can't spam hyperlinks anymore. They've banned my hyperlinks. Okay, no big deal. I'll just use the dot or whatever. No big deal. They still let me put 500 characters, which is a shitload. So I can still put in there what my Instagram is, what my TikTok is, what my Discord is, the Discord link, my blog link. Still talk about life extension technology and aliens, exposure and all that other shit. So that's all cool. But okay, so then what? So it was spamming. It was spamming very well. Well, I shouldn't say that. I ran into an issue. This is like the most minor of all issues, but it drives me crazy. It's one of the reasons why I didn't do this before. Okay, so when you want to scroll down on a page, normally you can go to the bar on the right side and just like press the button and scroll down. Or you can like press the down button and it scrolls down, or you press the page down button and it scrolls down. On like every website, on just everywhere. That's just pretty standard. Not for Twitch. I don't know why. They have a bar that hides itself. It doesn't have a top arrow nor a bottom arrow. And it doesn't have like if you just click the bar, it doesn't just automatically go down. You have to hold the bar and drag it down. So this caused me some issues because when I'm spamming people, it's important for me to be able to get new targets. And if it just stays on the same people, it doesn't help. So I kind of struggled for a little bit of time trying to figure out how to get this thing to go downward. I checked Chrome. A lot of Chrome extensions Google has purged because they violate their terms, whatever the fuck. And so some that might have perhaps worked before aren't working now. All right, so then I didn't even think about it, but I have ThinkPads, which are like Lenovo's, which were previously IBM, and they're pretty, I would say, what's it, hardy. They're pretty rugged devices, though. They're made for business use, and even though they're older, they're still pretty rugged. But I never use. They have like multiple like buttons for the mouse. Usually, I just use the trackpad and the two buttons at the bottom. But it has like this little. I call it the click button. There's like a little red button in the middle of the keyboard if you've ever seen them that can also be a mouse. And I don't even want to show it, but it's just like this little tiny button that can also be a secondary mouse. And I figured out that the macro recorder, if I use that and use another like button, a random button on the above the trackpad, and I don't even think people really use, it will scroll down. So once I figured that out, I was like, okay, great. So I had one. It is. I mean, just thinking of ways to get around the policy. Now I can remember Eddie Craven, the guy from Kick, saying that one of the reasons why they don't cut down on bots or they don't give away like their bot strategy is because then that just makes people much better. So they don't want to show their hands, which I get. And I know that Eddie hired like one of the top guys from Amazon. He's the guy. I don't know if you remember this, but he accused me of sending him a middle finger candle. If you recall that, I don't know if you do, but he posted about it, and I didn't do that. Okay, just hold on. Let me. This is from. No, it's not. I was really, it truthfully was impersonating the presidency, and I wrote that to him a whole bunch of times. Not my way. I, I wouldn't look up anybody's address. I wouldn't send them something. So Santa Maria. Um, oh, yeah, he made a whole video about it, and when I saw this, I was like, I didn't really think it was funny. That's just not my way. Um, I kind of felt like it was creepy. When I know it's creepy, I wouldn't want somebody to send me something if I didn't know it was coming. And it just creeped me out that somebody did this on my behalf. So let me find this video for you because it's quite interesting. Yeah. Santa Maria X. Let's see if that shows up. So Santa Maria is basically like the head developer at Twitch now. I'm sorry, pardon me, at Kick now. He used to be at Amazon. So, what's that mean? Santa Maria. This should be good. Oh, okay. You just rules. Okay, so now I just have to switch this. And I hope he still has it posted. It's really something that I should archive. Just in case anybody is like, doing what I do. Um, so, Campbell. And I hope you can keep it. Let's see. Let me just scroll down. Cut off the YouTube first. I really should have done it. I think it was or something. And I let them know. I get a bunch of ways. Hey, let's see, maybe get. I don't know how. Ended up finding out what the post was. But yeah, somebody sent me a middle finger candle, and they said it was funny. And I didn't think it was funny, and I typed it in the chat like a bunch of times with a bunch of different things. Hey, I would not do that. I wouldn't do something like that. That's just not my nature. And you should know that you're doing it for somebody. And And he seemingly seems like a nice guy. Like he's like a professional. And I even said, oh, I know. And then I even said in a bunch of like interviews, like I spoke highly of him. So he knows I don't think he's a bad person. I don't know how. It might have been. I mean, like he would have known about this immediately if it were here at the time. And so I feel like before that, when they got the all time feud, where they were people watching. There's no good chance of he's kept it. Like just like everything I can search through live, like the things on which I have responded, or because I wrote here. I wrote messages to my comment. Let's take that word. I think it was the fifth one. Oh, I found it. I found it. Okay, so this was back in 9/12. So it was back in September. This is amazing. I mean, this was when I was only spamming them, like, not that much, like, enough, but not that much. Okay, let's see if we can do it. You can't hear it? I'll send it to you. But he said it's creepy, and it is, and I agree. I mean, I said like, hey, dude, I don't do that. What is this? What is this? Hey, what's going on? How are you, Sir Smoker? Oh, you gonna play the dog? No, I understand. Hey, did you know? I don't know if you know this, but I could be wrong. But Red Dead Redemption went on sale for like $14. What up? What are you? Test me, see if you would you please download that video that I just sent you, just in case I ever need it? I just sent it to you. So they say, this is from Kate Clips. Kate staff Santa Maria received a gift from Rabbi Rothschild. Mind-blowing emoji. In my opinion, it's a shame that Kate chooses to give him attention instead of doing something about the problem. He has created hundreds of user account spams, all chats that make hundreds of pointless clips 24/7, 365. All that is true, but I didn't send it. I really didn't. I was impersonated by at least one something. Yep. Okay, that works. Oh, you're a space trucker? Your father's fuck. I think one time, maybe. Maybe you just told me about it. Caspian Sea, did you get a chance to watch that thing I sent you? Okay. I heard about the news yesterday. He did. Dude, if you're seeing this, Santa Maria, or anybody else out there, I have at least one impersonator. I did not send you that. I've only spoken highly of you, Santa Maria. So please, I mean, it's fine if you think I sent you that middle finger candle, but I did not. I really didn't. So just wanted you to know that. I have an impersonator, at least one. Thanks. Hey, Cat, can you hear me? Keep up. I'll be right back. Just a minute.
Yo, dog, I did not send you that middle finger candle. This is Rabbi Michael Rothschild. I did not send that. I have an impersonator, or at least a few of them, perhaps. I have at least one impersonator, because I didn't send you that. Please check the address on it. Please check any kind of routing information you can get on that, because I did not send that to you. I would not do that. I only think highly of you, San Maria, and I've even said that in various interviews with creators on the Kick platform. So just wanted you to know I didn't do that. I would at least one person. Take care of it, guys. Caspian Sea, just for a moment, I will, I think, be able to send that to you so that you don't have to have it. Or just, oh, you're very smart. Okay, so you got it. Okay. No, I got it. I'm going to actually upload it along with just like a quick thing that I did at the end. Just being like, hey, I didn't send that to you. But in case anybody ever says I did something to that, or I didn't do it, this is like at least one of them, like somebody trying to impersonate me. Isn't that weird though? It's the least thing though. That's absolutely fine. If they want to do that, if that's what they want to send, I get it. That's fine. It could have been very malicious. But I didn't do that. So I mean, I'm on camera all the time. That is not. That's just not something I do. Um, exactly. Oh, I would have spammed it. Check out the middle finger that I said. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I would have been very happy about it. And I didn't do any of that. So I don't know. I just think that somebody impersonated me. Yeah. Yo, big guy. Okay. It looks really long. What is that? That's that is what? Well, you gotta do what you gotta do, big guy. You would think if you had a truck in space that they can at least give you color cameras. Yeah, but they're like night vision. I think it's going to be very popular in the future. I'm going to minimize your bandwidth for say because I just want to finish that piece of excellent. So, basically, that guy, Ken Reed, he taught Kick all of the ways to like that Amazon uses to prevent bots and stuff. So I have been trying to do this on Twitch, and so first Twitch banned me from being able to send my hyperlinks. All they had to do was just like ban one of them, and if any of them are included in a message, nothing comes through. So it's like, okay, that's fine. I'll make it all words. So if it's all words, they're not gonna ban the word like antimatter or you know my name or anything. They're not gonna ban words completely from their system, but they will ban a link. So then um, I'm able to spam for like a few hours, and that's fine. Then I have a secondary computer, and I start creating a bot on that. And I basically have that one done. It just needs the finishing touches. But it's like, okay, then I'll get the third one, and then we'll start pumping. So I noticed that after a few hours, the other Twitch account isn't spamming like the ones one. So I do some tests, and I come to the realization that now Twitch has banned the username, anything that has the username join Rabbi's Discord. So it took me a little while to figure out why wasn't it going through, but I changed the username and then it starts coming through again. So I had to reprogram the robots, but that wasn't too bad, and now it's chugging along. Now, Twitch does have some things like I got my first ban on Twitch for one of the accounts, which I thought was exciting. I didn't know if they'd ever just straight up ban my account, what that looked like. and not my good accounts, just some shitty accounts that I made, and so they just give me an indefinite ban for automated spam or something like that. So I'm like, okay, I mean, it's all very similar to Kit. Like, it makes me see, oh, Kit just literally stole Amazon shit and just made their own platform. I mean, down to like how you get banned. When you're banned, you get automatically logged out and an email sent to you, which I just find is interesting. Okay, so then what did I do? So then I just have like a random username generator that is being used to um, basically create the account. And I noticed that when I don't use a name that says join Rabbi's Discord and I don't send my links, that I'm able to spam for a good, I don't know, 20 minutes or so, 25 minutes. And then I just have the bot start all over again. So it changes its IP address. It then goes and starts creating an account with a random user ID. It then it follows them. It spams them. And then moves on to the next person. Now, one thing I could do, I might do, is have it create clips. But that actually adds a lot of time. You can create a clip on Kick in like, I don't know, 5 seconds. On Twitch, it takes you to another page, and it's got to upload. It takes like another minute. And I just don't know if that's in my best interest, especially because it's not like those clips populate immediately. It still is a user who has to go in and manually allow them, and I don't know, it might get their attention, so I might do it because it gets their attention. But at this point, I'm just trying to get the bots going, and then I can increase their functionality once I basically figured out the Twitch system. So, like, I'm watching it right now, and it just created an account, it just logged in, and it's scrolling the way that I need it to. So, all I have to do is just make sure the bot continues. And if it ever gets a hiccup or anything, you just restart it. But it already just starts on its own. And I think that's a good thing. So I've got another bot that's more than halfway done. I just have to kind of do some troubleshooting on it. And then I have a third computer that I'm going to create a bot. Once I've got 3 of these bots going at once, at minimum, it's spamming like 60 times an hour, which is like, if I do it on 3 computers, it's 180. Oh, and another thing, one of them that I created isn't just spamming the people with nobody watching them, it's spamming people with thousands of people watching them. So I'm kind of changing it up. I'm going to have some of them that are spamming the very bottom of the live list, the very middle of the live list, and then the top people, and just see what happens. I hope that makes sense. That's what you can hear me. Okay. It's okay. No big deal. In summary, we're still spamming, and I'm just basically working through what Twitch has to prevent me from spamming. And like once I get it to the point where they don't have a defense for me, then it's like then we're like running back and we see a scene, we see daylight, we just run after it because then there's not too much they can do. So yeah, pretty happy with that. What else happened? That's basically it. I agree. Well, I think so. I mean, they're they're not that advanced. I mean, like Reddit is really advanced to stopping this kind of attack. They get your device ID and all kinds of stuff, but I don't know why these guys don't. I mean, I'm sure they will in the future if I start doing with them what I never did. Now, isn't it interesting that guy said that, or like whatever somebody sent that guy a middle finger. That was back in September. And I've been spamming them nonstop until like yesterday. So it's like they have to just be so wonderful. I mean, you hear how he's talking about it. Like, this guy's notorious. Everybody knows who this guy is. That brings me great joy. Not the part about sending something to someone, but the fact that even the top brass knows who I am. And, Eddie's my friend on Discord. So I think that's pretty cool. Well, I wouldn't say we chat, but he accepted my friend request, which is totally fine.
Required, I think, really a different conception of what we mean by it.
Is it something like incorporating into physics, in the study of nature, the observer, the experiencing observer, or is that still also looking for the third person?
I think that's what we have to figure out, right? And so actually, a great place to think about this is quantum mechanics, right? Because one of the things we're arguing is like, look, in the chapter that I wrote on, because I wrote this with Evan Thompson, who's a wonderful philosopher, and Marcelo Gleiser, who's a physicist. When I was writing a chapter on the origin of quantum mechanics, like how this emerged out of history, the subheader was like, well, it made sense at the time, because it did. There was a reason why people adopted this third-person, God's eye, deterministic view. This view is sort of like, yeah, the perfect clockwork of the universe. Yeah, totally made sense. But by the time you got to the beginning of the 20th century, science itself was telling you, like, and no place does this appear more than in quantum mechanics, right? Quantum mechanics slams you with the idea that of the measurement problem. The most important thing about quantum mechanics is you have a dynamical equation, the Schrodinger, which you put in, like we talked about before. You have initial conditions, and now you got a differential equation. And you crank out the differential equation, and it makes predictions for the future, right? Exactly like Newtonian physics or its higher versions of the Lagrange or Hamiltonian. But then this other thing is where it's like, oh, by the way, as soon as you look at it, as soon as the measurement is made, I have a whole other set of rules. That's what we call the Born rule. And it was telling you right from the beginning that measurement matters, right? So when you're asking, like, how will we do this, quantum mechanics is actually pointing to how to do it. So there's been all these different interpretations of quantum mechanics. Many of them try to pretend the measurement problem isn't there. Go to these lengths, like the many worlds interpretation, literally inventing an infinite number of unobservable parallel universes to avoid the thing that quantum mechanics is telling them, which is that measurements matter. And then you get something like cubism, which is I'm going to advocate. It's a new interpretation of quantum mechanics, which puts the Born rule at the center, right? Instead of like focusing on the Schrodinger equation and the weird things that come out of it, like Schrodinger's cat and all that other stuff, it says, no, actually the real mystery is the Born rule. Let's think about the Born rule. And like you said, that puts the agent and information at the center of the whole thing.
So that's not a thing you're trying to get rid of. That's the thing you're trying to integrate at the center of the thing. In quantum mechanics, it becomes super obvious, but maybe this same kind of thing should be incorporated in every layer of study of nature.
Absolutely, that's exactly it. So one of the things that's really interesting to me. So I'm part of a big project that Chris Fuchs and Jacques Bonnier on cubism. So I've been part of that. What I'm amazed by is the language they use. So what's cool about cubism is it comes from quantum information. So it's a pretty modern version of thinking about quantum mechanics. And it's always about you have an agent who makes an action on the world, and then the information they get from that action through the experiment, that's the action result, updates their priors, updates their Bayesian, that's why it's called cubism, quantum Bayesian, updates how the information is gotten from the world. Now, this turns out to be kind of the same language that we're using in a project that's about the physics of life, where we have a grant from the Templeton Foundation to look at semantic information and the role of semantic information in living systems like cells. So, we have Shannon information, which is a probability distribution that tells you, basically how much surprise there is in a message. Semantic information focuses on meaning, right? Focuses on, and in a very simple way, just like how much of the information that that the agent, the critter, is getting from the world actually has helps it survive, right? That's the most basic idea of meaning, right? You can get all sorts of, but this is it. Does it help me stay alive or not? And the whole question of agency and autonomy that occurs in this setting of just asking about how do cells move up a chemical gradient to get more food kind of has the same feel, the same, sort of architecture as what's going on in quantum mechanics. So I think what you said is exactly it. How do we bring this sort of recognition that there's always us, the agent, or life, the agent, interacting with the world and drawing in, both giving information and passing information back as a way of doing science, doing hardcore science with experiments, but never forgetting that agency, which also means experience in some sense, is at the center of it.
So you think there could be something like cubism, quantum fusionism, that creates a theory like a Nobel Prize, or like hardcore real theories that put the agent at the center?
Yes, that's what we're looking for. I think that's the exciting part. And it's the scientific triumphalist thing says, if you understand why people love this, like I have these equations, and these equations represent, there's this platonic idea that they are, they exist eternally on their own. It's kind of quasi-religious, right? It's sort of like somehow these equations are you're reading the mind of God. But this other approach to me is just as exciting, because what you're saying is there's us and the world. They're inseparable, right? It's always us and the world. And what we're now finding about is this kind of co-creation, this interaction, between the agent and the world, such that these powerful laws of physics that need an account, like in no way am I saying these laws are important, these laws are amazing, but they need an account, but not an account that strips, that turns the experience, turns the agent into just an epiphenomenon, that it pushes the agent out and makes it seem as if the agent's not the most important part of the story.
So if you pull on this thread and say there's a whole discipline born of this, the agent is the primary thing in the theory, in physics theory, like how is it possible it just like breaks the whole thing open? So there's this whole effort of unifying general relativity and quantum mechanics, of like coming up with a theory of everything. What if these are like the tip of the iceberg? What if the agent thing is like really important?
So, listen, that would be like kind of my dream. I'm not going to be the one to do it because I'm not smart enough to do it. But Marcelo and I, for a while, have been sort of critical of where foundational physics has been for a while. With string theory, I spent my whole life listening to talks about string theory, real soon, and it's gotten ever more disconnected from data observations. There were people talking for a while that it's post-empirical. And I always wanted to write a paper or an article that was like physicists have been smoking their own stash, right? There's this way we've gotten used to, like, you have to out-weird the other person. Like, my theory is 38 dimensions. My theory is 22 dimensions, but it's got psychedelic swirls in it. And so there's been a problem. There's a problem. Now, I don't need to tell you there's a crisis in physics or there's a crisis in cosmology. Other people have used that. That's been the headline on Scientific American. So there clearly another direction has to be found, and maybe it has nothing to do with this. But I suspect that because so many times the agent or the having to deal with the view from the inside or the role of agency, like when it comes to time, thinking that you can replace the block universe with the actual experience of time. Clocks don't tell time. We use clocks to tell time. So maybe that even like the fundamental nature of time can't be viewed from the inside. That there's a new physics theory that comes from this agential, informational, computational view. I don't know, but that's kind of what I think it would be fertile ground to explore.
Yeah, like time is really interesting. Because time is really important to us humans. What is
Yeah, what is time? So the way we have tended to do it is we've taken, this is what, when Percival talks about the surreptitious substitution, we've taken Einstein's beautiful, powerful, formal system for viewing time, and we substituted that for the actual experience of time, right? So the block universe, where like next Tuesday is already written down, it's in the block universe, the four-dimensional universe, all events are over. Which is very potent for making certain kinds of predictions within the sort of, the scientific framework. But, it is not limited time. And, this was pointed out to Einstein, and he eventually recognized it. A very famous meeting between Henri Bergson, who was the most famous philosopher of the 20th, early 20th century, and Einstein, where Einstein was giving a talk on relativity, and Bergson, whose whole thing was about time, it was about duration. He wanted to separate the scientific image of time, the map of time, from the actual terrain, which used the word duration. Like we humans, where duration for us is full. It's sort of it's stretched out. It's got a little bit of the past, a little bit of the future, a little bit of the present. Music is the best example, right? You're hearing music, you're both already anticipating what's going to happen, and you're remembering what's going on. There's a kind of phenomenal structure there, which is different from the representation of time that you have with the formal mathematics. And the way we would look at this is that the problem with the surreptitious substitution, with the blind spot, is it says, oh, no, the formal system is time. But really, the only place time appears is where we're time. So having a theory that actually could start with us, and then stretch out into the universe, rather than imposing this imaginary third-person view back on us, that's a route towards a different way of approaching the problem.
I just wonder who's the observer. Define what age is.
Right.
In any kind of frame is difficult.
It's difficult, right? And so that's the good work of the science ahead of us, right? So what happened with this idea of the structural invariance I was talking about? So, we start with experience, which is irreducible. There's no atoms of experience, right? It's a whole. And we go through the whole process, which is a communal process, by the way. There's a philosopher, Robert who talks about the workshop. That starting in like the 1700s, 1600s, we developed this communal space to work in. Sometimes it was literally a physical space, a laboratory, where these ideas would be pulled apart, refined, argued over, and then validated, and we went through. So this idea of pulling out from experience these thinner, abstract, structural invariants, the things that we could actually do science with. And it's kind of like, we call it an ascending spiral of abstraction. So the problem with the way we do things now is we take those abstractions, which came from experience, and then with something like, a computational model of consciousness or experience, we think we can put it back in. Like you literally pulled out these super thin things, these abstractions, neglecting experience because that's the only way to do science. And then you think somehow, I'm going to jam experience back in and have an explanation for experience.
So do you think it's possible to show that something like free will is quote unquote real if you integrate experience back into the physics model of the world?
What I would say is that free will is a given. And that's the thing about experience, right? So one of the things that Whitehead said, I really love this book, he says it's not the job of either science or philosophy to account for the concrete. It's the job to account for the abstract. The concrete, what's happening between us right now, is just given. It's presented to us every day. It's presented to us. If you want an explanation, fine, but the explanation actually doesn't add anything to it, right? So that free will, in some sense, is the nature of being an agent, right? To be an agent, agency and autonomy are sort of the two things that are, they're equivalent. And so in some sense, to be an agent is to be autonomous. And so then the question really to ask is, can you have an account for agency and autonomy that captures aspects of its arising in the world, or the way it and the world sort of co-arise. But the idea, the reason why we argue about free will often is because we already have this blind spot view that the world is deterministic because of our equations, which themselves, we treat the equations as if they're more real than experience. And the equations are a paler, they don't corral experience. They are a thinner, representation. As we like to say, don't confuse the map with the terrain. What's happening between us right now, and this, all the weirdness of it, that's the terrain. The map is what I can write down on equations and then in the workshop do experiments on. Super powerful, needs an account, but experience overflows that.
What if the experience is an illusion? Like, how do we know? What if the agency that we experience is an illusion?
An illusion from where? Like, right, because that already requires to take that stance is you've already pushed yourself into that third person view, right? And so what we're saying is that third person view, which now you're going to say like, oh, I've got a whole other set of entities, of ontological entities, meaning, things that I think exist in God's living room, in sight, that are independent of me and the community of living things I'm part of.
So you're pushing it elsewhere. It's like there's a stack of turtles. It's probably if this experience, the human experience, is an illusion, maybe there's an observer. But when it's not an illusion, so you always have to find an observer somewhere.
Yeah, right. And that's why fundamentally the blind spot, especially the scientific triumphalist part, is following a religious impulse. It's wanting the God's point of view. And what's really interesting, when you think about this and the way this gets talked about, especially publicly, there's a line of philosophical influence that this language gets couched in. And it is actually it's only one version of philosophy, right? So it is pretty much what we call the analytic tradition. Right? But there's, even in Europe, or in the Western tradition, what we call Western philosophy, there's phenomenology. There's Husserl and Heidegger and Merleau-Ponty, which took an entirely different track. They were really interested in the structure of experience. They spent all their time trying to understand, trying to develop a language that could kind of climb into the circle that is experience, right? Experience, you're not going to be able to start with axioms and work your way through it. It's given, so you have to kind of jump in and then try and find a language to account for its structure. But then, so that has not been part of this discussion. You'll never, good luck finding a YouTube video where someone, a famous scientist, is talking about science from a phenomenological point of view, even though it's a huge branch of philosophy. And then you get the philosophies that occurred from other cores of civilization, right? So there's the Western core, out of which comes the Greeks and the Judeo-Christian Islamic tradition. But then you get India and you get Asia, and they develop their own highly complex societies that develop their own responses to these questions. And they, for reasons because they had contemplative practice, they were very focused on directly probe attention. They asked questions in ways that the West never really did. Phenomenology kind of started it, but there's philosophers like Nagarjuna and Vasubandhu doing, and they're like the Plato and Aristotle of sort of those philosophies, and they were really focused on experience. In the West, I think maybe because we had the Judeo-Christian tradition, where we already had this kind of God who's going to be the frame on which you could always point to that frame. In the traditions that came from the classical philosophies of India and Asia, they started always with it. They wanted to know about experience. Their whole philosophies and their logic and their argumentation was based on, I've got this experience, I can't get out of this experience, how do I reason from it? So I think there's like a lot of other philosophical traditions that we could draw from. Not like slavishly, we don't all do this, but there are traditions that really tried to work this out in a way that the Western tradition just didn't.
But there's also the practical fact that it's difficult to build a logical system on top of experience. It's difficult to have the rigor of science on top of experience. And so it's, as science advances, we may get better. But like the same, it's very difficult to have any kind of mathematical or kind of scientific rigor to why complexity emerges from some rules and some logics to the Santa Fe questions.
But I think we can do it. I think there's aspects of it. I mean, as long as you're never trying to this is what experience is. I think that's kind of the word. You're never going to have a causal account of experience because it's just given. But you can do lots about, and that's what the good work is to, how do I approach this? How do I approach this in a way that's rigorous that I can do experiments with also? But so, for example, I was just reading this beautiful paper that was talking about this is what we're encountering with our semantic information too, causal closure. Love this idea, right? The idea that, so we talk about autopoiesis a lot, right? The idea that living systems are they are self-creating and self-maintaining. So the membrane, cell membrane is a great example, right? The cell membrane, you can't have a cell without a cell membrane. The cell membrane lets stuff through, so it keeps other stuff out, right? But the cell membrane is part of the membrane needs, right? In some sense, the cell membrane creates itself. So there's this strange, it's always with life, there's always this strange loop. And so somehow figuring out how to jump into that strange loop is, the science that's ahead of us. And so this idea of causal closure, accounting for how we talk about downward causation, right? So reductionism says everything only depends on the microstate. Everything just depends on the atoms, right? That's it. You don't get, if you know the Lagrangian for the standard model, you're done. Of course, in principle, you need God's computer, but fine. In principle, it's good. Causal closure, and I was just reading this great paper that sort of argues for this. There's ways in which using epsilon machines and all this machinery from information theory that you can see ways in which the system can organize itself so that it decouples from the microstate. Now the macrostate fundamentally no longer needs the microstate for its own description, its own account of the world. Whether that paper is true or not, it's the example of heading down that road. There's also Robert Rosen's work. He was a theoretical biologist. He talked about closure to efficient laws, that living systems, are organizationally closed or causally closed so that they don't depend anymore on the microstate. He had a proof, which is very contentious. He knows if it's, some argue it's true, some argue it's not. But he said that because of this, living systems are not church-Turing complete. They cannot be represented as formal systems. So, now they're not axioms. Living systems will not be axioms. They can only be partially captured by algorithms. Now, again, people fight back and forth about whether or not the proof is valid or not. I'm saying, I'm giving you examples of when you see the blind spot, when you acknowledge the blind spot, it opens up a whole other class of kinds of scientific investigations. The book we thought was going to be really heretical, right? Obviously, most public-facing scientists are very sort of in that fleshy science. So we were just waiting, right? And then the review from Science came out, and it was totally pro. They were very positive. We're like, oh my god, And then a review came out in Nature Physics, and it was totally positive. And then a review came out in the Wall Street Journal, because we kind of criticized, not capitalism, but we criticized sort of all industrial economies, for that they were sort of had been touched by the blind spot. Socialism, communism, doesn't matter. These extractive, sort of had that sort of view that the world is just reducible to, resources. The Wall Street Journal gave us a great review. So I feel like there's actually out there is some, among working scientists in particular, there is some dissatisfaction with this triumphalist view and a recognition that we need to shift something in order to jump past these hurdles that we've been arguing about forever, and we're not, sort of stuck in a vortex.
Well, it is. I mean, I think there is a hunger to acknowledge that there's an elephant in the room. That we're just from the age of, it's, everyone is doing it. And it's there's the experience, and then there's a third person perspective on the world.
Right.
And so through science, from applying scientific rigor from a first person perspective, it's fascinating.
I think we should do it because it's also the thing, what's really interesting is I think it's not just first person, it's first and second, right? Because science, so one idea is that we, the idea that, science gives us this objective third person view. That's one way of talking about objectivity. There's a whole other way, is that I do the experiment, you do the experiment, we talk to each other, we agree on methods, and we both get the same result. That is a very different way of thinking about objectivity. And it acknowledges that, when we talk about agents, agency and individuality are flexible, right? So there's a great paper, speaking Saturday by David Krakauer, where they looked at sort of information theoretical measures of individuality. What you find is it's actually pretty fluid. My liver cell is an individual, but really it's part of the liver. And my liver is, a separate system, but really it's part of me. But I'm an individual, yay. But actually I'm part of a society. And I couldn't be me without the entire community of, say, language users, right? I wouldn't be able to frame anything. And my community of language users is part of ecosystems, right? That are alive. That I am a part of a lineage. This is Sarah Walker. And then those ecosystems are part of the body, right? We're never separable, as opposed to this very atomizing, the triumphalist science view is wants Boltzmann brains, which is very important space.
There's a fascinating degree to which agency is fluid. Like you are an individual, but you and I talking is a kind of individual.
Yeah.
And then the person listening to this right now is also an individual.
Right.
I mean, that's a weird thing.
That's a weird thing, right?
Because there's a broadcast nature too.
This is why information theoretic. So the idea that we're pursuing now, which I get really excited about, is this idea of information architecture, right? Or organization, informational organization. Because, right, physicalism is like everything matters. But, contracting, Kant is apparently the one who came up with the word organism, because he recognized that life has a weird organization that was specifically different from machines. And so the idea that how do we engage with people? That organization, which is often I can be cast in information theoretic terms or computational terms, even, is sort of it's not really quite physical, right? It's embodied in physical, in the physical, it has to instantiate the physical, but it also has this other realm of design, not design like intelligent design, but there's a organization itself is a relationship of constraints and information flow. And I think again that's a very new, interesting way that we might get a very different kind of science that would flow out of that.
So going back to Kant and organism versus machine. So I showed you a couple of robots. Is it possible for machines to have agency?
I would not discount that possibility. I think there's no reason I would say that it's impossible that machines could, whatever it manifests, that strange loop that we're talking about, that autopoiesis. I don't think there's a reason to say it can't happen in silicon. I think whatever it would be very different from us. Like the idea that it would be like, it would be just like us, but now it's instantiated. I think it might have very different kind of experiential nature. I don't think what we have now, like the LLMs, are really there. I'm not going to say that it's not.
I wonder how far you can get with imitation, which is essentially what LLMs are doing. So imitating humans. And I wouldn't discount either possibility that through imitation you can achieve consciousness or agency or the ability to have experience. I think for most of us humans, we think, that's just fake, that's copying. But there's some degree to which we humans are just copying each other. We just are really good imitation machines. We come from babies who were born in this world and we're just learning to imitate each other, and through the imitation and the tension in the disagreements in the imitations, we gain personality, perspective, all that kind of stuff.
I think so. It's possible, right? It's possible, but I think probably the view I'm advocating would say that one of the most important parts of agency is there's something called E4, the E4 theory of cognition: embodiment, inaction, embedding, extension. But so the idea is that you actually have to be in a body, which is itself part of an environment that is the physical nature of it and of the extension in with other living systems as well is essential. So that's why I think the LLMs are not going to be, it's not just imitation, it's going to require, this goes to the brain in the vat thing. I did an article about brain in the vat, which was really Evans, I was reporting on that, where they did the brain in the vat argument, but they said, look, in the end, actually, the only way to actually get a real brain in the vat is actually have brain in the body. It could be a robot body, but you still need the brain in the body. So I don't think LLMs will get there because they can't, you really can be embedded in the world. At least that's the E4 idea.
The E4, the 4E approach to cognition argues that cognition does not occur solely in the head. There's also embodied, embedded, enacted, and extended by way of extracranial processes and structures. They're very much in vogue. 4E cognition has received relatively few critical evaluations. This is a paper, but reflecting on two recent collections of art that reviews the 4E paradigm with a view to assessing the strengths and weaknesses. Fascinating. I mean, the branches of what is cognition extends far, and it could go real far.
Right. There's a great story about an interaction between Jonas Salk, who was very much a reductionist to integrated languages, and Gregory Bateson, who was a cyberneticist. And Bateson always loved to help people. He said to Salk, he said, where's your mind? Salk, out here. Out here. And what he really meant was this extended idea. It's not just within your cranium to have experience. Experience in some sense is not a thing you have; it is a thing you do, right? And you almost perform it in a way, which is why both actually having a body, but having the body itself be in the world with other bodies is, from this perspective, is really important. And it's very attractive to me. And, seeing again, if we're really going to do science with them, we're going to have these ideas crash up against data, crash up against. We can't just armchair it, or a quarter, a couch quarterbacking it. But I think there's a lot of possibility here. It's a very radically different way of looking at what we mean by nature.
What do you make of the fact that this individual observer, you as an individual observer, only get a finite amount of time to exist in this world? Make you sad?
No, actually, it doesn't make me sad. So full reveal. I have been doing contemplative practice in the Zen tradition for 30 years, staring at a wall for 30 years, and it's taught me a lot, right? I really value what that practice has given me about the nature of experience. And one of the things it's taught me is I don't really matter that very much. This thing I call Adam Frank is really, it's kind of a construct. There's this process going on of which I am actually fundamentally, and that's super cool. But it's gonna go. I don't know where it came from. It's gonna go. I don't really need it. And then who the hell knows? I'm not an advocate for an afterlife, but just that, what I love. Zen has this idea of beyond birth and death, and they don't mean reincarnation. What they mean is, dude, you don't even really understand what life is. You know what I mean? On like this, this core level of your own experience. So, your ideas about what death is are equally ill-formed, and it's so, the contemplative practice really tries to focus on experience itself. Like, spend 5 days at a Zen session doing contemplative practice from 7 a.m. until 9 p.m. And you'll really get a much deeper understanding of, like, what my own experience is. What is it really like? It forces you to learn how to stabilize your attention. Because attention is kind of like this thing, like it's usually just like, oh, over there, oh, my foot hurts, oh, I gotta do my taxes, oh, that's, what's that guy over there, why is he wearing those stupid shoes? And with contemplative practice, you learn how to stabilize it. And once you stabilize, you can now begin to explore the phenomenal nature of it. So what I think I've learned from that is like, kind of whatever, I'm not really kind of real to begin with. The Adam Frank, the identity thing. And the part of me that is real is, everything's coming and going. It's all coming and going. Not coming and go. And the entire world is just, Buddhism has this idea of codependent arising. Nothing exists. Nothing has self-nature. Nothing exists by itself. It's an endless, infinitely connected web.
But still, there's deliciousness to the individual experience. You get attached to it, and it ends, and it's good while it lasts, and it sucks that it ends. Like because you'd be like, well, everything comes and goes, but like, I was eating ice cream yesterday on this awesome little carb ice cream called Delights here in Austin, and it ends.
Yeah.
I was like, I was staring at the empty container.
That's beautiful. I love that.
You could say like, yeah, well, that's how it all is, but hey,
you say that. So this is what I've learned from because I love your idea of the deliciousness.
Yeah.
But what happens with contemplative practice, what I think is that it's not just, you're not just saying, right? This is why, that's why I do koan. So this is a tradition in Zen that it was established. It was a teaching method that was established 1,000 years ago. These books of koan. And every koan, if you've ever read Goodell Asher Koan, he's got a whole chapter on koan. They're kind of non-logical problems that you have to work on. One of my favorite ones was stop the sound of the distant temple bell. You're like, what? Every time my teacher gives it to me, I'm like, what are you talking about? Is this whole Zen thing of like, up is down is up. You must understand this. So, your job with these koans is to sit with them, until you sort of kind of, realize what this thing is trying to teach you, what aspect of experience it's trying to teach you. So there's no answer. And in fact, actually, you don't give an answer. You actually usually have to demonstrate. The first time when I sat and I did a koan, I was like, don't tell me the answer, show me the answer. Like, what are you talking about? But after doing these for years now, I've just kind of learned the language of them. So I could never tell you. If I told you the answer, I could give you a phone and tell you the answer. You'd be like, what? It's not the words. It's the, so like your experience, like, with the contemplative practice, it's over years. It really does take years. Just like anything in math, it took me years to understand what you kind of come to a deeper understanding of like, yeah, the words of like, it's not just like, oh, everything changes. You actually feel that movement. Like you feel it with like breath to breath, you know? And it really becomes, sometimes I have this feeling, this is messed up, but of just joy. And it's not connected to anything. And that's what I've kind of gotten from practice. It's just like, yeah, you know, that passage, that infinite passage of moment to moment, that is truly the way things are. Like, not okay because I have a feeling about it, okay? I want it to be okay. It just is okay. It's a pretty awesome
Yeah,
thing.
that's beautiful. Yeah, maybe it's the genetics, maybe it's the background from my brain, but I generally have that joy about experience, just amorphous joy. But it seems like, yeah, maybe it's naive to your roots, but there's always like the melancholy that's also sitting next to the joy. And I think it always feels like they're intricately linked. So the melancholy is about the finiteness of experience, and the joy is just about the beauty of experience, and they just kind of sit there.
Yeah, which is cool actually, because that I'm also I come from Eastern, like my roots are Eastern European as well, and I get it, right? I mean, but that's also the cool thing. I think one of these is like, yeah, but that is what it is. That is what it is, right? You don't have to do anything. You don't have to like manipulate it or move it around or like, yeah, this is the experience,
Can you speak to the practical nature of sitting there from 7 a.m. to 9 p.m.?
What the hell are you doing?
What's powerful? What's fascinating to you? What have you learned from just the experience, just staring at a wall?
Yeah. So, it's not really. I mean, you're staring, you're facing the wall, and what you're doing is you're just sitting with, there's different meditative practices, right? There's counting breaths. That's usually what I do. I sit down and start counting breaths, and for the first half hour, it's just like blah blah blah. I'm thinking, like I said, I'm thinking about my taxes. I'm thinking about what I got to do later on. Yada yada. First time I ever did a full session, a 2-day session, I swear to God, I had Bruce Springsteen's Born to Run album tracked through from the beginning to the end with the pauses at the back of when they were LPs. Freaking nice. Because my mind was just like, I need to do something. So it literally played the whole album in order.
That's pretty cool, actually.
Yeah, it was pretty amazing to see. Because you really do. You see the dynamics of your mind. And this took me a while. I used to hate sitting. I do it, but after a while, the mind gets exhausted. Like that part of the mind, the upper level, the roof brain chakra, just like there's nothing else to do. And then you get bored. And now I realize that's when something interesting is going to happen. Because you kind of like drop down. And now it's a very physical practice. People think you're just sitting there not thinking or thinking about not thinking. Actually, it becomes a very physical process where you're really just following the breath. You're kind of riding the breath. And it gets very quiet. And within that quietness, there's a path, because obviously Buddhism is always like, not about thinking. But there's a huge literature. So these guys are always about don't think. I've written all this down. But they're guideposts. They're like the finger pointing at the moon. And, there's the idea of first, your mind is usually scattered, right? Like, right now when I walk out, I'm going to go get that Uber, and your mind's going to be all over the place. But with sitting, first you concentrate so that there's no more scattering. Or the thoughts are still happening, but you're just not up there. You're not even paying attention. And then, as time goes on, you unify, which is this very powerful thing where kind of self drops away, and there's just this presence. It's kind of like a raw presence. And that's often where the joy of life. But you sit with whatever. Maybe you're going to sit and you're going to have, maybe you're going to go through, an hour of being bummed out about your mom who died or something. You're just going to sit with whatever comes up. You're going to make it. That's why the sitting part. You're making the commitment. I'm going to sit here with whatever comes up. I will not be moved. And then what you come away with, it actually over time, it actually changes kind of who you are. Like I'm still the asshole I was from New Jersey growing up. I just have more space for things,
Yeah. Once Jersey was
Jersey.
But I love the Bruce Springsteen's blasting your head. Why are we here? What do you think is the purpose, the meaning of human existence?
It's good that we just had the last conversation because I'm going to give this answer, which is so corny. It's love. And I'm not messing around because really, actually, what happens, so within Buddhism, there's the idea of the Bodhisattva principle. You're here to help. You're just here to help, right? Compassion. Like that's a really essential part of this path of the Dharma. When I first started out, I was like, I'm here for knowledge, right? I'm here. I started contemplative practice because of usually I was suffering. And, the reason everybody comes to it. Life was hard. But I also wanted knowledge. I wanted to understand the foundational nature of it. But then I found out that you can't get that. You can't get that. You can't go to something without compassion. Somehow in this process, you realize that it really is about helping all sentient beings. That's the way they, just being here to help. So I know that sounds cornball, but especially for a guy from Jersey, which is like, the main thing is to get over it. Like, your job is to get over it. But that's really what I found. It is actually. And also that joy. The joy, some of that joy is just like this. One of the things that I have, when I have like really, there's a kind of experience I'll have in contemplative practice to carry out in the world, which is just this gratitude for the fact that the world gives you everything in a certain way, right? Just the blue sky and the breath. The world is just giving you itself completely unhindered. It holds nothing back. And that's kind of the experience. And then you kind of like, oh, I need to be helpful. Who's not having this experience,
So just love for the world.
Love for them and all the beings who are suffering. Everyone's suffering. Your worst political opponent, they're suffering. And our job is just to try and drop our biases and our stories and see this fundamental level at which life is occurring.
And hopefully there's many alien civilizations out there going through the same journey of suffering towards love.
Yeah, that would, that may be a universal thing about what it means to be alive.
I hope so.
Do that, or do you this?
Especially if they're a type 3 civilization.
They got really big guns.
Well, this was a truly mind-blowing, fascinating, just awesome conversation to have. Thank you for everything you do, and thank you for talking.
Thank you. This was a lot of fun.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Adam Frank. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Carl Sagan. The cosmos is all that is, or ever was, or ever will be. Our feeblest contemplations of the cosmos stir us. There's a tingling in the spine, a catch in the voice, a faint sensation, as if a distant memory, or falling from a height. We know we are approaching the greatest of mysteries. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time.
So people need to go back and read the history of the first 100 days under FDR. The sheer amount of legislation he went through, his ability to bring Congress to heel and the Senate, he gets all this stuff through. As you and I know, legislation takes a long time to put in place, right? We've had people starving on the streets all throughout 1933 under Hoover. The difference was Hoover was seen as this do-nothing joke who would dine 9-course meals in the White House and was a filthy rich banker. FDR comes in there and every single day has fireside chats, passing legislation, but more importantly, so he tries various different programs. Then they get ruled unconstitutional. He tries even more. So what does America take away from him? Every single time, if he gets knocked down, he comes back up. And that was a really part of his character that he developed after he got polio, and it gave him the strength to persevere through personally what he could transfer in his calm demeanor and his feeling of fight that America really got that spirit from him and was able to climb itself out of the Great Depression. He's such an inspiration. I think of Johnson and Nixon, of Teddy Roosevelt, even of FDR. I can give you a laundry list of personal problems that all those people had. I think they had really, really good judgment. And I'm not sure how intrinsic their own personal character was to their exploration and thinking about the world. So JFK might be the best example because he had the best judgment out of anybody in the room. As a brand new president in the Cuban Missile Crisis, he got us out and avoided nuclear war, which he deserves eternal credit for. And I encourage people out there, this is a brutal text. We were forced to read it in graduate school. The Essence of Decision by Graham Allison. I'm so thankful we did to the foundations of political science because it lays out theories of how government works. People really need to understand Washington. Washington is a creature with traditions, with institutions that don't care about you. They don't even really care about the president. They have self-perpetuating mechanisms which have been done a certain way. And it usually takes a great shocking event like World War II to change really anything beyond promotion. Every once in a while, you have a figure like Teddy Roosevelt who's actually able to take peacetime presidency and transform the country, but it needs an extraordinary individual to get something like that done. So the question around the essence of decision was the theory behind the Cuban Missile Crisis and how Kennedy arrived at his decision. And there are various different schools of thought, but one of the things I love about the book is it presents the case for all three: the organizational theory, the bureaucratic politics theory, and then kind of the great man theory as well. So there's you and I could sit here and I could tell you a case about PT 109 and about how John F. Kennedy experienced World War II, and he literally swam miles with a wounded man's life jacket strapped in his teeth with a broken back, and he saved him and he ended up on the cover of Life magazine. He was a war hero. And he was a deeply smart individual who wrote a book in 1939 called Why England Slept, which to this day is considered a text which at the moment was able to describe in detail why Neville Chamberlain, the British political system, arrived at the policy of the peace. I actually have an original copy. It's one of my most prized possessions. Because from 1939, because he's a 23-year-old kid. Who the fuck are you, John? Turns out he's good. And another just favorite aside is that at the Potsdam Conference, where Harry Truman is there, selling everybody. So in the room at the same time, Harry S. Truman, President of the United States, Dwight D. Eisenhower, the general, right, who will succeed him, 26-year-old John F. Kennedy as a journalist, and all three of those presidents were in the same room with Joseph Stalin. And that's the story of America right now. It's kind of amazing. I'm going to give you one of the most impressive quotes, which is deeply true. Roger Ailes, who was a genius. Shout out to the loudest voice in the room by Gabriel Schumann, because it really made me understand the media. People don't want to be informed; they want to feel informed. The following is a conversation with Sagar and Jenny. It's the second time on the podcast. Sagar is a political commentator, journalist, co-host of Breaking Points with Crystal Ball and of the Realignment podcast with Marshall Russell. Sagar is one of the most well-read people I've ever met. His love of history and the wisdom gained from reading thousands of history books radiates through every analysis he makes of the world. In this podcast, we trace out the history of various ideological movements that led up to the current political moment. In doing so, we mention a large number of amazing books. We'll put a link to them in the description for those interested to learn more about each topic. This is a Let's Reading podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Saga and Jay. So let's start with the obvious big question. What do you think Trump won? Let's break it down. Before the election, you said that if Trump wins, it's going to be because of immigration. So, aside from immigration, what are the maybe less than obvious reasons that Trump won? Yes, we absolutely need to return to immigration, but without that, multifaceted explanation. Let's start with the easiest one. There's been a wave of anti-incumbent energy around the world. Financial Times chart recently went viral for the first time, I think, since World War II, possibly since 1905. We need to look at the data set that all anti-incumbent parties all across the world suffered major defeats. So that's a very, very high-level analysis. And we can return to that if we talk about Donald Trump's victory in 2016, because there were similar global precursors. At individual level in the United States, there's a very simple explanation as well, which is that Joe Biden is very old, who's very popular, inflation is high, inflation is one of the highest determinants of people switching their votes and putting their primacy on that ahead of any other issue. So that's that. But I think it's actually much deeper at a psychological level for who America is and what it is. And fundamentally, I think what we're going to spend a lot of time talking about today is the evolution of the modern left and its collapse in the Kamala Harris candidacy and eventually the loss to Donald Trump in the popular vote, where it really is like an apotheosis of several social forces. So we're going to talk about the Great Awakening, or so-called awakening, which is very important to understanding all of this. There's also really Donald Trump himself, who's really one of the most unique individual American politicians that we've seen in decades. At this point, Donald Trump's victory makes him the most important and transformative figure in American politics since FDR. And the thought process for the audience is in 2028, there will be an 18-year-old who's eligible to vote who cannot remember a time when Donald J. Trump was not a central American figure. And there's stories in World War II where troops were on the front lines when they were 18, 19 years old. FDR died, and they literally said, well, who's the president? And he said, Harry Truman, dumbass. You go, who? They couldn't conceive of a universe where FDR was not the president of the United States. And, Donald Trump, even during the Biden administration, he was the favorite. Joe Biden defined his entire candidacy and his legacy around defeating this man. Obviously, he's failed. We should talk a lot about Joe Biden as well for his own failed theories of the presidency. So I think at a macro level, it's easy to understand. At a basic level, inflation is easy to understand. What I really hope that a lot of people can take away is how fundamentally unique Donald Trump is as a political figure and what he was able to do to realign American politics really forever. I mean, in the white working class realignment originally in 2016, the activation really of a multiracial kind of working class coalition and of really splitting American lines along a single individual question. Did you attend a 4-year college degree institution or not? And this is a crazy thing to say. Donald Trump is one of the most racially depolarizing electoral figures in American history. We lived in 2016 at the time when racial groups, really rooted in blocks, Latinos, blacks, whites. There was some, of course, division between the white working class and the white college-educated, white collar workers. But by and large, you could pretty fairly say that Asians, Indians, everyone, both 80, 90% were going to vote for the Democratic Party, Latinos as well. I'm born here in Texas, the state of Texas. George W. Bush shocked people once 40% of the Latino vote. Donald Trump just beat Kamala Harris with Latino men, and he ran up the table for young men. So really, fundamentally, we have witnessed a full realignment in American politics, and that's a really fundamental problem for the modern left. It's erased a lot of the conversation around gerrymandering, around the electoral college, the so-called electoral college bias towards Republicans, really being able to win the popular vote for the first time since 2004 is a shocking landmark achievement by a Republican. In 2008, I have a book on my shelf, and I always look at it to remind myself how much things have changed. James Carville says 40 more years, how Democrats will never lose an election again. 2008, they wrote that book after the Obama coalition in the landslide. And something I love so much about this country, people change their minds all the time. I was born in 1992. I watched red states go blue. I've seen blue states go red. I've seen swing states go red or blue. I've seen millions of people pick up and move. The greatest internal migration in the United States since World War II. And it's really inspiring because it's a really dynamic, interesting place. And I love covering it. I love thinking about it, talking about it, talking to people. It's awesome.
One of the reasons I'm a big fan of yours is that you're a student of history, so you recommended a bunch of books to me, and they and others thread the different movements throughout American history. Some movements take off and do hold power for a long time, some don't, and some are started by a small number of people and are controlled by a small number of people. Some are movements, and it's just fascinating to watch how those movements evolve and then fit themselves maybe into the constraints of a two-party system. And I'd love to sort of talk about the various perspectives of that. So would it be fair to say that this election was turned into a kind of class struggle?
Well, I won't go that far because to say it's a class struggle really implies that things fundamentally align on economic lines, and I don't think that's necessarily accurate. Although, if that's your lens, you could get there. So there's a very big statistic going around right now where Kamala Harris increased her vote share in one household over $100,000 more, and Donald Trump won households under $100,000. So you could view that in an economic lens. The problem, again, that I have is that is much more a proxy for 4-year college degree for education. And so one of my favorite books is called Coming Apart by Charles Murray. And that book really, really underscores how the cultural milieu people swim in when they attend a 4-year college degree and the trajectory of their life, not only on where they move to, who they marry, what type of grocery store they go to, their cultural, what television shows they watch. One of my favorite questions from Charles Murray is called the bubble quiz. I encourage people to go take it, by the way, which asks you a question. It's like, what does the word Branson mean to you? And it has a couple of answers. One of them is Branson is Richard Branson, Sir Richard Branson. Number 2 is Branson, Missouri, which is like a country music tourist style destination. 3 is it means nothing. So you are less in a bubble if you say country music, and you're very much in the bubble if you say Richard Branson. And I remember taking the test for the first time and going, "Oh, this is Sir Richard Branson." What? And then I was like, wait, I'm in the bubble. And there are other things in there, like can you name various different military ranks? I can because I'm a history nerd, but the vast majority of college-educated people don't know anybody who served in the United States military. They don't have family members who do. The most popular shows in America are like The Big Bang Theory, NCIS, whereas people in our probably cultural milieu, our favorite shows are White Lotus, The Last of Us. It's prestige television, right? With a very small audience, but high income, high education. So the point is that culture really defines who we are as Americans, where we live. And rural, urban is one way to describe it, but honestly, with the work from home revolution and more rich people and highly educated people moving to more rural, suburban or areas they traditionally were able to commute in, that's changing. And so really, the internet is everything. The stuff that you consume on the internet, the stuff that you spend your time doing, the books you read, whether you read a book at all, whether you travel to Europe, whether you have a passport, all the things that you value in your life, that is the real cultural divide in America. And I actually think that's what this revolution of Donald Trump was activating and bringing people to the polls, bringing a lot of those traditional working class voters of all races away from the Democratic Party along the lines of elitism, of sneering, and of a general cultural feeling that these people don't understand me and my struggles in this life.
And so the trivial formulation is that it's the wokeism, the anti-wokeism.
Yeah.
So it's not necessarily that Trump winning was a statement against wokeism. It was the broader anti-elitism.
It's difficult to say because I wouldn't dismiss wokeism as an explanation. But we need to understand like the electoral impacts of woke. So there's varying degrees of like how you're going to encounter quote unquote wokeism, and this is a very difficult thing to define. So let me just try and break it down, which is there are the types of things that you're going to interact with on a cultural basis. And what I mean by that is going to watch a TV show and just for some reason there's like two trans characters. And it's never like particularly explained why, they just are there. Or watching a commercial, it's the same thing. Watching, I don't know, I remember watching, I think it was Doctor Strange, Multiverse of Madness, and it was terrible. But one of the characters, I think her name was like America, she wore a gay pride flag. Right, look, many left-wingers would make fun of me for saying these things, but that is obviously a social agenda to the point as in they believe it is like deeply acceptable, that is used by Hollywood and cultural elites who really value those progress, in sexual orientation and others. They really believe it's important to quote unquote showcase it for representation. So that's like one way that we may encounter quote unquote wokeism. But the more important ways, frankly, are the ways that affirmative action, which really has its roots in American society, all the way going back to the 1960s, and how those have manifested in our economy and in our understanding of quote unquote discrimination. So two books I can recommend. One is called The Origins of Woke. That's by Richard Hanania. There's another one by The Age of Entitlement by Christopher Caldwell. And they make a very strong case that Caldwell in particular, that he calls it like a new founding of America, was the passage of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, because it created an entire new legal regime understanding of race and the American character and how the government is going to enforce that. And that really ties in with another one of the books that I recommended to you about The Origins of Trump by Jim Webb. And Senator Jim Webb, incredible man. He's so underappreciated. Intellectual, he was anti-war, and people remember him from the 2016 primary. And they asked him, I asked him a question, I don't exactly remember, about one of his enemies. And he said, well, one of them was a guy shot in Vietnam. And he was running against Hillary. And that guy, he wrote the book, Born Fighting. I think it's History of the Scots-Irish People. And that book really opened my eyes to the way that affirmative action and racial preferences that were playing out, through the HR managerial elite really turned a lot of people within the white working class away from the Democratic Party and felt fundamentally discriminated against by the professional managerial class. So there's a lot of roots to this, the managerial revolution by James Burnham, and in terms of the origin, kind of how we got here. But the crystallization of like DEI and or affirmative action, I prefer to use the term affirmative action, in the highest echelons of business, and there became this idea that representation itself was the only thing. And I think that right around 2014 really went on steroids, and that's why it's not an accident that Donald J. Trump elected in 2016.
At this point, do you think this election is a kind of statement that wokeism as a movement is dead?
I don't know. I mean, it's very difficult to say because wokeism itself is not a movement with a party leader. It's a amorphous belief that has worked its way through institutions now for almost 40 or 50 years, and it's effectively a religion. And part of the reason why it's difficult to define is it means different things to different people. So, for example, there are varying degrees of how we would define quote unquote woke. Do I think that the Democrats will be speaking in so-called academic language? Yes, I do think they will. I think that the next Democratic nominee will not do that. However, Kamala Harris actually did move as much as she could away from quote unquote woke, but she basically was punished for a lot of the sins of both herself from 2015, but a general cultural feeling that her and the people around her do not understand me, and not only do not understand me, but have racial preferences or a regime or understanding that would lead to a quote-unquote equity mindset, equal outcomes for everybody as opposed to equality of opportunity, which is more of a colorblind philosophy. So I can't say. I think it's way too early. And, again, you can not use the word Latinx, but do you still believe in an effective affirmative action regime, in terms of how you would run your Department of Justice, in terms of how you view the world, in terms of what you think the real dividing lines in America are? Because I would say that's still actually kind of a woke mindset. That's part of the reason why the term itself is not being really long. We have to get actually really specific about what it looks like in operations. In operation, it means affirmative action. It means the NASDAQ passing some law that if you want to go public or something, that you have to have a woman and a person of color on your board. And this is a blatant and extraordinary racialism that they've enshrined in their bylaws. So you can get rid of ESG, that's great, but you get rid of DEI, and that's great, but it's really about mindset and view of the world, and I don't think that's right.
And you think the reason it doesn't work well in practice is because there's a big degree to which it's anti-meritocracy.
It's anti-American, really. I mean, DEI and woke and affirmative action make perfect sense in a lot of countries. There are a lot of countries out there that are multi-ethnic and they're heterogeneous, and they are run by basically quasi-dictators, and the way it works is that you pay off the Christians and you pay off the Muslims, and they get this guy and they get that guy, and everybody shakes it. It's very explicit. We have 10 spots and we go to the Christians. We have 10 spots and it goes to the Hindus. India is a country I know pretty well. This does kind of work like that on state politics level in some respect. But in America, fundamentally, we really believe that no matter where you're from, that you come here and basically within a generation, especially if you migrate here legally, and you integrate, that you leave a lot of that stuff behind. And the story, the American dream that's ingrained in so many of us, is one that really does not mesh well with any sort of racial preference regime or anything that's not meritocratic. And I will give the left wingers some credit in the idea that meritocracy itself, could have preference for people who have privileged backgrounds. I think that's true. And so, the way I would like to see it is to increase everybody's equality of opportunity, to make sure that they all have a chance at quote unquote willing out the American dream, but that doesn't erase meritocracy, hard work, and many of the other things that we associate with the American character, with the American frontier. So these are two ideologies which are really at odds. In a lot of ways, like wokeism, racialism, and all this is a third world ideology. It's one that's very prevalent in Europe, all across Asia, but it doesn't mix well here, and it shouldn't. I'm really glad that America was.
Yeah, I got to go back to that book. What a badass, fascinating book. Sword fighting, how the Scots-Irish shaped America. So I did not realize to the degree, first of all, how badass the Scots-Irish are. And to the degree many of the things that kind of identify as American, part of the American spirit, were defined by this relatively small group of people. As he describes, the motto could be summarized as fight, sing, drink, and pray. So there's the principles of fierce individualism, the principles of a deep distrust of government, the elites, the authorities, bottom-up governance, over 2,000 years of a military tradition. They paid up 40% of the Revolutionary War Army and produced numerous military leaders, including Stonewall Jackson, Ulysses S. Grant, George S. Patton, and a bunch of presidents. Yeah, some of the more gangster presidents: Andrew Jackson, Teddy Roosevelt, Woodrow Wilson, Ronald Reagan, and Bill Clinton. Just the whole cultural legacy of countrymen.
we owe them so much, and they really don't get their due, unfortunately. A lot of people, for the reasons that I just described around racialism, is because post, mass immigration from Europe, the term white kind of became blanket applied to New Irish, to Italians, to Slovenians. As you and I both know, if you travel those countries, people are pretty different, and it's not that different here in the United States. Scots-Irish are some of the original settlers here in America, and particularly in Appalachia, and their contribution to the fighting spirit and their own culture and who we are as individualists. And some of the first people to ever settle the frontier, and that frontier mindset really does come from them. We owe them just as much as we do the Puritans, but they don't ever really get their due. And the reason I recommend that book is if you read that book and you understand how exactly could this group of white working class voters go from 2012 voting for a man named Barack Hussein Obama to Donald J. Trump, you really seem to, it makes perfect sense if you combine it with a lot of the stuff I'm talking about here about affirmative action, distrust of the elites, about feeling as if institutions are not seeing through to you, and specifically also not valuing your contribution to American history, and in some cases actively looking down. I'm glad you pointed out not only the role in the Revolutionary War, but the Civil War as well. And just how much of a contribution culturally, really, that we owe them for setting the groundwork that so many of us who came later could build upon and adopt some of their own ideas and their culture as our own. It's one of the things that makes America great.
Mark Twain.
Yeah.
I mean, so much of the culture, so much of the American spirit, the whole idea, the whole shape and form and type of populism that represents our democracy. Would you trace that fierce individualism that you think of back to them?
Definitely. It's a huge part of them, about who they were, like the screw you attitude. That book actually kind of had a renaissance back in 2016 when Hillbilly Elegy. I'm sure you remember this, which it's kind of weird to think it's now the vice president elect of the United States. It's kind of wild, honestly, to think about. But J.D. Vance's book, Hillbilly Elegy, I think was really important for a lot of American elites who were like, how do these people support Trump? Where does this shit come from? That they're really, if you really think back to that time, it was shocking to the elite character that any person in the world could ever vote for Donald Trump. And not just vote, he won the election. How does that happen? And that's Hillbilly Elegy guided people in understanding what that's like on a lived day-to-day basis. And JD, to his credit, talks about Scots-Irish heritage, Appalachia, and the legacy of what that culture looks like today, and how long these people voted for Donald Trump. But we got to give credit to Jim Webb, who wrote the history of these people, taught me and you about their original fight against the oppressors in Scotland, Ireland, and their militant spirit, how they were able to bring that over here, and they got their due in Andrew Jackson and some of our other populist presidents who set us up on the road to Donald Trump.
You got me pumped, excited to be an American.
Me too. I love that.
It's crazy that JD, the same guy, because that's Hillbilly Elegy is what I thought of him as.
Yeah, I'll tell you, for me, it's actually pretty surreal. I met J.D. Vance in 2017 in like bar. I didn't have to think he would be the vice president-elect of the United States. I mean, it's kind of wild. One of my friends who went back and dug up the email he originally sent to me. Yeah. I was watching on television. The first time they really hit me, I was like, whoa, it was name history books. Whenever he became the vice presidential nominee, I was watching on TV, confetti was falling, he was waving with his wife. Wow, absolutely. In the history books now, forever, especially now, as the literal vice president of the U.S. But his own evolution is actually a fascinating story for us too, because I think a lot of the time I've spent right now is kind of this. A lot of what I'm giving right now are like 2016 kind of takes about like why Trump won that time. But we spent a lot of time on how Donald Trump won this election and like what happened, some of the failures of the Biden administration, some of the payback for the Great Awakening. But also, if you look at the evolution of J.D. Vance, this is the person who wrote Hillbilly Elegy, and not a lot of people pay attention to this, but if you read Hillbilly Elegy, J.D. was much more of a traditional conservative at that time. He was citing, the famous passages about payday loans and something like that. I don't know his position today, but I would assume that he's probably changed that. But the point is that his ideological evolution from watching somebody who really was more of a traditional Republican with a deep empathy for the white working class, then eventually become a champion and a disciple of Donald Trump, and to believe that he himself was the vehicle for accomplishing and bettering the United States, specifically for working class Americans, really, of all times. And that story is really one of the rise of the modern left as it exists as a political project, as an ideology. It's also one of the Republican Party, which coalesced now with Donald Trump as a legitimate figure and as a single bulwark against cultural leftism and elitism that eventually was normalized to the point that the majority of Americans decided to vote for it.
So let's talk about 2024. What happened with the left? What happened with Biden? What's your take on Biden?
Biden is, I try to remove myself from it, and I try not to give big history takes while you're in the moment, but it's really hard to say that he's one of the worst presidents in history. And I think the reason why I go with it is because I want to judge him by the things that he set out to. So Joe Biden has been the same person for his entire career. He is a basically C student who thinks he's an A student. The chip on his shoulder against the elites has played to his benefit in his original election to the United States Senate, through his entire career as a United States Senator, where he always wanted to be a star, the center of attention, and to his 1988 presidential campaign. And one of the most fascinating things about my watching him age is watching him become even more right than what he was. And so, book recommendation is called What It Takes, and it was written in 1988. And there's actually a long chapter on Joe Biden and about the plagiarism scandal. And one of the things that comes across is his sheer arrogance and belief in himself as to why he should be the center of attention. Now, the reason I'm laying all this out is the arrogance of Joe Biden, the individual and his character, is fundamentally the reason his presidency went awry. This is the person who was elected in 2020 really because of a feeling of chaos, of Donald Trump, of we need normalcy, decides to come into the office, portrays himself as a quote-unquote transitional president, slowly begins to lose a lot of his faculties, and then surrounds himself with sycophants, the same ones who have been around him for so long, that he had no single input into his life to tell him that he needed to stop and drop out of the race until it became truly undeniable to the vast majority of the American people. And that's why I'm trying to keep it as him as an individual, as a president, because we can separate him from some of his accomplishments and things that happened. Some I support, some I don't. But generally, a lot of people are not going to look back and think about Joe Biden and Chips Act. A lot of people are not going to look back and think about Joe Biden and the Build Back Better bill or whatever, his Lena Khan antitrust policy. They're going to look back on him and they're going to remember high inflation. They're going to remember somebody who fundamentally never was up to the job, in the sense that, again, book recommendation, Freedom from Fear by David Kennedy, is about the Roosevelt years. And one of the most important things people don't understand is the New Deal didn't really work in the way that a lot of people wanted it to, right? Like, there was still high unemployment, there was still a lot of suffering, but you know what changed? They felt that they had a vigorous commander-in-chief who was doing everything in his power to attack the problems of the everyday American. So even though things didn't even materially change, the vigor, that's a term that was often associated with John F. Kennedy, I think, the Massachusetts accent. We had this young, vibrant president in 1960 who was running around and wanted to convince us that he was working every single day tirelessly. And when you have an 80-year-old man who is simply just eating ice cream and going to the beach while people's grocery prices and all this go up by 25%, and we don't see the same vigor, we don't see the same action, the bias to action, which is so important in the presidency. That is fundamentally why I think the Democrats, part of the reason why the Democrats lost the election, and also why I think that he missed his moment in such a dramatic way. And he had the opportunity, he could have done it, if he wanted to, but maybe 20 years ago. But the truth is that his own narcissism, his own misplaced belief in himself, and his own accidental rise to the presidency ended up in his downfall. And it's kind of amazing because, again, if we look back to his original campaign speech, 2019, why I'm running for president. It was Charlottesville, and he said, I want to defeat Donald Trump. And make sure that he never gets back to the White House again. So by his own metric, he did that. It was the only thing he wanted to do, and he failed.
You said a lot of interesting stuff. For one, FDR, that's really interesting. It's not about specific policy. It's about fighting for the people and doing that with charisma and just uniting the entire country for a particular. Is this thing with Bernie? maybe there's a lot of people that disagree with Bernie that still support him because we just want
Feels
somebody.
authentic.
Yeah,
That's it.
we just want somebody to fight authentically for us.
Yes, FDR. People really need. FDR was like a king. He was like Jesus Christ. Okay, in the U.S. And some of it was because of what he did, but it was just like. So people need to go back and read the history of the first 100 days under FDR. The sheer amount of legislation that went through, his ability to bring Congress to heel and the Senate, he gets all this stuff through. But as you and I know, legislation takes a long time to put in place, right? We've had people starving on the streets all throughout 1933 under Hoover. The difference was Hoover was seen as this do-nothing joke who would dine 9-course meals in the White House and he's a filthy rich banker. FDR comes in and every single day has the fireside chats passing legislation, but more importantly, so he tries various different programs. Then they get ruled unconstitutional. He tries even more. So what does America take away from that? Every single time if he gets knocked down, he comes back on. And that was a really part of his character that he developed after he got polio, and it gave him the strength to persevere through personally what he could transfer in his calm demeanor and his feeling of fight that America really got that spirit from him and was able to climb itself out of the Great Depression. He's such an inspirational man. He really is. And, people think of him for World War II, of course. But in my opinion, the early years are not studied. 33 to 37 is one of the most remarkable periods in history. We were not ruled by a president. We were ruled by a monarch. And people liked him. He was a dictator, and he was a good one.
Yeah. So to push back against the implied thing that you said. So
Sure.
when saying Biden is the worst president,
Second worst in modern history.
in modern history, who's the worst? I see, because of the horrible wars, probably.
I mean, Iraq is just so.
It's just
Like one of my favorite authors, Gene Edward Smith. He's written a bunch of presidential biographies, and in the opening of his book W biography, he's like, "There's just no question. It's the single worst one possible. This day in all of American history, and W is one of our worst presidents ever. He had terrible things, and it got us into a war of his own choosing. It was a disaster, and it set us up for failure. By the way, we talked a lot about Donald Trump. Nobody is more responsible for the rise of Donald Trump than George W. Bush. But I could go off on Bush for a long time.
We will return there. So as part of the pushback, I'd like to say, because I agree with your criticism of arrogance and narcissism against Joe Biden, the same can be said about Donald Trump.
You're absolutely
of arrogance. So, and I think you've also articulated that a lot of presidents throughout American history have suffered from a bad case of arrogance and narcissism.
Absolutely, but sometimes for a benefit. You have to be a pretty crazy person to want to be president. I put out a tweet that got some controversy, and I think it was Joe Rogan, who I love, but he was like, "I want to find out who Kamala Harris is." And I was like, "I'm actually not interested in your politics." I was like, I read too much about it to know. I know who you are. If you spend your life, and because I live in Washington and I spend a lot of time around would-be politicians, I know what it takes to actually become the president. It's crazy. You have to give up everything. Every night, you're not spending it with your wife. You're spending it at dinner with potential donors, with friends, with people who connect you. Even after you get elected, that's even more so. Now you got to raise money, and now you're on to the next thing. Now you want to get your political thing through. You're going to spend all your time on your phone. You and your staff are going to be more like this. Your entire life revolves around your career. It's honestly, you need an insane level of narcissism to do it, because you have to believe that you are better than everybody else, which is already pretty crazy. And not only that, your own personal characteristics and foibles lead you to the pursuit of this office and to the pursuit of the idolatry of the self and everything around you. There's a famous story of Lady Bird Johnson. After Johnson becomes the president, he's talking to the White House butler. And she was like, "Everything in this house revolves around my husband. Whatever's left goes to the girls, for 2 children. And I'll take the spoils." So everything revolved around Johnson's political career. And his daughters, when they're honest, the paperwork that happened. But things happened. Saturday morning was for breakfast with Richard Russell. I forget. These are all in Robert A. Caro books. Sunday was for Rayburn. There was no time for his kids. That's what it was. And by the way, he's one of the greatest politicians to ever. But he also died from a massive heart attack. And it was a deeply sad and depressing.
Yeah, I saw that tweet, to go back to that.
Yeah.
And also I listened to your incredible debate about it with Marshall. on the Realignment podcast. I know I have to side with Marshall. Okay, you're just wrong on this. Because I think revealing the character of a person is really important to understand how they will act in a room full of generals, full of
it gets to the judgment question.
the judgment.
And that's, I think of Johnson and of Nixon, of Teddy Roosevelt, even of FDR. I can give you a laundry list of personal problems that all those people had. I think they had really, really good judgment. And I'm not sure how intrinsic their own personal character was to their exploration and thinking about the world. So JFK might be our best example because he had the best judgment out of anybody in the room as a brand new president when the Cuban Missile Crisis. And he got us out and avoided nuclear war, which he deserves eternal credit for. But how did he arrive to good judgment? Some of it certainly was his character, and we can go again though into his laundry list of that. But most of it was around being with his father, seeing some of the mistakes that he would make. And he was also had a deeply inquisitive mind, and he experienced World War II at a personal level after PT went down. So